Hey guys, happy Saturday. It's like weird and super cool. We're spending the weekend together, guys. Weekend of cats. So, hope everybody is ready to go. This is going to be a little different. I feel like when Monday rolls around, I'm going to be thrown off on what day it is. I'm going to feel like it's like Friday or Tuesday, who knows, just because it's a little bit unusual. So, going to be cool. I think this is the first time we've watched a trial live together on a Saturday. Hope everyone's doing well. We left off yesterday. We had Dr. Kari Midthun on the stand. I'm not actually sure if she's done with direct, but I feel like if we're not going to move right into cross, probably pretty close on moving right into cross. And yesterday, look, the court's going to start, but it seems to me to still be in dispute how, when, what amount was ingested. We have critical testimony from the state's witnesses that says we can't go back and put a numerical value on the amount that would have been ingested. We can only see what's in the blood. And then we have some chain of custody issues that the defense, for the facts they have with this case, they have to be able to combat verbal testimony, demeanor testimony. They are doing a great job, in my opinion, of dismantling the lab work, whether it's, hey, why were some dates changed? Why do we not have labels on these certain tests? Why was there fentanyl found on a control sample on the comforter? That's weird. And the lab was adamant. I don't think they should have been, but the lab witness, Dr. Kari Midthun, was adamant that it had to have happened before it got to the lab. So it's not like there was something that wasn't cleaned up from a prior examination that was sitting around the lab. It wasn't the lab's fault. That's Kari Midthun's position. Take it as you want. But that's her position. That's her testimony. So she's saying it had to have happened before it got to me. And this is the same comforter that was put in a garbage bag by the group of friends who went to the home around dusk on the 26th, the day after Jade got sick and went to the hospital. And that's a lot if you ask me. We also had a witness say, hey, we can't actually rule out that fentanyl wasn't present. We just didn't detect with our threshold using the first clinical sample. And you know what would have helped a whole lot with this? If I were the state, do you know how much I would think it would help me to have a negative hair strand? We collected a hair sample, but we didn't test it. If a test came back negative on that hair strand, it would have gone a long way to helping us say, hey, look, she wasn't using any substances after she found out she was pregnant. How would the defense come back from that? But they didn't do it. They didn't test that hair. So here we are, you guys. Good to see you guys. Big thank you. I went outdoors last night. I saw a tip jar, sent over a super cute doggo picture and said thank you. Well, thank you right back. Hope you guys are doing well. Let's say good mornings. Hey, Granny Debbie. Hey, Kristen. Kristen, thank you for the kind reminders here about, hitting that like button. Make sure we are friendly in the chat. We have all different viewpoints here, and you are certainly encouraged if you see something new and you think it changes your mind, change your mind. My opinion, I do not speak for the entire chat, and I frequently learn from the chat. I frequently ask the chat, hey, did you see this thing? And the chat will be like, hey, that was actually this. So we are not a monolith here. I think our common thread is we love due process, stealing that from Defense Diaries. Hey, Sonia. Good to see you. Ain't no holla back, girl. Good to see you. Love to say the name. Hey, Sarah. Hey, Kimberly. Hey, Francine. Hey, Keith. Good to see you, Keith. Hey, Other People's Drama. Hey, KB says, I wonder what kind of roller coaster ride we'll be on today. I mean, depending on how fast the state moves through their witnesses, they said that unless they need to add somebody to their list, depending on, I guess, whatever testimony happens with Kari Midthun, the state might want to add somebody else to their witness list or call someone back. But the other names they gave, finally, were narrowed down to 4. It was Apple, Michael Johnson, Detective Reese, and Bridgett. Or maybe Bridgett's mother. Because I wrote it as Bridgett's mother. but that's weird. I think I wrote Bridgett and was supposed to write Jade's mother. So, hey, other people's drama. Hey, Sham Pickle. Hey, Beta. Good to see you, Beta. I think we are ready. Florida Man Outdoors is getting close. Hey, Lori. I don't know if it's a half or full day. I feel like this judge might just want to go the whole day because everybody's going to be here. And I don't think I heard him say, like, see you in the morning for our half day. Like, I didn't see him do anything to indicate such a thing. And Kimberly's curious how many defense witnesses. Hey, Deborah. Hey, Michael. Hey, Amy. Hey, Factual Lie. Hey, DJ Kingseed. Hey, Amber. Hey, Tilali. Oh, there you go. Here's I Want Outdoors. Good morning. Hey, C-Mish. We got Sabrina in the building. Always love the name Sabrina. Aw, Thunder here saying thank you to whoever bought my membership yesterday. Love it. Use those channel emojis. Kathy says, the defense is ready to bite Apple. Well, we heard, if you missed it, at the end of the day, because I know a lot of people start commuting home, driving home from work at the end of the court days. There was also a bit of an exchange outside the presence of the jury where Apple printed out some specific message from her device, her physical device, to bring to the state. The state wanted to present it to the judge to say, look, just a reminder that if the defense opens a certain door, we're ready to do something. And the defense was like, hey, this stuff is two different printouts. One is from the iCloud where a certain time frame, anything out a certain time frame was suppressed. And the state's position is, well, we have a hard copy of it now. And the judge's ruling is still, it's excluded unless the defense does something to open the door where it would warrant the state to be able to come back and show, actually, no, that's not true. Or actually, here's proof that what she's saying is true. So there is that. And also, Deborah, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you so much. Guys, I see the judge filing in. Let's buckle up. See how this goes. I see somebody with sunglasses.
Yeah, just for at some point today, for scheduling purposes, I understand Mrs. Murphy is not here. At some point, I would like to make an offer of proof related to the information we were provided yesterday by the state. It's very brief. It will just be a proffer. Because Ms. Murphy is not here, I think I can wait to do it until she gets here. So we can.
You need her as a witness?
No, I want to lodge some exhibits as an offer of proof, but I'll wait until she gets here. It just be before Ms. Dennie testifies, I think, for timing.
I think Miss Murphy might. Is there a woman sitting there? Who's Murphy?
Purposes. It can be very brief, at lunchtime perhaps, or at a break.
Well, what if we don't get to the items the state gave you yesterday?
I'm not asking for to make any sort of evidentiary argument. My expectation based on the conversation is that the cross-examination will be appropriately restricted. I just want to make an offer of proof related to that prior to the state testimony. Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's not do this. We're...
Oh, that is a lot of papers. Oh, we're losing one. Oh, cascade. Paper cascade. Oh no.
I just want to arrest one.
Oh goodness. Oh my god, did they just like walk into the camera and cough?
You don't know here.
That was such a thank you.
They were lost.
God, same other people's drama. Honestly. I usually just, oh my God, the coughing. Water pour. We have like the worst ASMR this morning. Or maybe, is this Miss Murphy maybe? Is Miss Murphy even on the state or the defense? Because so far I've only got Jan Norman and Roger General Moore. I mean, yeah, Roger Moore for prosecutor names.
Good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. Jury, let the record reflect all of the jurors are here and present. You'll raise your right hand and you swear to tell the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
All right. All right. Questions on behalf of Mr. Taylor?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, going right to cross. Why was there fentanyl on that blanket? Everybody put your cross questions in the chat. Let's see what you guys want to know. Yeah, I think today's going to be Apple Day.
I just need to connect to the...
Okay.
Maybe Monday.
Is it on here? I'm not technically savvy, so we'll see.
Ricola needs a sponsor to
I can just use that. I don't want to open up, so I can just use that.
Good point, Nola.
Good morning, Dr. Midthun.
Good morning.
I'm just gonna go back and forth, so I just rather use this one. I was speaking with her. To make it show there. How do I make it show?
Okay, we'll.
All right, we're going to do a cough counter. That's starting as 1.
Good morning, Dr. Midthun. How are you?
Good morning.
Good. I wanted to talk with you a little bit about the work that you performed at NMS, and specifically the work that you performed in this case.
Okay.
Could you tell us, or at least tell the jury, exactly what accreditations for NMS are important in terms of the things that you have to do at your lab in order to be accredited?
NMS has a number of accreditations because we work with so many different types of agencies, laboratories, and because we also do both clinical and forensic toxicology. So the primary accreditation I believe you're referring to is through ANAB, and it's to a standard called 17025. So ANAB stands for, it's a mouthful of acronyms, but ANSI, ASB, National Accreditation Board. And so what this entitles is that 17025 is a standard set forth on testing laboratories. It dictates rules on how the entire lab needs to be run, really. Rules and regulations on qualifications of the people who work there, the types of records we need to keep, how testing needs to be performed, documentation, things of that nature. So to be accredited, the laboratory agrees to these rules and agrees that they'll adhere to those rules and agrees to undergo surveillance and on-site assessments periodically, where outside agencies and individuals will come in and assess us to those standards and ensure we are meeting all of those standards. So that's the major and primary one, but in addition to the ANAB 17025, we're also CLIA accredited, which is a accreditation through hospitals and clinical samples. We work with the College of American Pathologists, or CAP, which specifically refers to more post-mortem type samples. And some states have their own individual requirements, and so we also meet those standards and accreditations and certifications for those individual states.
Thank you. Now, are there certain factors that the ANAB require from you in order to keep your accreditation? And what I mean by that is, let's say chain of custody. Is that something that is required in order to be accredited?
Chain of custody is part, yes, of ANAB standards.
And specifically when we're talking about forensic toxicology, correct?
Yes.
And that's one of the things that are extremely important.
Yes.
And what about storage in terms of ensuring that whatever vial or matrix, and we learned yesterday that matrix could be blood, urine, semen, whatever it is. What about the storage in terms of being refrigerated? Is that required, that it's stored properly?
It's required that you have a policy and procedure for the storage of your samples. The individual storage needs will vary based on the matrix.
Right. Let's say blood. How would you store blood properly to keep your accreditation?
So that's going to be based on your policy, and it can vary from whether you're talking short-term storage versus long-term storage. So short-term storage for most agencies is that the sample is still in the process of testing or may be tested very soon and readily. Long-term storage may involve being frozen.
Okay. When you, let's say it's a week to a month, would you store blood in a refrigerator?
Typically it is stored refrigerated, yes.
Are there ever times for a month that blood should not be stored in a refrigerator?
I mean, when you take it out to test it, it's going to be at room temperature.
Well, I'm talking about for a month long. Let's say you're not testing it, you're not doing anything with it, and it's a month period that you're not doing anything with it. Should it be in the refrigerator?
Ideally, it would be good to keep it cold, but the actual individual rules are going to vary agency to agency. A month may be a frozen capacity for some agencies. For NMS, it's typically while that sample is in testing, and for a short time after testing, it will remain cold and refrigerated. If it is deemed to go to long-term storage, it then typically gets moved to a freezer at some point.
Okay, and I'm not talking about when it's being tested. I'm talking about when it's just waiting. You know, it may be, don't destroy it because we may need it later, and a month passes. The best practice is for it to be refrigerated and or frozen. Would you agree?
Cold, yes, I would agree cold.
Thank you. And that's very important in terms of the integrity of keeping that sample, correct?
Yes.
And then what about sealed? Making sure that whatever vial and or cup or tube that it's sealed with an initial so that it cannot be tampered with and to maintain the chain of custody. Is that important?
Sealing is important, but that definition varies agency to agency. So seal can be just tape over the top of a tube
Sure.
or over a container. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's dated and initialed.
Okay.
But just making sure that the container is properly closed, the cap is on tight and tightly twisted if it's a screw top cap. Just ensuring that it is tightly enclosed is really the key there. Whether it has tape over the top, it doesn't impact my testing. It could impact the interpretation depending on what happens to it. But
And I understand that's not you guys' problem, but I want to just make sure that the jury understands whether or not the best practice is for that file to be sealed. Sealed in terms of the tape on top of it.
and that's going to vary agency to agency though. Those rules are independently created at those agencies, whether it has to be sealed or not sealed.
Okay. Well, as a forensic toxicologist, would you say that the best practice is for it to be sealed?
I would say that it's recommended. I wouldn't say it has to be the end-all be-all best practice, but it is recommended to be sealed because it helps with chain of custody. It helps answer some of those questions, but it's not necessarily required. It's recommended.
But it is recommended.
It is recommended.
And why is it recommended that a vial should be sealed?
As I just stated, it helps assert chain of custody. It helps assert that nothing has happened with that tube. It hasn't necessarily been opened since the time that that sticker or tape has been placed over the top with the in theory, some sort of date or initial on it.
Okay, I want to draw your attention. And Josh, could you tell us which exhibit this is? The state's exhibit, the vial of blood. In regards to the vial of blood that goes with litigation packet, NMS work order, ending in, well, it's 231268889. Do you see that there?
The NMS number?
This is the NMS number for the vial of blood for 231268889.
Yeah, I just don't see the NMS number on
You
this
don't, do you?
on this
You don't.
stick, not from this view.
Right.
Okay.
And in regards to this, do you know, based on looking at this, where this came from?
I mean, I know from my review of all of the casework thus far,
Okay.
because of being involved in the case, I know that this was that Myote VUH stat feb
Okay.
was the name assigned to the patient when they were at Vanderbilt.
And you see that there's a collection date there of, can you see it from?
Yes, I can. Yes.
Collection date of 2/25/23. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Okay. And prior to it getting to NMS, you don't know where that vial of blood was, do you?
Correct.
You don't know who drew the blood?
Correct.
You just rely on whatever sticker is placed on it. Isn't that true?
Initially, we rely on the requisition form, and we match the information from the requisition form to any stickers or information provided on the tube to verify that they go with the same case.
But in regards to the individual who drew that blood and put the sticker on there, you don't have any knowledge of that, do you?
Correct.
And so you have to rely on what's there. Isn't that true?
Correct.
I want to now draw your attention to litigation packet 231268889, that's in evidence. And it is in evidence as Exhibit 42. And I want to draw your attention to pages 25 through 27 of that litigation packet. And I have a copy here for you.
Sheets, yeah.
Okay. you see where it talks about the sample information on here?
Yes.
And when it comes to whether or not this vial of blood was sealed, what is the answer that NMS states here?
Upon arrival, it was not sealed.
Okay. And so that would not be the best practice according to your prior testimony, isn't that true?
It's going to vary agency to agency. So if that agency's policy is not to seal it, then this would be fully fitting in with that agency's policies and procedures.
And then as we go further along to the other portion of the sample, when it comes to being sealed, what does it say?
No sample seal.
And if there's been testimony that there's no one who knows who drew that blood, did not know where it was prior to getting to the ME's office, would you say that that is reliable and credible in regards to who this vial of blood belongs to?
Objection, Your Honor. Mistaking the evidence. Saying someone testified to that.
Is it in the medical record?
The vial of blood here? We don't know, Your Honor, because we don't know who pulled it.
Is who pulled it in the medical record?
Okay.
I'm just asking.
Yes, it's in the medical records.
Okay.
However,
I'll sustain the objection.
but if we don't know, or if that person has not testified in regards to, yes, that was the blood I pulled, yes, I put the correct name on there, would you as a forensic toxicologist who keeps accreditations and ensures that chain of custody and those types of things are important, would you think that that is reliable and credible to rely on?
It's not going to impact my testing.
Sure. I'm just.
It may impact the interpretation, but it's not going to impact my ability to test that sample and produce accurate and reliable toxicology results. So I think your question is asking more about interpretation, and yes, it could impact the interpretation. I would have to say it's possible something may have happened to it. I don't know, that's beyond my control, but it doesn't impact my ability to test that sample.
Right, and I didn't ask about the ability to test it, just whether or not as a forensic toxicologist that would have been the best practice to maintain the chain of custody as well as making sure that it's sealed. That's all I'm asking.
Objection, Your Honor. The chain of custody was maintained.
Yeah,
What? Testimony.
no, it was not. And
Wow, that's inappropriate to speak in an objection. She just testified through her objection.
ensure that it's sealed. That's all I'm asking.
Objection, Your Honor. The chain of custody was maintained.
Yeah, no, it was not. And so I just want to ask the witness the question.
You won't argue back and forth.
So,
Sustain your
fair enough,
objection.
Your Honor. In regards to
Should have said no comment.
the testing of litigation packet 889, you in fact at some point signed off on that, did you not?
I did.
Okay. You weren't the one, though, would you agree with me, who actually performed the testing?
Correct.
Can you tell us what is required in the actual testing of that vial of blood from 889?
Do you have the report that I could refer to?
I can. I want to give you, specifically I'll draw your attention to page 37 of that same litigation packet. Would the procedures here be an example of what has to be done when you are testing a vial of blood?
So this is a summary of what you have shown is a summary specifically of the cocaine testing that was performed, and it's highlighting the major steps in our computer system that are signed off on. So for each attempt at testing on that sample, there's a preparation step. That's the person that prepares that sample physically, loads it onto the instrument. There's an analytical step. So that's the person who's actually reviewing that data initially as it comes off of the instrument to ensure that the run is proceeding as expected, the controls are performing as expected, the run is acceptable. And then there is a final review step. It has the abbreviation BREV there. So that is a secondary technical review by another authorized analyst who also went back and reviewed that data and ensured the accuracy of the result in the run.
Okay, and then I want to take you a little further down where it says lab ID test. Now, is that more testing on that same vial of blood, or is this a different test?
It's a different test. You can see in that gray band there, the test name was designer opioids. So that first block was for cocaine testing. The second block is a designer opioids test.
And just so that we are aware, fentanyl is not a designer opioid that would be tested for. Is that correct?
It was not included in the scope of that specific test.
Okay. So you weren't testing for fentanyl here on either one of these, correct?
Not the physical lone fentanyl compound. This designer opioids panel includes what we call fentanyl analogs. So they're related to fentanyl, but they're not physical fentanyl. They are separate drugs entirely.
Correct. And then I'll take you down to where it says liver tissue. Here, that's another test that was performed as a result of the litigation packet 889, correct?
Yes, just to be clear though, this first band where it says tissue requires homogenization, this is a process step. So we can't physically test a piece of tissue. We can't put that on an instrument. It would clog up the instrument. We need to create a format for it so that it's liquid and can actually be put onto an instrument. So homogenization is just the kind of fancy term for saying that it was blended. We usually add some liquid or buffer, water buffer, and homogenize it and create it in a format that is more liquid and is more easily and readily available to go onto the instrument.
And it is a process and a step in the series of testing this liver, correct?
Correct, and that's why you see, if you go down below that very final gray line down there, when we do that homogenization, we actually create a new container and a new ID because we didn't use the full liver tissue that was submitted. We only cut a portion of it to create a homogenized sample.
And so all of those things are required in order to reach a result for that vial of blood and that liver tissue, correct?
For this case, yes.
And then after that, once you guys complete those entire processes, everything that was done, every test, every run, all of that is created in a litigation packet. All of it is documented in a litigation packet form, right?
Yes.
Now, when you signed your name to this toxicology report, you didn't do this particular testing, did you?
Correct.
You then relied on the individuals who did the testing in regards to what they purported their testing, the results of the testing that they performed.
They're not reporting it. I'm looking at the data generated out of the instrument. I mean, so they aren't reporting it to me. I'm physically looking at the data myself and ensuring that I agree with the result that's on that data page.
So who reports the data?
I report the final data. I create that final report.
And you have to create that final report based on the testing of those individuals, correct?
Yes.
And those individuals would be the individuals whose names are here.
Yes.
Paulina Lapp, Stacy DeJoseph, Kyle Miller, Amanda Cook, Rebecca Turner, and Tammy Welch in regards to the vial of blood, correct?
Yes.
And you rely on what they did in order for you to interpret their data.
Yes.
What all do you have to do in order to interpret that data to then sign your name and co-sign on whatever results they find?
Are you asking specifically? What are you asking me to explain there?
Before you sign your name to that report, what do you have to do? What process do you go through?
So I review all of the paperwork for the case. I look at the case results and the case data. I also look at, there's a summary sheet that comes up for each run that's performed. It's a summary that the analysts write up as a result of each batch. So say a control issue happened, they will note that on there. So I can review the control samples if I see an issue and I want to investigate it. I look at the chain of custody. I look at the login verification form, that form that said whether the sample was sealed or not. I also look at the posting history form, which is that form she just showed you where it lists the names of the analysts. So if I saw an issue in any of the data I was looking at, I can go back and physically talk to that analyst. I can email them or message them. If I see an issue on any of the runs, I have the autonomy to investigate. I can ask that a test be reperformed. If I don't agree with the result or I'm questioning a result, I have that autonomy just from doing the review of the sample. And then I also look at the requisition forms that's received. So I look to see what the agency requested, what testing. I ensure that all of that testing was performed and all the pieces of those tests are performed. Or if they couldn't be performed, I understand why. If something needed to be canceled, if there was an interferent, things of that nature. In addition to that, I also look at phone log notes. And our phone log communication notes are notes provided by our client services. So if the client called in, added on testing, if something needed to be verified on the requisition form, if there was a typo or a misspelling that we caught during our process, it should be indicated there if the client was contacted about it. And so I'm checking all of those pieces to make sure things are accurate so that my report is accurate to the information we were provided.
And about how long would you say that process takes?
It varies depending on how much testing was performed on a case. It really does.
And in regards to litigation packet 231268889, about how long would you say that process took for you to review all of that data, adopt it, and then sign your name to it?
We had discussed this previously in previous meetings. Based on timestamps, it looked to be an hour or just under an hour, but I do question whether the timestamp on the note requesting that I review the case is an accurate portrayal of when I was first asked to review the case. It had been discussed that I may have to review this case previously, so I had been looking at the case and the case data prior to the official request coming through. So I'm not clear exactly how long it took me. It may have been less than an hour only because I had previous experience with the case.
And so in this case, the litigation packet was 1,912 pages, correct?
The full litigation packet, that's yes, what you had relayed.
Okay. And I've taken the liberty to print it out, and I have it right there on my table. That's about the litigation, that's the 1,912 pages.
Okay.
Right? Okay. And you reviewed all of that and all the processes that you just described in under an hour.
No, I said I reviewed the case data and the batch review sheets. So by the point it reaches me, the case has undergone numerous levels of review at each test step. So my piece of the puzzle is that final review, pulling all of those pieces together. Each individual test has been reviewed and signed off on at that test level, and then it reaches myself. And so I'm performing an overview review, looking at the individual case data, ensuring that each of the batches, if there were issues or if I needed to investigate, I looked into them, but that all of those pieces for that individual case are matching up. Your litigation packet is going to include a lot of extra information, including all of the data for the quality controls that were run, the full list of cases that were on each batch, along with the case in question. So that is partly why my review takes less time. I'm focusing just on a single case, not the full batches each time.
Then it will require you to rely on summaries done by the individuals who actually performed the testing.
Right, and as part of accreditation, if any issues come up, those analysts are authorized and competent and trained in each of their individual tests, and they have to follow those standard operating procedures. So they would physically have to note that something happened, or that something went awry, or that they saw an area of concern, and then it had to be vetted and evaluated, or the proper step followed. So say a quality control failed, they would follow the standard operating procedure, which may be to re-inject the sample, it may be to repeat the whole test. It varies depending on what the issue is, but they're following their standard operating procedures, they're following their training.
I need to blow this up, and I don't want to hit a button I shouldn't hit, so.
Expanded community.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, technically, there you go. We see here in this litigation packet, here's your number, 231268889, that in preparation for trial on March 12th of 2026, there was an email received from Eric Evans providing a subpoena for MMR to appear the week of 6/22/26. Who is MMR?
She was the original reviewer for the case.
Okay. And we see then that on March 19th, which would be about 7 days later, there was an email received from ADA Jan Norman asking that the case be placed in the queue for KYM for review. Who is KYM?
KYM is my computer initials
Okay.
for using our computer system.
Okay, so that's you.
That is me, yes.
And then we see on 3/20 that there was an updated report signed by KYM, which is you, and a current CV provided to ADA Norman, correct?
Correct.
And then if we look at, I'm sorry, can you notate the time on March 19th that the email from Ms. Norman came through, from ADA Norman came through?
That's when this was recorded in this communication log. I don't know when the actual email was received from ADA Norman.
Okay.
It may have been earlier in the day.
Okay. So what time do we have there?
The time on this communication log says 2:02 p.m. So that's when it was entered onto this communication log.
And here is your report and work order for 231268889. That is your signature, correct?
That is my signature, yes.
Adopting the findings and litigation packet 231268889, correct?
Correct.
And what time is that there?
14:55.
And that's military time, which would equate to 2:55.
Correct.
So between the time that it's documented on this email at 2:02, we're talking about 53 minutes.
Again, the communication log that was noted at 2:02 p.m. I don't know physically when ADA Norman sent the email and client services received it. It's possible they received it earlier in the day and they notified me that this was coming down the pipeline, and I may have been reviewing it earlier. That just may be the time that they physically documented it in the communication log. We document things in the communication log when we're able to. I sometimes it's a couple hours after I have a phone call with someone. It's not necessarily right at the moment that call occurs.
But there's no documentation to anything like that here, is it?
They're documenting appropriately that they received communication.
And if you look up, it documents 114 to discuss timelines. Received email from Tracy Houston. It doesn't give another date, does it?
Another date for what?
Different than the date that's on the side here of 120, in this instance, 123/26.
It occurred that day. It may not have occurred simultaneously at that time.
now want to draw your attention to litigation packet
That was a loud one.
230-86183. You also were not the analyst who reviewed this test originally, are you?
No, I'm not.
And this, just so that we're clear, is a test of the ante-mortem blood of Miss Jade Benning that was taken on 2/27/23 at 2:17. Do you see that?
I do.
And again, you were not the analyst who originally performed this testing, were you?
I didn't perform the testing, and I was not the original reviewer.
And if we look at the date and time that you adopted this particular testing procedures, it was the same day at the same time of 2:55, correct?
Yep.
And are you familiar with how many pages of litigation packet is this particular testing?
It was even more. There was more testing involved with this case.
Over 2,600 pages, correct?
I'm not sure the total value that was in your packet, but there was a lot more testing to review for this one, yes.
And would you trust me if I tell you it was 2,616 pages?
It would not surprise me.
And so, from the time that you were asked to be assigned to these cases, within 52 minutes, based on the documentation, and we have to go by the documentation according to the accreditation, you reviewed all of that data, 2,600 pages in one, 1,900 pages in another, in 52 minutes.
Again, I reviewed the case-specific data, which is significantly less than the 2,600 pages and the 1,900 pages. I reviewed the specific data generated to the case. And I was aware of these cases. We have been working with both of you individually since, this has been going for more than a year. So I have reviewed these cases in the past. The reason for both of them having the same stamp time for my release is because I put them on a batch together, and I released the batch at 14:55. So that's why it looks like they both have the same stamp. I was reviewing both cases, I leave them to the side, and when I finished reviewing both cases, I click a signature button in our computer system, and it releases both cases together off of that batch at the same time. So that may help explain why they have the same release time.
And we basically, though, we have to rely on the data that's in the paperwork, right?
It's
Yes or no, ma'am?
It's a communication note, noted by someone else, not myself.
And there's no communication notes whatsoever that you reviewed this document and or paperwork and or testing at any other time. There's no documentation of that anywhere, is it?
I mean, other than the communication note that we've been discussing these cases, I don't believe there's anything specifically noted, no.
I now want to draw your attention to the testing of the comforter. And that work order is 23129285. And I believe it's in evidence. Do you have that? Exhibit number 9285, last four digits 9285. Just so that the record is clear what we're referring to. exhibit,
46 is her report on that.
yes, this is exhibit 46. And this is the comforter that we've been talking about, correct?
Yes.
And the testing that you performed on that comforter, there was some talk yesterday about numbers and concentration levels and things of that nature. You can't quantify anything in regards to any concentrations or anything like that as it pertains to the results on this comforter, is that correct?
Quantitation should not be done, no.
And so anything that was said to the jury about how much was found of BZE and or cocaine, none of that should be considered because that's not what the purpose of the test was. And you guys don't do that in regards to this type of testing, is that correct?
I would say it's fair to say that we needed to repeat the testing under dilution to ensure the accuracy of the result, but to rely on a specific number would be inaccurate. So the testing was repeated on dilution to ensure that all of our acceptability criteria was met for the data. When we ran it undiluted, some of the acceptance criteria was not met, which is why we had to repeat the test. But to rely on a specific number, I would not rely on a specific number from that, the values generated there. It was really to prove that the presence of the drug and that the results were accurate, there were no interferences going on, and that our acceptability criteria was met in order to confirm that it was positive.
Okay, I just wanted to clear that up, for
Yep.
the jury. Thank you. Again, we talked about labeling and doing things like that. I want to draw your attention now to the labeling for the washcloth. Do you remember testifying yesterday about the washcloth?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see the date there that it says, date and time that this washcloth was received by Metro Nashville Police Department?
Objection, Your Honor, is the testimony specific to this.
It's an item in evidence, Your Honor, that she can testify to.
Okay, there was testimony about why that's there. If you want to re-ask her, that's fine.
What is the date and time that you have that Metro Nashville Police Department received this washcloth?
I mean, so the label states February 25th, 2023 at 9:30 p.m.
Were you aware that Mr. Taylor did not call 911 until February 25th, 2023, at 9:38 p.m.?
The exact time I don't believe I was aware of.
I want to now draw your attention to the packaging for the comforter that we talked about. Do you see the time that it was received there? Can you read that for the jury?
The label states February 25th, 2023 at 9:30 p.m.
How important is it to document accurate times and dates and things of that nature?
I mean, it is as accurate as we can be. We try to maintain contemporaneous notes and labels with things. So it's important.
It's very important. isn't it?
Yes.
To maintain the integrity of the vials and the samples that you're testing, correct?
It is important.
In regards to the test that you performed on the comforter, there was no standard procedures at NMS for you to follow with the preparation of the matrix to be tested. Because I understand you guys have standard procedures for the testing. But in order to extract the matrix, there was no standard procedures, were there?
There is a standard operating procedure called forensic investigations. But due to the very nature of these, we don't know what material we're receiving. It's not specific to an item, like an item of clothing or a metal item or a wood item. Every one of these cases is very unique and different, but there is a general standard operating procedure dictating that we need to provide controls. We need to assess the sample. We need to try and take pictures when possible to document what we're seeing, what we're doing. Typically, we try to perform the extraction with methanol. But depending on the nature of the case, we do have autonomy to try and do the extraction with other chemicals if we believe the methanol may not work appropriately. It is a standard operating procedure, but it allows a lot of flexibility for the toxicologist performing it to use it as needed to the case at hand, because these are so rare and so unique and so individual to the case.
In fact, I think that you classified this as a unique case of something you had to create, correct?
It is unique. I handwrote all my notes as I was following that standard operating procedure to dictate specifically what I was doing for this case at this time. So you are showing some of my handwritten notes that I was taking contemporaneously while I was in the laboratory performing this.
But you'll agree with me, this is not something that's ordinarily done, is it?
It is not commonly performed. Our laboratory only does a handful of these, only maybe a couple a year. So it is very uniquely done.
And there are no peer reviews or any type of audits in regards to this particular testing that you created, is there?
I mean, so once I extract the biological fluid off of the sample, those samples are run under the normal test methods of the laboratory. Same type of testing as a blood or a urine sample. Really, the extra handling part is me extracting that biological fluid off of in this case, the comforter. In other cases, we've had clothing, we've had metal, we've had various items received at the laboratory, even bone testing, things of that nature. So it is going through a validated test method, and then me running these extra control samples are ensuring the acceptability of the extraction method, proving that I have successfully extracted drugs from that item of clothing at the same time.
However, you'll agree with me that extracting the very matrix that you're testing is one of the most important parts, right?
It's very important. We need to be able to separate the drugs from the matrix.
Exactly, and so that is the part that has not been peer reviewed.
I disagree.
Okay. This has been peer reviewed prior to you doing it by someone?
I'm not understanding your definition of peer reviewed.
Has anyone, well, let me back up. When you are accredited, there has to be reviews by your peers that what you are performing is up to the proper standard. Is that right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, and so that's what I'm asking. That hasn't been done in regard to the extraction of the matrix from this comforter. No one peer reviewed it prior to you doing it.
The acceptability of the controls run in parallel proves that this worked correctly. That is the review process there. The controls run in parallel at the same time as the case sample are proving the acceptability of this method.
I understand, but that wasn't my question. It hasn't been peer reviewed by anyone prior to you doing it.
But that would be true of all cases and samples then in an extraction by your definition of peer review. If a blood test is run, there's no one peer reviewing that blood test at that exact time. We run those control samples in parallel, and that helps ensure the accuracy of the run, the accuracy of the result, the accuracy of the extraction.
Dr. Midthun, you're not saying that every other process at NMS, when you are reviewing that vial of blood, has not been peer reviewed. You're not saying that.
No, I'm not. That's why I'm saying your definition of peer reviewed is misleading. We have published on this process. There are other similar processes in toxicology that use very similar methods, something called dried blood spots. So it's blood that's dried onto a piece of thick cardstock paper, and then they will punch out those pieces of blood-soaked paper, release the blood and the drugs from that paper, and test that. That is a common toxicology test performed. It's also similar to things like sweat patches. So it's a similar technique used in a lot of other toxicology testing. And there are controls run in parallel there as well. And it's the accuracy of those controls that proves that the extraction process worked, the testing is working, that if drugs are present, I am able to pull those drugs out of that paper or fabric or whatever the matrix might be at that point, and perform accurate toxicology testing.
Well, let me use a better term. How about validated? Has it been validated? Yes or no, Dr. Midthun? Has it been validated?
What is it?
The testing procedure that you created to test that compound, has it been validated prior to you creating it?
The test method is validated. It's the same test methods used in the laboratory.
Who validated it? If you just created it for this particular comforter, then who validated it?
I didn't create the test method. The test method is the instrument method and that process.
I'm speaking about the extraction of the very matrix from that comforter. I understand that once you test it, that's a validated peer-reviewed process. That's not what I'm referring to. I'm referring to the method you created to pull the matrix from the comforter. Has that been validated prior to you doing it?
I'm not sure how to answer that question. It is the controls in parallel are proving it's working. We don't validate individually an extraction method. The extraction is usually part of the test method and procedure as a whole. So running those parallel controls and then running it on the validated test method, something that was developed in the laboratory and has run thousands and thousands of samples and worked accurately, that part has been validated, but as far as I know, we don't typically validate just an extraction portion of a procedure.
Okay.
In regards to
This particular test, and to that point, there were several things that were found on this comforter originally, wasn't there?
Are you referring to the pink kind of solid particles?
No.
Oh.
I'm specifically referring to the fentanyl that was found, correct?
You're referring to the findings, yes.
And
The cocaine,
Yes, yes,
and the BZE, correct?
yes.
but there were other things that were originally found as well, wasn't there?
You're gonna have to reference that for me.
Do you remember receiving information
In regards to some of the findings that was originally found on this comforter?
Yes, I was made aware. So there was an immunoassay screen performed originally, and it was a basic panel screen. So it looked for multiple drug classes. We discussed immunoassays yesterday, and they have some limitations involved. But I received information that on top of the cocaine and metabolites and then the fentanyl, we had some indications of positive results on both the methamphetamine plate and the cannabinoids plate. And I was asked if I wanted to pursue those findings. However, I did not spike the samples for the methamphetamine and the cannabinoids, so I can't trust the accuracy of that result. I don't have controls run in parallel at that time that can ensure me I am properly detecting cannabinoids and methamphetamine. It could be an interference from the fabric. It could be an interference from one of the buffers used. I just don't have something that can help me definitively separate out those results accurately.
Why didn't you do additional testing? She said, I didn't do additional testing. Why not?
And I didn't have approval from the agency at that time to pursue cannabinoids or methamphetamine.
Why don't you have other controls to perform the
Why wouldn't they want to test for that? Same thing, you could have tested and eliminated it. You could have tested the hair strand and eliminated it. And this might not necessarily be relevant to what was ingested that night, but it would be relevant when Jade moved into this apartment after she confirmed her pregnancy. If these substances are all over her bedspread, that could be problematic for the argument that the state is strongly arguing that Jade, as soon as she was pregnant, that's it, went clean.
further testing?
I wasn't asked to. We specifically follow what we were asked and requested to do, and in this case, the very specific notes made from the agency were asking us to pursue the cocaine and the fentanyl.
Okay, but prior to that, you stated I didn't have, notwithstanding them asking you to further test it, you just stated I didn't have the controls in order to do proper testing because the spikes weren't in. Why didn't you have those controls?
I didn't spike a low control sample and a high control sample with cannabinoids or methamphetamine. I only spiked them with the two drugs being asked for.
Okay, and so that's why you didn't have the controls?
Correct.
Okay, and so,
But you did, at some point, this testing showed up that it was cannabinoids as well as methamphetamine on this very same comforter.
There were indications of it, but immunoassays are prone to false positives and false negatives. So without having proper controls there, you really can't make any determination on what those results mean.
and you just stated that you did not have approval from the agency to further test whether or not these findings were in fact true. Is that what you just stated?
Correct, because there is cost involved with all of these tests. I didn't spike with those samples, so in order for me to pursue that type of testing, I would have had to go back and create entirely new samples and basically repeat this test all over again. And so there are costs involved that the agency would have to approve.
Who was the agency, or what agency was it?
This was submitted through Metro Nashville,
The police department?
the police department.
And so, given that this was in fact a case where there was an investigation into a possible drug poisoning or drug overdose, did anyone from Metro Nashville Police Department reach out and say, hey, we need to know if these substances are in fact on this comforter because we want to know the truth? Did anybody reach out and ask you to go ahead and perform that test?
No, and also to be fair, I don't recall us having a conversation with them about the uncertainty of those results. When I went back and looked at the data, cannabinoids was positive in every single sample, including my external lab control, which indicates that it's likely due to something in the run, like the buffer that we once I extract, I reconstitute, it's called. I reconstituted the samples in a buffer. Something like that could be at play there, causing an interference with that screen. So I really was uncomfortable trusting anything with those results, knowing that it was likely some sort of an interferent. I did go back after our conversation and look to see if I ever had any sort of a communication with Metro Nashville, or if anyone in client services had one about these results. We could not locate that we had ever notified them or had a conversation with them about them. So they didn't ask me to pursue it, but they also, I don't believe, were notified that that was the case.
Were they ever notified that that was the case?
I don't believe so. I can't find any record that we had that conversation.
And so then, in a case as serious as this, no one looked further to ensure that that was either true or not true?
Not that I'm aware of. We were asked to focus on the cocaine and the fentanyl, and that is what we focused on.
Methamphetamines, that is a type of controlled substance as well, is it not?
There are rare prescriptions for it. They do exist, but typically it is an illicit substance.
And it would be in a Schedule II drug?
Oh, I'm not sure what it's scheduled as. Scheduling changes quite often. I try not to memorize them.
you're a forensic toxicologist who tests substances and you try not to remember the schedules of the drugs you're testing?
I don't memorize them because they can vary by state sometimes as to how it's being applied. So I do not memorize the exact scheduling of the drugs because they do sometimes change as well. The FDA changes, or the Controlled Substances Act can change them from time to time. So I prefer to look them up when asked than to rely on memory for things like that.
Do you remember what schedule cocaine is in?
Off the top of my head, no.
Now, in regards to the comforter, there were other things that were found as well, wasn't there?
You're asking about the findings.
Yes, ma'am, the findings. There was a test for cocaethylene, wasn't it?
On the comforter,
Yes, ma'am.
it may have been included in the scope of that test.
Okay.
I believe so.
And just so that we're clear, we're talking about the vomit that was found on the comforter at Jade Benning's apartment. That's what we're testing, right? On litigation packet 231292885.
Okay.
Now, I'm asking, I want to make sure that's what we're testing, the vomit.
Yeah, so I'm looking, it looks like the samples are listed here. There's one labeled SD, and then at the end of it, it says G1, 1 plus 99, and then there's G1, 1 plus 9. So those are the dilutions.
Okay. So if we look at, and let me orient you. Well, let me do it a better way. This is going to be, I'm sorry, page 789 of the litigation packet. Do you see that 007?
Yes.
And just so that we are clear, .007 is the case sample. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the case sample will be the exact piece of fabric created with the vomitus on it, correct?
Yes.
there is a presence of cocaethylene, albeit it's not above the reporting limit, but it is present, correct?
Can you scroll to the right so I can see if the ion ratio is in?
It was in.
It was in, okay.
Okay. So, that means the presence of cocaethylene was there, wasn't it?
There are indications, yes.
But that wasn't reported in or told, was it? On your findings.
It was under the detection limit.
Wouldn't it have been, though, important to state that cocaethylene was present, albeit it was under the detection limit, but just so that we have a clear picture of what's going on? Wouldn't that be important?
But that would go against reporting standards.
There was also another finding. Page 450 of the litigation packet. This is for fentanyl, isn't it?
Yes, that's the fentanyl quant.
And you see where I've marked there. There was also a finding of fentanyl in the vomitus, correct?
Based on how low this is, I would want to look at the chromatography there and ensure it wasn't noise. That's very low.
But it was present, based on these findings here, right?
There is some activity in that window, but I would want to look at the chromatography to ensure that it was an accurate peak shape, and that it looked consistent with kind of an accurate fentanyl response.
But if we looked at these findings, these reportings, it's present, isn't it? It's below the limit, but it's there.
Without looking at that chromatography, I don't want to make that statement, because you can have noise in that window. You can have peaks and background noise in there, which will give you some of these low lingering values. So that is where we have multiple pieces of criteria for accepting a result.
So if this wasn't noise there, then it would, according to these numbers, it would be present.
There may be some indications of it there, yes. If the peak was acceptable, it looked visually acceptable.
Okay. And if it was, then not only if it wasn't, we'll verify that. There would not only be cocaethylene present in the vomitus, it would also be fentanyl.
Based on the totality of the case, I would say it potentially means presence of fentanyl across that comforter, just because we know that there was a fentanyl presence in that negative control located other places on the comforter. I can't necessarily state that it was in the vomitus itself.
And in fact, you're right. In another spot on that same comforter, in another place, you found fentanyl.
Yes.
And this was before Ms. Benning ever went to Vanderbilt, correct?
I have no idea when the comforter was collected.
Now, I want to now draw your attention to NMS Work Order 230-78883. If you look at the original report for litigation packet 230-7883, what is that representing in terms of the matrix here?
This is a urine matrix.
And what's the date on the collection of that urine matrix?
It was provided to us as February 25th, 2023 at 22:59.
However,
That's when it was taken, right?
there was in fact another report generated just some 10 days before trial started. Do you see that?
Yes.
And labeled corrected report. Do you see that?
Yes.
And in this report, dated 3/22/23, there was in fact a finding of fentanyl, correct?
Yes.
And this would have been in the blood of, in the urine of Jade Benning on 2/25/23 at 10:59 p.m., correct? According to this report.
The results didn't change. The only change to the report is the collection date and time. Correct.
Right. Because 10 days before we started trial, you issued another report that's your signature, correct?
It is my signature, yes.
On June 9th, 26. And you issued another report with a whole nother day, correct?
This was based on the request of the DA's office. They had information stating that the original time provided on the requisition form was incorrect and had asked us to correct it to make the report accurate.
Now, a common practice in medical records and forensic toxicology and things like that is to not change dates and times and things of that nature, isn't it?
If changes are made, it should be noted or highlighted what the change is, but it does happen sometimes. Sometimes the name provided to us is misspelled or the wrong name's provided.
That's a different
Sometimes the requisition form is provided with an incorrect date or time. It happens a lot, especially in driving under the influence investigations. So we do get asked to do corrected reports with demographic information.
Then I want to draw your attention to litigation packet 230-86183. And that is the report that we talked about earlier, where you issued a new report as the new analyst simultaneously with the report ending in 889. You remember us talking about that earlier?
I do.
Now, the original date on this report is March 17th of 2023. You see that?
I do see it.
And there was a report issued prior to that on March 13th of 2013.
Yes, there was. It was a preliminary report, so testing had not completed.
Okay, so the 313 was the preliminary report, and then the final report would have been 317 of 23. Is that right?
Correct.
And you weren't the original analyst there, as we discussed.
I was not. Yes, I was not on the original reports.
And then you issued the corrected report on that one. Is that right?
Corrected in this case is my signature.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, and this, okay. So the only thing that was corrected was your signature in that report.
That was the only difference noted for that one, yes.
Okay. Now I want to draw your attention to, let me find it. Litigation packet 231-57452. Do you see the original date on this report?
So the original date would have been June 8th, 2023, and then the supplemental report was issued June 21st, 2023.
Okay. And so that the jury is aware, there is fentanyl present in this report as well, correct?
So to clarify, this is the same urine sample from the report that had the corrected time. The difference here is that the original urine came in through Vanderbilt and came in as a clinical sample. During the course of the investigation, it was asked that the sample be transferred to the ownership of the Metro Nashville Police Department. And so when that happened, a new work order was assigned to that exact same sample. It's the same urine sample. And it was then entered in under Metro Nashville with additional testing added.
Okay. And the additional testing would have been the testing for the fentanyl?
You can see the 3 tests there. We were asked to test for cocaine, designer opioids, and fentanyl.
Okay. And that's the report for June 21st, right?
There was a original request.
So I'm getting confused because earlier she said, right, they only tested for designer drugs, which would include analogs of fentanyl, but not the fentanyl that like a hospital or like a medical purpose fentanyl would be. So now this is when they're wanting to test for the hospital fentanyl when they do this report. That seems like the purpose of running these new pairs of reports with the supplemental testing, right?
You're speaking of this one? Right.
Yes, on June 8th. And then the supplemental is the one on the 21st. So the supplemental, they asked us to do an additional test. And so supplemental refers to additional testing was performed.
Sure. And on June 8th, there was the presence of 4-ANPP, correct?
Correct.
And 4-ANPP is commonly known as an illicit form of fentanyl, isn't it?
That's misleading. It can be a natural metabolite of medical grade fentanyl. It can also be a manufacturing ingredient in the making of illicit fentanyl. It's the same drug either way. It's chemically very similar to fentanyl. So it can be present both as a metabolite or as some sort of a precursor material for fentanyl.
However, if it was a medical grade of fentanyl, we would expect to see norfentanyl as well, wouldn't we?
That was not included in the scope of the test that this 4-ANPP came
It was
from.
on the paper.
Well, then let's take a look at the 621.
Yeah,
Because they
it's
did ask
listed.
you to test for norfentanyl, didn't they?
Yes,
Okay. And that's where you see it here, right?
yes.
Okay. But we still see 4-ANPP.
So the original results from the report on June 8th are still on there. And then you see the new results from the additional tests asked for.
And if we look at the collection of this urine from Ms. Benning, what is the date? Let's start here on the report of June 8th of 2023.
So it was the date provided originally from the original submission from Vanderbilt. It was dated as February 25th, 2023 at 22:59.
And then on June 21st report, what is the date of the urine that was collected?
It's still the same date, February 25th, 2023 at 22:59.
And we talked earlier that you rely on whatever the matrix or the vial that is sent to you and the sticker that's placed there by the agency that sent it to you, correct?
To fill out this portion of the report,
Yes.
this is based on the requisition form. But if you see there's a note underneath with the status of the urine, it said it was thin and brown with a chunk. We also noted that there was some additional label sticker on that urine container. And this is something we do with forensic reports.
Now, let's talk about that. A brown chunk within urine. Urine is not commonly chunky, is it?
Not commonly, but you can see a wide variety of things in urine if you do enough urine testing. It can be different colors. It can have infectious colonies in it. If someone has an infection, there can be some pretty strange and unusual things in there.
But it also could be because it wasn't stored properly, and as a result, a buildup of bacteria or something formed within it as well, correct?
That's what I mean by colonies. There could be something in there, yes.
And then that would yield it questionable about whether or not we should even be relying on these tests, right?
Metabolization.
How so?
If something is formed and created inside of the very matrix that we're testing and we're relying on something as important as this, bacteria shouldn't grow to the point that it becomes clunky, should it?
These are forensic cases at this point, and so they're a once-in-a-lifetime sample. So we get samples in a lot of different forms of decay, and it's the only samples we have available to test. So it impacts the interpretation of the results, but it doesn't impact our ability to physically test that sample, if that makes sense.
It does. However, the first time that that urine was tested, there was no notation that a chunk was present, was there?
That is not part of the process for accessioning and inventorying a clinical sample. So it's possible it was there, it's just not part of that standard process. Clinical samples are treated differently than forensic samples. They undergo a different process.
I'm speaking about when it was originally tested with NMS.
Correct.
That urine was tested before, and there was no notation that there was a brown chunk in it.
It's not part of that. Notating something like that is not part of the inventorying and accessioning process on the clinical side.
Then why was it reported here if it's not part of the process?
Because now you've switched to forensic. You moved from Vanderbilt Hospital clinical sample, and then it was switched over, ownership, testing, responsibility there, to Metro Nashville PD, which is a forensic agency.
Okay, I'm sorry, I must have misled you as to what I was asking. I'm speaking about, for example, in litigation report 230788883, the same urine, there was no notation of a brown chunk, was there?
Correct. I believe I just answered that. This is the clinical sample. It is not part of our clinical inventorying process to make notations like that.
But you made it here.
That became a forensic agency sample at that point.
So it wasn't a forensic agency here?
Not due to the agreements with the samples and the testing ordered. We separate that accessioning process between a clinical sample and a forensic sample.
So are you stating that when Ms. Benning, when Metro Police Department sent you this blood and sent you this urine, that you didn't realize that it was for the purpose of an investigation?
Originally, no, it came through as a clinical sample and a clinical request from a hospital.
And so even though then what you're saying is that because it came from a hospital, if a brown chunk was inside of this very urine that you now had to homogenize, right? Because you stated earlier that you can't test a chunk of something. You have to unhomogenize it, right?
Correct.
And if you had to homogenize it, surely whether it was clinical or forensic, you would know that, wouldn't you?
The look and status of the sample on the clinical side is not noted as it is on a forensic sample. It's a different process. Clinical samples, there's a faster turnaround time. It's verifying that the unique either medical record code or whatever that patient ID code is matches what's on the tube, and then those samples are prioritized and run very quickly. They have a very quick turnaround time because usually it's a diagnostic request where medical treatment may be waiting on the results of that sample, so they are prioritized and put through very quickly. Forensic is taking your time more, documenting more, because there is that threat of possible litigation purposes down the road. So there is more documentation, and it is a different process from the clinical. It's just due to the purpose of those tests and those samples.
And to be clear, guys, for the last 3 days now, the critical samples at issue are the clinical samples. So, because remember, we had Dr. Carney send in a note asking Vanderbilt to preserve these early samples. And the state is relying on those to say, look, fentanyl, all this other stuff wasn't present in the early stages. It only became present after the hospital administered fentanyl. But this witness is telling us what a lot of people have been saying in the chat. I don't know if you guys have like medical backgrounds or where you guys have the knowledge, but a lot of people have been saying, look, clinical tests are not supposed to be used for forensic purposes. There's specifically forensic samples and clinical samples for a reason with different purposes. And I do agree with this witness saying like this was a once in a lifetime possibility to be able to go and get this initial sample. The time frames matter, and this is the only thing we had available. I feel I understand why they want to try to look and see if it can tell them anything. What I don't like is at the same time, if we're trying to look at this thing, knowing it's not a forensic sample, to have to look towards the jury and give a long-winded explanation why, oh, there's a brown chunk, but who knows, we just don't usually document that, or, that's misleading. No, we are trying to address the issues. It's fair game. If you want to use something that's not meant to be used for a forensic purpose, for litigation, for legal purposes in the future, if you want to be able to use this at trial, then we need to go over why it's a concern to use such a thing at trial. And I think this witness isn't doing herself any favors with these longer answers, personally speaking.
And so you're testifying that if someone is in the hospital and there's a doctor somewhere waiting on the results of this test, and you had to homogenize it, you had a chunk found in that urine, you're stating that you would not let that doctor know who's going to depend on your findings in order to what type of treatment he will give this patient, that you would not inform him that there's a chunk in it and it had to be homogenized. Is that what you're saying to the jury?
If at the time that sample came in and was accessioned on the clinical side, so accessioning is when it's first entered and inventoried, if the technicians in the receiving department deemed that the sample was unsuitable for the testing requested to be performed, they would actually cancel the request and say we can't do it. So they determined at the time that sample arrived, there was enough sample in the correct format to perform the testing requested.
And no notation of a chunk was present?
It's not part of that process.
Okay. Nonetheless, notwithstanding all of that,
10 days before trial, another report was issued, corrected report, correct?
Yes.
And that same urine, the date was changed to 2/26/9/22. Is that right?
Yes.
and you weren't the original person who created or performed this test either, right?
Actually, I was the original person that signed both that clinical and then this subsequent one, which is why I knew that it had been transferred ownership between the hospital to Metro Nashville PD. That is why they asked me to be the reviewer for this one, so that we maintained the same person throughout that chain.
Okay, so you were the one who elected not to put the brown chunk on the report.
No, it's just not part of the process for the clinical side. It is not part of our standard operating procedure. It is not noted for clinical samples.
Okay. I want to now take you to in the medical records for VUNC page 69 and 70.
Do you see at the bottom of this page a collection of urine at 22:59 for a urine drug screen? You see that?
I do.
And then you see another specimen collected, urine drug screen with ID numbers attached to it. You see that?
I see it.
And at the top of page 7, you also see 2259, urinalysis microscopy. You see that?
I do.
That would coincide with the original documentation on those reports as it relates to the urine that NMS received for Jade Benning, would it not?
That was the original, yes, date and time noted.
And much like that, I would take you to page 116 of the medical records.
Do you see where it says addendum cocaine screen from ARUP, which is the metabolite BZE resulted from 227 at 8:23 a.m. was positive? Do you see that notation?
I do.
And that would
Kari.
coincide with what I will mark as Defendant's Exhibit 3
Of the ARUP result and the urine here. 227.
Do you see that?
I do.
Much like we just saw with,
Oh, okay, we'll mark exhibit.
Oh,
They won't
okay.
be defense exhibits,
Oh,
they'll just be in number.
and then finally, Dr. Midthun, we were able to, let's go back to the fentanyl.
And remember you stated that you wanted to look at the windows and the peaks in the windows?
Yes.
You see that?
I do. You can see, so if you look across the top of the page, the D5 is our internal standard. So those are looking appropriate. If you look at the two on the right-hand side, we look at two separate ions when we're looking here. So the first is our target ion. The second one on the right is a qualifier ion. And we do see some slight indications here. This is a nice peak shape. It looks that nice bell curve shape. But you also do see that qualifier on the back side has a long tail on the right side. So it's not a great peak, but it does look to be a possible indication of fentanyl there. It is not background noise. It's a possible indication.
Correct. So there is a possible indication of fentanyl in the vomitus on the comforter of Jade Benning.
There's a possible indication from that sample swatch, yes.
Thank you, I pass it.
So, I'll rewind so we're not talking over the prosecutor here. So now, yesterday we heard there is a control. They tried to take a swab from a different area of the blanket that didn't appear to be stained. And oops, there was a fentanyl read. We can't explain that. Had to have happened before it got to our lab. Now, in one of the samples from the patches where there was vomit, there's a possible indication of fentanyl. This defense team really did their research. Really did their research. And if I've been harsh on them, eating my words right now. Because this is why they've been quote unquote ranting and raving. This is knowledge that they've had their expert look at, that they've had in their back pocket for all of these arguments and all of the other questions they've asked thus far. And like, I don't get why the state didn't just own this. Like, what would have been the issue if they said he gave her a concoction with cocaine and fentanyl? But it's like they wanted to distance fentanyl away from the ingestion so bad. And the only thing I can draw from that is they were worried that the presence in non-puke areas are going to make it look like Jade, there was at least the presence of illicit substances not related to what was ingested that night detected in her apartment. And they didn't want it to become an issue that, hey, maybe the presence is explained by continued use. And this is why all of this, when you're going through opening statements, to see some commentary like, oh, this is victim blaming. Why would the defense attorney be pointing out that this beautiful woman would have been using drugs when she had a baby? It's critical to the defense. For the defense to not get into that material would be to be ineffective assistance of counsel. I'm impressed. And also disappointed that, you know, I don't know if every defendant can afford a witness who can go through these thousands of pages or whatever.
Any read your right.
All right, before we do that, let me pay my respects. When it's a witness like this, guys, I really am all focused on note taking. But it's not to ignore the kind things that you guys are saying, becoming members here. Official Infusions, and thank you. Official Infusions just saw that you were a phlebotomist. And I know you've been giving like these tidbits, these FYIs on different things that are important to know in like a medical setting and how these blood draws work. I didn't know you were a phlebotomist until I just saw your recent comment. So thank you for all the insights you've been sharing. Thank you also for becoming a member. Texas Rose, thanks for becoming a member. I feel like you've been a member before too. I feel like Official Infusions has been a member before too. If you guys want to like tell me your actual anniversary amount, go ahead, because YouTube's just telling me 1 month. Nika says, the defense attorney comes off aggressive. This was earlier today. I think a lot of people feel this way, right? I think a lot of people feel this way. I thought maybe it was risky when she objected in front of the jury right before we were getting that corrective instruction about the misread text message, because it could bring the jury's attention to an instruction they might otherwise ignore. So I think it's important to note that people might not like her style. This is a Tennessee jury. She might be, from what I'm aware of, like an out-of-town attorney. And to me, Nashville's big city. I don't think it's going to be big city lawyer coming into small town. But Nashville versus some other cities still have different dynamics, and there might be something similar to that effect. So I think it is important to consider that whether jurors should or not, I don't think they should, but I think they do, see a client through the lens of the attorney representing them, especially if the client themselves isn't speaking, isn't personalized to the jury. So very important insights here. Thank you so much for being a member for a super long time and for coming and hanging out with us. Angela Blackwell becoming a member. Thank you so much. We got GA Cat Mom. Thank you for your insights hanging out here. Also, got to see a lot of your thoughts with the George Pino trial. So thank you for coming and hanging out for a new trial and letting us know what you think here. Couch Detective, thanks for becoming green. Thank you so much. Kind of scared to ask. Are you investigating couches or are you just being a detective from the couch? Which one? And then Ad for Dread. I want you guys to take a look at Ad for Dread's evolution through the cross-examination we just watched. And thank you for all your support here, Ad for Dread. So starting off right in the beginning here, Ad for Dread's position was, look, this defense attorney, she needs to get away from this line of questioning. I said it when she got in here yesterday. So we've got this long-winded, we're going through the procedures and starting to get into the, are you peer-reviewed, right? And is that something that, with this witness who was pushing back, who was not just like, oh, yeah, I messed something up. She did not want to give any rope to the defense attorney. Is it bad when a defense attorney goes on too long? Does it start to come off as desperate? And I think based on some of the perceptions that I'm seeing floated around about this defense team, I think that that is a viable concern. And so Afridred's like, no, get away from that. And then is like, all right, well, now she's back to cooking. This is reasonable doubt. It shows that she possibly could have been getting high. So why not test it? But instead just go off the friend saying, trust me, bro, that this is what I heard this night. And again, the state's case could be so much stronger right now if they tested that hair strand. They collected hair. They didn't test it. And then we had some, another mention today, right around the time after Dredd sent this, about the amino acid testing where they had indications on the methamphetamine plate and the cannabinoid plate of presence. And we didn't really address the methamphetamine part, but the witness is like, look, the cannabinoids, that was present across a bunch of the samples, even a control sample. So it's likely it was a buffer issue with how we were performing these tests, which that raises a separate concern. But then she's like, we didn't do further testing. We weren't, the agency, the investigating agency didn't approve for us to do further testing. And that's typically money, right? Keep the costs down. But that's another thing that the state could have followed up on. And they didn't. They didn't want to do further analysis to see like, hey, should we change the solution that we're using for this test? That way these cannabinoids aren't even showing up in the control. Let's find a method of testing where our control is clean. But they didn't do that. So that's what we've got. If they did that, then the defense wouldn't have been able to argue that. We'd be in a much stronger position. And maybe that's the type of reason you would say, all right, we want to expend the resources and costs for that. And I don't know why that decision wasn't made. Tiff Knox, thank you for becoming a member. After Dredd also said, look, this guy's walking, and I'm nervous. Again, I'm sensitive about Tennessee juries because of the Holly Bobo case, which I know was a different county, but like, I don't know. The Holly Bobo verdict just makes me feel like, beautiful girl, if you tell me somebody did it, I'm going to get justice and convict that person. That's how I walked away from the Holly Bobo trial. And I don't think that the facts in this case are remotely similar to the Holly Bobo case. But that case, that verdict has just been such a thorn in my side that I'm not sure that I would agree that a person in this position accused of harming a beautiful girl in general is just going to easily walk out just because a defense attorney created some doubt. Just a nervous thing I always have as a feeling. Let's see. You're guilty because you're on trial, and you've really got to fight to get away from that. And I don't think that should be the way it is. But anyway, let me read this in full. This guy's walking out unless they got something that shows or proves he gave her the drink. Is his DNA on the cup or something that links him to her cup? Well, remember, the state to me doesn't seem to have any such thing on the cups because the types of questions they've been asking, which their questions aren't evidence, but the questions they're asking are questions like, could the cup have been washed? Would you expect to see the presence of something if a cup had been washed? Might it come back like absent of any forensic information of use? Those types of questions suggest that they don't have any type of result that they can use to show that there was residual cocaine on any of the glasses that they tested. I also don't understand why it seems like they didn't seem to collect all of the cups in the house. Like, it's my impression that they tested the glasses that they saw on the table, but might not have collected the tumbler sitting next to the sink that kind of looked like the tumbler that was on the island counter. They don't collect the tumbler that was near the nightstand. And I don't know, like, what if she was driving home from work that day and when she went to Walmart and met with someone, they're like, oh, here, take some of this. Like, test all of it. Why not test all of it? And they didn't even collect all of the possible drinking cups. So the ones that they did test, though, it doesn't seem like they have anything they can point to that says he touched these items and there was this residual on it, because they're trying to get ahead of the absence of such information. Just my take. But I agree. And I think it's problematic that they didn't collect all that they should have from that apartment. Just a hot mess. So thank you big time for all your support, and of course for sharing your thoughts. You do not need to super chat just to share your thoughts, but I appreciate that you're supporting while you chat. Marcia, the animal lover, love the name, love animals, says, love your coverage here and Pinot trial. Oh, I wish we had a chat all the time for the Pinot trial. I really would have loved that. What a unique experience to watch a trial where we couldn't have the chat on while the trial is streaming. Thank you for hanging out for another trial. Definitely let us know your thoughts on this one. And thank you for the 2. And then also I want to give some love. I'm going to say Charisse. I don't want to say the full name for thank you over on the Cash App. So big thank you guys. Keeping the show going. Yeah, and CCGTV saying Letitia's worth every penny. I mean, I think her whole team helped prepare this, but also yes. Also yes. Also yes here. Let's see. And real quick, what are you guys feeling right now on predictions on the state resting? You think they're going to finish up today? You think they're going to go to Monday? What do you think? What do you think? And we'll have lunch to skip. Don't worry, guys. We will get caught up. Adela's like, hey, so are they pushing a narrative instead? I don't know. Interesting to send in for additional testing 10 days before trial. All right, a lot of these comments are you guys discussing with each other all the @names, which I love to see. Stacy says, legit question, is some doubt beyond reasonable doubt? Can't you weigh the some doubt against the proven facts? So every state, I should look up what their current language is. But usually the standard reasonable doubt, it will in some way or form be defined as an abiding conviction of guilt, an unwavering, right? So some doubt isn't just like, well, pigs can fly, right? That's not an option. But reasonable, anything that reasonably could have happened that the state hasn't eliminated, a defense attorney is going to argue, if you think that there's still another possibility, another way this could have happened, and the state hasn't proven to you that the only way this could have happened is not just by Blaise, but Blaise putting something in a liquid that Jade then ingests, then you cannot convict, right? And they're going to harp on each angle, the specifics of their theory, right? Because the state seems to be locked in with this theory that it was put into a pink drink. Factual Lies suggesting a Pinot rewatch with the chat. Do you guys want to listen to Laura Adams again? That was her case to lose, for real, I think. I don't know. Desi's predicting arrest today. Amanda says no way. Dizzy says not without Apple. Laura says Monday. I heard them read 4 witness names total, so... Megzladon says no way, they're definitely going to go into Monday. They have Apple, the detective, and the bomb. I guess I'm kind of thinking the state might not have all that much to ask of Reese. I feel like they should, but I don't know if I think he'll be like some detectives in cases. They're on the stand for like 3, 4, or 5 days. But here, I don't know. I don't know. All right, so everybody's thinking too soon. All right, guys, so let's get into this redirect. Oh, you guys are saying no to the Pinot rewatch also. Yeah, we had two poll questions, 2 chat questions going on at once. Getting mixed confusion here.
Madam Clerk, I am going to need a couple of exhibits. Pass to the witness.
Sorry, one more thing. And with the reasonable doubt question, remember the state has these 4 charges here. So they do have a pathway, a theory where if you believe the defendant was just trying to like dose but not kill Jade, they have the felony murder charges there to cover that, to encompass that possibility, right? So the theories that the jury could find is you intended to kill both of them. You intended to give a lethal dose and maybe not kill one or both of them, but cause something to happen, right? Both of those theories are encompassed by the 2 murder charges and the 2 felony murder charges.
Can we have exhibit 34? and 39.
Thank you.
Dr. Midthun, you've just been handed exhibits 34 and 39. Exhibit 34 should be the CFSRE report 00-92. And then exhibit 39 should be the NMS litigation packet that begins with a 15-page report. And I don't know if they left the post-it on the analysis requisition form.
It's still there.
And yesterday you testified to this on direct, and we kind of synced up the two NMS work orders on these two separate reports, and you said that they matched, correct?
Yes.
And then I asked you to look in the litigation paperwork so that you could verify the very specific specimen ID from Vanderbilt University Medical Center. And you were able to do that, and we talked about the specific barcode and that there was a specimen ID, and that was something very specific to this requisition form. Is that right?
Yes.
And this particular sample, that first urine at 2259, was sent to NMS, and NMS transferred it to CFSRE, correct?
Correct.
It wasn't tested at NMS. CFSRE did the testing on this particular sample.
Vanderbilt specifically called and told us not to test this sample, and specifically asked us to transfer it over to CFSRE. So the testing on it was canceled at the request of a doctor at Vanderbilt.
And yesterday we matched this up with the specific VUMC medical record with that specific specimen ID, so we know the exact time.
Yes.
And then on direct testimony, I did not ask you any questions about the NMS work order number 23078883 that then transferred to 231574452. I did not ask you any questions. We did not submit those reports. Is that correct?
I don't recall. There have been a lot of work orders. I don't believe so.
If it's not one of the exhibits, would you agree with me?
If it's not one of the exhibits, yes, I agree.
And so now I would like to ask that this witness be passed the first 6 pages of the litigation packet associated with 23078883. And if you could go to the last page, which is the 6th page.
Yes.
And on this, we have a requisition form that has that same date on it, but we are missing a barcode and a specimen ID on the requisition form. Is that correct?
Correct.
Which that is the thing that allows us to tell us which specimen this is.
It helps identify it, yes.
And so I'm putting up the requisition ID from on the left of the screen. We have the sample that was sent to CFSRE that was not tested at NMS with the barcode. And then we have on the right, the one defense counsel was just asking you about. The state did not submit this testing. And we don't have a barcode, but we have the exact same date, time, and it almost looks completely identical. Is that correct?
Yes, they're very similar, yes.
And we know that this one on the left with barcode, that one you see FSRE, that is the one with the barcode and the specimen ID that matches the medical records. And that is what Dr. Krolewski testified to in the report that you have in your hand. It all matches up, correct?
Yes.
And this one on the right, it does not match up because it doesn't have the correct information, does it?
It doesn't have additional information.
And you were asked recently to update the report because the report had a collection time that we knew was incorrect.
Correct.
And so if anyone were to submit the NMS reports during this trial, the one thing we knew is that date and time was not right, and we did not want it reflected on the report that would go into evidence. Is that correct?
The original released reports were deemed to have the incorrect time, so yes.
Is it correct, Dr. Midthun, that we actually discussed that well in advance? It was just when we were getting close to trial, we realized the report itself had never been changed.
Yes, we've been discussing this since at least October of last year.
And part of that is why additional tests for fentanyl were run, just to ensure that that first urine and that first blood that only had cocaine in it, that everything was correct. And all the subsequent testing that has cocaine and fentanyl, that is all after medical treatment.
It was not always clear why they were adding extra testing at the time they were doing so. So now in the context and years later, having that information, it makes more sense. From my side, I only knew that they were asking us to add fentanyl at the time to verify if fentanyl was present. So in the context of time passing and understanding more of what happened here, it makes sense why more of that testing was added and why it was transferred over the way it was.
Okay, so we cleared that up. Let's go back to the comforter. You were asked a lot of questions about fentanyl on the comforter, and you said that that can be noise, and that if you had kind of that noise marker in multiple places, and you would not say that it meant there was any fentanyl connected to the actual sample that tested positive for cocaine.
I think to clarify, I don't feel that the fentanyl necessarily can be stated it was from the vomit. It could be on the comforter. It could have been on the fabric or the swatch.
Still a problem.
I can't draw a parallel and say that it was connected to the vomitus necessarily. It could be an artifact that was on the comforter because we have low levels in other locations in the absence of the cocaine.
And you said that that was a trace amount, correct?
It was a very low quantity, well below the detection limit.
And that could be from some type of external contamination.
Certainly.
And
Sounds like a defense attorney asking questions.
Hollins spent a lot of time asking you about peer review, and I don't think we were really talking about peer review. Dr. Midthun, you actually have published on this process that you utilize to test the comforter, but actually this particular comforter and the testing that you did in this case. Is that correct?
It is one of the cases in a case series. Myself and other toxicologists with NMS who performed this type of unique testing. We did publish a paper last year. It has been, I guess, peer-reviewed or reviewed as part of the journal writing process and deemed acceptable by peers in our field.
And I would ask that the witness be passed a document, which you provided a copy of your published journal article during our discussions in preparation for trial.
Yes.
Which that was also provided to the defense counsel.
Yes.
And so the questions about your handwritten notes, that is your process. It is something that is unique because not very many people do it. Is that correct?
That's fair. Yes.
And we've talked about the fact that many times that as a forensic toxicologist that you might do that re-review and create your own opinion, do the analysis again, have your own expert opinion, and then you recertify a report. But this process is very unique and specific. Is that right?
This one's very unique. I mean, it's still technically reviewed by another toxicologist who is authorized to do this type of testing. So I'm not just putting reports and results out there without other individuals looking over what I have done, the conclusions I have made, and technically reviewing them and administratively reviewing them to ensure the accuracy of that report that I put out.
And you did that particular testing. You did some other testing in this case, and we did make a request of you if you could come to be our one witness, that we wouldn't have to have a minimum of 3 people from NMS testifying about the same testing.
Correct.
And I think there's been a lot said of somehow that recently happened, but we started talking about that at the end of last year.
We did. To avoid having at least 3 individuals, potentially more, coming from the laboratory. We were trying to simplify and see if one person could come instead of multiple.
And I know that I don't email you directly. Tasha is kind of our go-between. But if I have an email from December of 2025 where Tasha said, we will go ahead and start that process, is it fair to say that you might have started analyzing things a little bit earlier?
Objection, leading bill.
Okay, do you want to show her some email? Do you know?
I don't know any personal communications between her and Tasha is in our expert services department, so it's a department devoted to helping and assisting us with court and with legal proceedings. And she has been heavily involved in communicating with the DAs, so it would not surprise me, but I don't know specifically what was stated in those emails.
Which, Dr. Midthun, in all of the testing, it is consistent that there is cocaine or its metabolites only in the first blood, the first urine, as well as the testing that you did on the comforter. And it's after Ms. Benning was in the hospital that fentanyl shows up in any of the samples. And that is all very consistent. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, Dr. Midthun.
Any other questions?
Yes, Reese. Just so that we're clear, there was no medical professional from Vanderbilt Medical Hospital, University Hospital, that called you and said those dates for the collection of that urine for the drug screen is wrong.
No, the request always came from the DA's office.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. You can, what are you wanting her to do with this journal?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I think it can just be marked for identification. I didn't really have her go into great detail about it.
Okay. I'll give that top document to the clerk. Mark 48 for D.
Wow, the rest of this note.
Let's give it to the state.
And I apologize, Judge, I thought we were just talking about the article. I would like the 6 pages entered as an exhibit.
Okay, litigation, first 6 pages, or election 49. All right, thank you. You can step down and be excused.
Am I released or will I be recalled?
Any reason this young lady needs to remain?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Run
Who was the
away.
next witness, please?
Ms. Johnson, Ms. Michael Johnson.
Okay.
Okay, wait. Michael's a lady.
Good morning, Ms. Johnson. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Michael Johnson, Micaljohnson.
And Ms. Johnson, where were you employed back in 2023?
The Tennessee Titans,
How long were you with the Tennessee Titans?
from 2020 to 2025.
And did you know Blaise Taylor?
I did.
Okay, how did you know Mr. Taylor?
He was a coworker.
This better be the Coke explanation, how we
Was
got it.
Mr. Taylor employed with the Titans back in 2020 when you started?
He was.
And what was your position with the Titans?
I started as an intern and then I was a scouting assistant.
And what was Mr. Taylor's position with the Titans?
Pro Scout.
And can you explain to the jury what the difference is between a scouting assistant and a pro scout?
A scouting assistant handles more logistics, as helping shuttle players around, but they also have scouting responsibilities, scouting reports, covering players. A pro scout has more scouting, watch film, reports, those types of duties.
And do scouting assistants and pro scouts have interaction? Do you work together?
Yes, we work together on a handful of projects, and there's a lot of interaction between players. Just as things come up, we work together on a lot of things.
And about how many pro scouts were employed with the Titans back in February of 23, if you recall?
There was 2,
Okay. And who were they?
Blaise and Brandon.
And can you describe for the jury what your day looked like working with the Titans and what your hours were and things like that?
It depended on the day, but in general, we would get there around 7. You'd have breakfast, you'd get started on some reports, you might have a meeting, then you'd go out to practice if the team is in season, out to practice, come back, have lunch, get back to your desk, work on something, you could have a meeting again. Then it's dinner time. Some people work out around dinner time, and you're usually there around 8 o'clock at night, typically.
Okay, you said breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Was it typical that you ate there at the Titans facility? You did everything there?
Everything there.
Okay. Can you talk to the jury a little bit about if you could take off for appointments, who you could talk to, kind of what that looked like if you were not going to be in the office?
If you were not going to be in the office, you would typically let someone know amongst your group, but in general, you also weren't really gone. You weren't really allowed to be gone. You're expected to be there most
Can you
days.
talk about groups? What was your group back in February of 23?
My group, I was one of 3 scouting assistants in a shared area. Blaise was also in our area. So it was kind of that group. There was a couple other people that weren't in the room with us, but that were our age, that we crossed over a lot with work. That was kind of our group.
Can you walk us through like what the workplace looked like, where you sat, where Mr. Taylor sat, things like that?
We were in a room with 4 cubicles. My desk, I was back to back with Blaise. We were on the same side, and then there was the other 2 scouting assistants were right on the other side in this space.
And were you back to back with Mr. Taylor from 2020 to 2023 or no?
No, that began in 21.
Okay. So prior to 2021, where were you? How close in proximity were you to Mr. Taylor?
Still in close proximity, in a shared space, but instead of being back to back, he might be across the way from me or kitty corner from me, still in the same room, same space.
And did you and Mr. Taylor talk almost daily at work?
Yes.
Okay. Did you and Mr. Taylor ever hang out in group settings outside of your workplace?
Yes, in group settings.
Okay. And prior to February of 23, were there any days that you can recall that Mr. Taylor seemed different at work?
Prior to February of 23, in the fall of 22, there was a day that he was asleep at his desk, and in general seemed a little bit quieter.
Okay, I was just about to ask you about that. What was Mr. Taylor's normal demeanor at work, and how did he normally act?
Your Honor, I would object to the demeanor evidence in regards to this particular case and this witness testimony.
Okay, I'll overrule objection. Go ahead.
You can answer.
I would say in general, quiet, but coworker, easy to get along with.
And at some point, did Mr. Taylor's demeanor behavior change?
I would say the fall of 22.
Okay. And other than that time that you talked about of him falling asleep at his desk, what else, if you can recall, what were you talking about?
I noticed on his phone a bit more. There'd be times that his computer wasn't on yet and the workday had started. And we're a few hours into the day and it's not on. Things like that.
And during those 3 years that you worked with Mr. Taylor, did he discuss his personal life often?
Not often, no.
Okay. Did Mr. Taylor ever talk about having a girlfriend?
He did not.
Okay. Did you ever know of Mr. Taylor to have a girlfriend or any specific female?
There was one name that I had heard, but other than that, there wasn't any particular one person.
Okay, and did you hear that name from Mr. Taylor?
Yes,
Okay, what was that name?
Xavier.
Okay. And any other comments about women that Mr. Taylor was dating, anything that he was saying?
In general, it was different women, or there was a comment, you don't bring sand to the beach. Just to me seemed like different women.
And Ms. Johnson, had you ever heard of the name Jade Benning?
No.
In taking your attention to specifically February of 23, did you know Mr. Taylor to have a steady girlfriend?
No.
And at any point, were you made aware that Mr. Taylor was expecting a baby?
No.
And did Mr. Taylor...
All right, so you guys are asking a lot of questions here. So why this is probably relevant, we heard the state say in opening that Blaise Taylor texts Xavier Winford, Miss Xavier Winford, on February 24th, which is the day before the incident with Jade, saying something to the effect of, I love you and need you to say you love me back.
No.
And did Mr. Taylor make any comments about being a father?
In general, the comments in casual conversation would be not ready yet, not anytime soon, things of that nature.
Now I want to take you to the week of February 27th, that Monday of 2023. Was that a big week for you all?
Yes, that was the week of the combine, NFL combine.
Okay, can you tell the jury why NFL Combine is big for the Tennessee Titans?
So it's a major college scouting event. It's a major scouting event where the coaches go, GMs go, scouts to see the upcoming draft class.
Okay, and you talk about scouts. Do you recall who was away during that week? of the 27th?
The college scouts, coaches, the GM, everybody in the building, not everyone in the building, but a majority of the staff.
Okay. Was Mr. Taylor still in Nashville?
Yes.
Okay. And had he made comments prior to the week of the 27th about that week of the 27th?
He did. He said, don't worry about coming in next week.
Okay. And how did you feel about that comment?
To me, it felt a little odd,
And why is that?
just because he didn't have the authority to tell us when to come to work or tell us when to come, when to leave.
And had Mr. Taylor ever told you prior to that week, don't worry about coming in?
No.
Okay. Monday, the 27th, do you recall that work day?
Yes, it was a regular day in the building, about 7. Just a regular going about business day.
Okay. And was Mr. Taylor at work?
He was,
Was he on time?
yes.
Can you tell me about Mr. Taylor's demeanor the Monday of the 27th?
It was normal, nothing out of the ordinary. It just seemed like a regular day.
Was Mr. Taylor at work all day?
He was.
The next day, Tuesday the 28th, what can you tell me about that day?
That day, he wasn't there, and the group of us that was still in the building, we were concerned where he was. Had anyone heard from him? And no one had. And it was until the afternoon that he was back.
You said you were concerned. Was it typical of Mr. Taylor not to come to work?
No.
And did you reach out to Mr. Taylor that day?
I personally did not.
Do you recall about what time Mr. Taylor showed up for work?
It was around 1 o'clock.
Do you remember how Mr. Taylor was acting when he came to work?
Yeah, he seemed normal. He said he had run an errand, or had an errand to run, and was just back. No need to worry.
Other than him not showing up till the afternoon, was that day normal for Mr. Taylor? Did he stay?
Regular, from what I remember.
And then Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of that week, March 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, was everything else seemingly normal with Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
Can you describe his demeanor?
The same, easy to be around person, same guy.
During that week, did Mr. Taylor ever mention Miss Benning?
No,
Did he ever mention his baby girl?
no,
Did Mr. Taylor ever seem upset that week of March 27th, or February 27th to March 3rd?
he didn't.
Okay. Was March 3rd the last day Mr. Taylor was at work? That Friday?
Yes,
He did not come back March 6th, that Monday?
no.
And did you have any contact with Mr. Taylor after March 3rd, that Friday?
No,
Did you reach out to tell Mr. Taylor happy birthday?
I did.
And then after March 3rd, did the Tennessee Titans release a good player? Okay, do you
Yes.
recall about when that was?
Yes, it was the 10th.
March 10th?
Yes.
Okay. Were you privy to a conversation involving Mr. Taylor about that specific player?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the jury about what Mr. Taylor said?
He called one of the scouting assistants next to me and asked.
Objection, Your Honor, policy hearsay unless you personally heard the conversation.
I did. I was
Ms.
in.
John, was the phone call on speaker?
Yes.
Okay, can you please tell the jury what Mr. Taylor said?
He asked if we had just released this player. It was big news for the team that day. And he answered, we said yes, or it was true. And then the scouting assistant asked, "Are you okay? Where are you?" We didn't know. And he said it was fine. everything's fine, just family stuff. And that was the end of the phone call.
And that was, do you recall if that was the 10th when you released
It was
Ben Jones?
Yeah, it's the 10th.
And at what point did you find out that Blaise Taylor had connections with Miss Jade Benning?
When I met with the detective in August.
And was it around that same time that you found out Miss Benning and her baby girl had passed away?
Yes.
Your Honor, if you'll give me 1 moment.
Have you gone final questions, maybe?
Ms. Johnson, do you see Mr. Taylor in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay. Could you point him out and describe something he's wearing for the court, please?
He's got the blue jacket on with the tie, gray tie.
Your Honor, if the record could reflect Ms. Johnson's identification of Mr. Taylor, please.
Okay.
And those are all my questions. Thank you.
Ms. Johnson, how are you?
Good.
Good. I am Letitia Quinones-Hollins. I'll be asking just a few questions. If at any time you don't understand, let me know. Okay, I'll do my best to rephrase. Ms. Johnson, how old are you?
29.
How old would you have been around the time that you were working with Mr. Taylor?
26, 25, 26, 27.
Can you tell me what is Advance Project
Advance.
with the Titans?
Advanced scouting.
Yes.
So you are traveling to, it's during the season, you travel to an opponent's game to get signals, and you come back, you report to the coaches on your findings, and it's all in preparation for the next week's game.
And let's talk about whether or not did you participate in advanced scouting?
I did.
And did Mr. Taylor participate in advanced scouting?
He did.
Were you guys' job duties pretty similar?
Yes.
Or would you say that Mr. Taylor had more responsibilities than you did?
He had more pro teams than I had to handle, but I had other picking up players, transporting them around Nashville, more of the logistics side than he had to handle.
Okay, so what were his duties?
To handle the pro teams he was assigned, and then a handful of other projects, kind of depending on the point in the year that we're in, what his involvement would be.
Now, how long would you say that you worked with Mr. Taylor?
2.5 years.
What is Mr. Taylor's birthday?
March 22nd.
That's when you called and
No, I texted.
texted him. And he was already gone from there, correct?
Yes.
But you felt that he was worth the text to text him.
Yes.
Where is he from?
Texas, I believe.
Do you know?
I do not know for sure.
And what, if anything, well, let me ask you, what's his favorite food?
That I don't know.
Who is his favorite player?
LeBron.
And where does he like to go for vacation?
That I don't know.
What school did he graduate from in terms of high school?
High school, I'm not certain.
Who was his first girlfriend?
I don't know.
Where's his father from?
I don't know.
Where's his mother from?
I don't know.
How old exactly is his sister?
you're
How
concerned about his family.
often did you and Mr. Taylor speak on the phone about personal things?
Never.
How many times when you had serious issues in your life did you call Mr. Taylor?
I did not.
So why, Ms. Johnson, would you expect for him to call you?
I don't.
How does Mr. Taylor deal with trauma?
I don't know.
You talked about when he came back to the office after February 25th that he just appeared normal.
I did not say after February 25th.
Well, when were you talking about when he came back and was normal after?
The
Of February
27th.
27th.
27th. You stated that he was just normal. What is the name? Let me ask you. Who is Dr. Sheila Peters?
She's a teen psychologist.
And what is her purpose?
To be a source for the team if there are any issues. I think mental health types of psychologists help.
And that's her primary purpose, or at least was in 2023, correct?
Defense
Yes.
calling her.
And you could have utilized her, right? The
Yes.
same way Mr. Taylor could have utilized her.
Yes.
Were you aware that he met with Dr. Peters on at least 2 occasions as a result of this incident?
No, I was not.
And if he would have met with the very person that the Titans provide for emotional and mental help, that would be consistent with someone who may have been concerned.
That is Ms. Johnson's.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection.
How many boyfriends did you tell Mr. Taylor about?
None.
And when you were 23, were you prepared to be a mother?
I don't know.
Because you're young, right?
I don't know.
Right. And it's nothing that really you even want to think about, was it?
If someone asked me, I wanted children, so I said that.
Well, would you agree that it's someone's personal choice as to when they want to become a parent?
Certainly.
And each one of us have our own day and time that we want to become a parent. Wouldn't you agree?
No,
We don't get to choose when we want to become a parent.
not necessarily.
Who gets to choose that for us?
God.
When Mr. Taylor left, how many times did you personally call him and talk with him?
I talked to him once.
You called him afterwards?
Oh, no.
Right. How many times after he left the Titans did you call and personally talk with him?
None.
The reason you didn't do that was because you guys just weren't close like that, were you?
No, we were instructed not to talk to him if we didn't have to.
But if he was someone that you would consider a close friend to share personal information with, you would have checked on him, wouldn't you?
Yes.
But you didn't consider him a close personal friend, did you?
He was a coworker.
And you were a coworker to him, right?
Yes.
And we don't necessarily share trauma, deep personal issues with our coworkers, right?
No.
And there's nothing wrong with that, is it?
No.
Now, you stated here today that he told you not to come to work the following week.
He said, don't worry about coming in.
Okay. Do you remember testifying before about this incident?
Yes.
And in that Did you ever say that he told you, don't worry about coming to work the following week?
I don't remember if I said that or not.
Would it be helpful to you if you were to review your testimony to refresh your memory?
Gonna read the
Sure.
whole thing like Keyaunte Jones. Carol says the Titans are glad this testimony's happening on the Saturday. Ah. Well, we have some forward time. She might be reading for a while. I don't know how long this statement is.
Did I say that?
Right. You didn't say that before, did you?
She just answered that.
And you never said it until today, isn't that true?
I've said it before. I wasn't asked
Was
a
it
question that made me answer that in this trial for the bond hearing.
And you didn't volunteer it either, did you?
No.
And that would have been something important when they asked you previously when you were going to testify. Wouldn't that have been something important to say if he told you don't come in the following week? The very week that's at issue?
I don't know.
Thank you, I'll pass the witness.
Can you read your
Just a few questions, Your Honor. Ms. Johnson, you were asked if Mr. Taylor was worth reaching out to on that 3/22 of 2023 date for his birthday, but you had no idea about Miss Benning and his baby girl at that point, did you?
No.
And Ms. Hollins asked you about how people responded to trauma. If your boyfriend was dying on a ventilator in the hospital, would you go to work?
No.
Okay, would you go to work the whole week and act normal?
No.
Those are all my questions, Your Honor.
What if it wasn't your boyfriend?
You're a woman, correct?
Yes.
And he's a man, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that men and women handle emotional things differently?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that men tend to more internalize things than women do?
Depends on the man.
Correct. It really just depends on the individual, doesn't it? Everyone doesn't respond the same, do they?
No.
And that means nothing, does it?
I don't know.
Thank you.
other question?
No, sir.
Thank you. You can step there.
All right, so they're gonna hide the camera that way they didn't show
Ladies
the
and gentlemen,
witness.
the jury, if you'll step down the hallway, we'll take a short break.
My read on that is like, this is people, I think, in good faith. I think this is always in good faith. People filling the gaps when they hear something crazy happen involving somebody that they're familiar with, somebody that they're aware of, somebody that is in their circle one way or another. You know, I don't think people do this to like come forward and get a vengeance. I think they're just trying to make sense of something and they work backwards and they fill in gaps that weren't really things that were happening in the moment. So no judgment on that. My judgment here is the state's decision to call a witness like this when we know they only have a few witnesses left. And to be fair, one of them is Detective Reese, who should have a substantive amount of things to talk about if asked, but I'm not so sure how I feel about that if they overlooked conversations with somebody named Danny Weed on the day of February 25th, how much Detective Reese actually looked through that was in front of him. But yeah, so I don't know. I don't know if we're going to hear from Sheila Pierce, Dr. Sheila Pierce, the team psychologist, because obviously the attorney's questions aren't evidence, so there would have to be another way to get that on the record. Maybe we're going to have some phone records or something where he's asking to set appointments and locks into time schedules with Dr. Sheila Pierce. But I think we had a very effective cross-examination. People react differently. And the problem for the state is this witness said he showed up as if everything was fine, but then he didn't show up the next day until the middle of the afternoon. So even from her testimony, you can't conclude whether he was acting stone cold like everything was normal. That seems to be off the table because he didn't show up to work. And you can't conclude that he was so panicking and guilty because he was still trying to like speak to somebody about it. It just wasn't this person that he wanted to speak to. So I really think the state called this witness to make it seem like this person that he was with every single day had some consciousness of guilt where all of a sudden he couldn't speak to her anymore. And that's not how it came across to me when the questioning concluded. That, and I think a critical part was for her to mention the name Xavier, right? I think she's not familiar with any other name specifically, but is familiar with Xavier, which cuts both ways for the state because the state's trying to make it seem like he was super close with Jade and should thus be more upset if this was an accident. And I personally don't think that there's evidence on the record that shows a girlfriend-boyfriend relationship. But at the same time, the state's also trying to put forth an emphasis that Xavier's somehow different. Well, if Xavier is supposed to be the girlfriend, then why are you also arguing that he viewed Jade as the girlfriend? So I'm conflicted with which way the state's trying to cut this. And I don't know if we're going to get Xavier called by the defense because it doesn't seem like that's been a name from the last witnesses the state plans to call. Why wouldn't the state want to call Xavier? If I don't know. So we've got you guys saying effective. I hope apples today. Oh yeah, he was asleep at the desk, so not normal. Right before Combine week. Wasn't he asleep at the desk before the week of the 27th? That could have just been in preparation for Combine week, which is a huge work week. Mel said they wanted to show he's guilty. It shows that he doesn't emote. Megan says, I get why they did it and am glad the defense handled it like they did, but ... Yeah, Lori says, we don't know how he felt. And that's the thing. That's why I think it's interesting that the testimony we have is it seems like he tries to go to work, but then he can't be at work the next day. And I don't know if you guys have ever been in that position, but there are certain life circumstances you come across where you're holding it together until suddenly you're not holding it together. So if that's relatable, that could be a normal reaction to, somebody's hospitalized at this point. And then on the 27th, you find out that, I mean, I'm making the inference here. Things aren't looking good. Things are not looking good. And then you don't really want to hold up at work the same way. So you take some time. And then you try to bring yourself back to work. You speak to the work psychologist. Like, to me, the information is giving a lot of pieces that people could come up with different possibilities of how he felt. Whereas I think the state's goal was to just make it seem like just cold-hearted consciousness of guilt. I don't know. Kitty says playing on the jury's sympathy. Gina says more and more confusing. Yeah, Mel thinks the state is trying to set up that he's going back to the other girlfriend and trying to get Jade out of the way because of that February 24th text. Yeah, that witness wasn't close to him. And then they're going to bring in Apple, who my take from the available information from opening statements, which isn't evidence, but it's what I'm looking to see, is they were close at one point in time, but it was many years ago. They dated many, many years ago. So Apple is someone that had a closer tie, but at a different point in time. And it seems like that's going to be what we get. So, all right, let's jump this break. Oh, wait, it looks like they come, okay. They have some discussion without a witness here?
Was stuck on their defense.
So they're talking right before they pan to the seal, pan away from the seal. Let's try here.
What was stuck on their defense exhibit 1 is 47, which was the 6889 litigation package. What did the defense think was number 2?
It was the ARUP, test relative toxicology report.
Okay, where is that?
So, I didn't read it, so I stuck it back in.
Judge, I'm sorry, was there a request for that to be admitted?
She mentioned a couple other things, but is this,
I thought it was in the medical record. What's that?
is this out of the medical record?
Yeah, I can go look and see. I don't think so, Your Honor.
I don't know who AARP is or AR.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not.
It's not in the medical record?
No, because if it was, there would be.
These provided speaks to medical records,
Right.
that wasn't part of that.
Okay, well, I guess I have an objection because I don't believe it's been authenticated. I don't know where it came from.
We don't need to.
Oh, okay. All right, and then what was defense 3? You stuck a sticker on?
No, that was 2 that I stuck the sticker on.
Okay, so there's not a 3?
No, there's not.
Oh, okay, then we're straight. And who is the next witness?
The next witness is Detective Adam Reese.
Okay. All right.
Your Honor, I don't know if the state is intending to introduce those Hinge and Tinder records. We had filed a motion a while back that we never got to, related to the Hinge and Tinder records, just to put on everybody's radar. So we're not going to.
Detective Reese testified about Tinder records.
I am not intending to ask him specifically, like I'm not intending to put any of them in specifically on direct. I do have them available if it becomes relevant during his
Okay, she's not
prosecution.
going there.
But both the Hinge or the Tinder records?
Well, I don't recall your motion, so I would like to look at it before I say more, but technically no. I mean, he might testify that he reviewed them.
Why ask him if you're not getting into?
Oh, I'm just saying he might answer it without me
Just
realizing.
tell him you're not going to ask him about that.
Well, I mean, they did meet on Hinge, and he did review the records. I don't, what, can I get a copy of the motion so I can see what you're objecting to?
Maybe we can stipulate to the meeting
Yeah,
on Hinge.
it was part of the 90211 notice that we got with the Hinge and Tinder records, so we had noted an objection to that, but also, you know, I don't know.
I guess you would know whether you're going to want Detective Reese to introduce Hinge or Tinder records.
Right, you told me not to ask him about them.
No, I'm saying Do you know whether you were planning on trying to introduce Hinge or Tinder records?
I am not intending to introduce
Okay.
them on direct, but if they cross-examine him and it becomes relevant, then I might ask.
I get that. All right.
Thanks, Judge.
Okay, I thought they were going to silence us, but they're going to take a bathroom break. I was like, no, are they arguing with the mics being cut? All right, so a little bit of evidence clarification outside the presence of the jury, seemingly related to making sure other Hinge and Tinder records aren't coming in. Hinge and Tinge. No, thank you for the super soap. Super soap. The real question is, will this prosecutor do the typical prosecutor thing and yell at the defendant, "What are you staring at?" in open court? Shout out to Laura Adams. At least the jury wasn't there for that. But thank you for your support. Well, that's an interesting tie.
All right, so step up, raise your right hand and be sworn.
You started testimony about the truth, I hope you got it.
I did.
Finally, Detective Reese. We had him for a quick chain of custody matter yesterday.
Good morning, Detective Reese. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Detective Adam Reese,
And where are you employed, Detective Reese?
Metro Nashville Police Department,
How long have you been employed there?
about 18 and a half years.
And what is your current position at the Metro Nashville Police Department?
I'm a homicide detective.
How long have you been assigned to the homicide unit?
About 5 years.
And can you describe, were you assigned as the lead detective for the homicide investigation into the homicide of Jade Benning?
Yes.
And can you explain, what does that mean to be assigned as a lead detective to a homicide case?
So in the homicide unit, we have multiple detectives, obviously, and we have multiple deaths that need to be investigated throughout the year. So we have sort of a rotation that we go on between each of the teams. So when it's your turn on your team, you're assigned the case, and at that point, you're the lead investigator. So you make most of the decisions related to that case and utilize the help of your teammates to assist in that investigation.
And are you just working with other homicide detectives, or are there other units within Metro Nashville Police Department that assist you depending on the case?
Oh, depending on the case, we may work with our Titans unit. We may work with any number of the investigative units, depending on some of the nuances of the case. The crime scene investigations, the crime lab, the medical legal investigator that works for the medical examiner's office. We spend a lot of time communicating with the district attorney's office about any homicide case. Other agencies sometimes even.
And if you could just clarify, what is the Titans unit at Metro Nashville Police Department?
There's sort of a investigative support unit that helps with like surveillance, tracking fugitives down, that sort of thing, gang intelligence.
And do you have supervisors that you report to and request things from?
Yes, our team is supervised by a sergeant.
And can you describe how did you become aware that you were going to be assigned to this case?
This particular week, we were on call for after-hours homicide call-outs, and I received a call fairly late in the evening. I don't think I ever documented exactly what time I got the call, but it was around 9 or 10 p.m. on the evening of the February the 26th, and Sergeant Chris Dickerson, who was my supervisor at the time, called me and advised me of a case I was going to be assigned.
Which that is currently Captain Christopher Dickerson, is that right?
Yes, he's been promoted twice, at least since then.
And you said that was 9 p.m. on February 26th. That would have been 9 p.m. Sunday night.
If the 26th was a Sunday, yes, and I'm estimating it was 9, 10, sometime late in the evening.
So not on the 25th at all.
Correct.
And can you describe, kind of explain what the logistics were of you getting called and assigned to this case at that point in the investigation versus you responding to Vanderbilt University Medical Center when Ms. Benning was transported there by ambulance?
So we generally do not take a case unless we've received information that the victim is not going to survive. So if like someone is shot, say for instance, and the hospital says they're likely going to pull through, there's a separate unit that investigates non-lethal shootings and aggravated assaults, that sort of thing. We take it if it's going to be an actual homicide.
And when you were assigned, what did you do first? What was your first response?
Well, my first thing was just to get a quick briefing from Sergeant Dickerson over the phone to kind of learn some of the basics of the case. And then at that point, myself and several of my teammates responded to the headquarters where we had arranged for Jade Benning's mother and a friend of hers to be there so that I could begin interviewing them and finding out the circumstances of the case.
And can you describe why would you have them brought to headquarters versus going to them?
We usually like to do as often as possible. We like to do interviews at headquarters because we have audio, video recorded interview rooms, and also all the resources available in our office for if I need to go look up something on a computer, print out something to show them, that sort of thing.
And were they contacted and asked if they would come?
I don't recall the exact circumstances of how they were summoned, but I know they came willingly.
I guess that was the point of my question. You didn't have to bring them down here or anything, is that right?
No.
And can you describe what information did you learn in those initial kind of moments of speaking to Captain Dickerson and also speaking with Miss Jade Benning's mother, Bridgett, as well as Jade Jackson?
Yes. So when I first spoke to Sergeant Dickerson at the time, he let me know that there had been a call the previous night in which the Domestic Violence Division responded. He said that there was a young woman who had gone into cardiac arrest and was revived either at some point in the process, and she was taken to Vanderbilt, and that a friend of hers had made allegations that she'd received a phone call saying that she'd been drugged, something to that effect, and that domestic violence had gone out and done some interviews, and they'd gotten new information that she was not going to survive from the incident and reassigned the case to homicide, and it was my turn, so it was being assigned to me. So,
and can you describe your interaction with Miss Jade Jackson?
Yes, we conducted an interview. I believe we started just a little bit after midnight, in the early morning hours of the 27th. She basically described her evening to me.
And can you, I guess, describe, was she able to give you specific details or what?
Yes, she actually was able to give me a very specific timeline.
And was she able to tell you specifically about the call that she received from Ms. Benning's phone and what she heard on that call?
Yes.
And did she give you very specific statements that she did?
Yes, she did.
And in the process of your investigation, did you review her prior statements to other officers and Detective Smith and compare it to what she told you?
Yes, because there was a recorded interview with Detective Smith, I believe, and then there was also body camera footage where officers spoke to her at the hospital.
And was she consistent in providing that same information every time?
Yes.
And what, if any, other information did you have at that point?
I had information that she was in a relationship or something, and she was pregnant with Mr. Taylor. And there was some ambiguity about the status of their relationship, whether they were just actually dating or she was just pregnant with his child.
You know, I'm gonna object to the hearsay in regards to what Najee has said, as well as the bolstering of the witness through other statements she's made.
Okay, I don't know what you define as bolstering, but do you care to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Hollins cross-examined Ms. Jackson about one of her statements and said that she said something previously. She did not, and so I'm allowed to ask about prior consistency.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection.
If you can continue, you said that there was some confusion as to the status of the relationship. Is that correct?
Correct.
Objection hearsay.
That's just his opinion and why he's doing what he's doing, so let's get to where you want to go.
I guess, what did you do next, and did you gather any other information before you did what you did next?
Well, after I finished interviewing Ms. Jackson, one of my teammates had created a search warrant. He had drafted a search warrant to search her apartment. Before we went to the apartment, previously when I'd spoken to Ms. Burks, she had explained to me that they had retrieved a comforter in which Jade threw up, but vomited on from the apartment. So prior to going over there, that was secured in their vehicle, their family vehicle, in a bag. I went out and photographed that in the back of the vehicle and collected it and took possession of that. During that same time, one of my teammates had acquired the search warrant for Ms. Benning's apartment, and then we went to that location to conduct the search warrant in the apartment.
And can you explain why is it that you got a search warrant? Did Ms. Burks give you permission to go, or why would you get one?
We wouldn't even ask because all the information I had at that time was that apartment was Jade Benning's and Jade Benning's alone, and Jade Benning was not in a condition to give us consent to search the apartment. So we generally get search warrants on every residence anyway.
Is that kind of a standard operating procedure?
Mm-hmm.
And that was the first moment that the search warrant was obtained for that apartment. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I guess is that typical in a situation like this, or was this kind of an atypical situation?
No, this situation was unusual in that it had been with another unit who was handling it as a non-death scenario, then coming to us as a death scenario. So it was not typically done that way.
And Ms. Burks told you that people went to the apartment, and she said she had something from the apartment that she had to give to you.
Objection, leading.
He's already said that, so what's your next question?
At any point did she, I guess, express that she felt like she had done something wrong by going in the apartment, or did they feel like they could go into that apartment at the time they did?
I don't think I didn't get the impression she felt like she did anything wrong, but she just explained to me that she named off.
Also hearsay.
Care to be heard?
Well, I don't believe that he's giving me her actual words, and I was just asking.
Okay, he answered it by his first word. She didn't feel that way, so what's your next question?
Detective Reese, is it possible that an officer with Metro Nashville Police Department that was at the hospital told them they could go into the apartment? Do you know if that's possible?
It's entirely possible.
Okay. And I guess describe that process. Once you got the search warrant, what happened next?
So we met one of our, there were some patrol officers that had been already sent there by other, I believe the supervisor. And we all met at the parking lot of the apartment complex, which is in the 1500 block of Lebanon Pike here in Nashville, Davidson County, where this evidently had happened. And I met one of our CSIs there, and I gave him the comforter that I had taken possession of from Ms. Burks.
And would that be which CSI?
Mr. Terry, I believe. And then after that was given to him, or maybe while I was giving that to him, I believe our patrol officers entered the apartment with a key that had been provided and cleared the apartment just to make sure there was no one inside. And then we went inside and CSI did photographs of the apartment, and then we conducted a search.
And can you describe, were you present the entire time while that search happened?
Yes.
Was there any point that you would have been doing something else and not been kind of in that kitchen area of the apartment?
I wouldn't say I was in the kitchen nonstop. I went into other rooms.
And I want to show you as part of Exhibit 16.
Do you recognize that image, Detective Reese?
I do.
And can you describe, there are 2 bottles that are on the corner of that counter. Did you put those bottles there?
No, I did not.
Do you have any idea who did?
I believe that was Detective Samuels, who was with our team at that time.
Is that technically something that would have been done? Should have been done, I guess is my question.
No, because those were taken out prior to or during the time where CSI was doing what we call overall photos. They were taken out prematurely.
And also from this same exhibit, can you describe, there is a cup that is over to the right side of the sink.
Yes.
Finally.
When you were there executing the search warrant, can you describe what, if any, relevance did that plastic cup have to this investigation?
At the time of executing the search warrant, there was it wasn't believed to have been relevant. The glasses that you see pictured here on the island were
You can circle them.
sure. These were thought to have been relevant based on the interviews I'd done earlier that night.
And why is it that those were the focus?
Because it was mentioned that they were drinking out of the glasses earlier that night when.
And can you explain what you mean by it was mentioned that they, what information?
During the interview with Nigella Jackson, I learned that she had stopped by Jade's apartment earlier in the night, and she had explained that Jade was having sort of a date night where she was cooking Alfredo and they were painting. And she was doing that with Mr. Taylor, and she explained that she loved Jade's chicken Alfredo.
Okay.
I was not needing that much detail, but
Sorry about that.
that particular cup, again, at that moment, did you know anything, did you have Jade's cell phone? Had you had an extraction done? Had you gone through it and looked at the pictures?
Now, I think we were in possession of her cell phone by that point, but we had not had the opportunity to be able to have it examined, extracted, or go through the massive amount of content on it.
If this witness
Where did
could
you
be
unlock it?
handed, I believe it's Exhibit 21.
I'm just saying this stuff was so recent in the camera roll. Like we know that the one kissy face picture was deleted, but there's no other testimony that the other pictures taken that night were deleted. So if they just simply, while they had the phone in their possession and unlocked it, could go look at the most recent messages, the most recent photos, maybe Instagram posts would have been expired, but you could still, like, can't you still look at, like, if you go to like an Instagram folder, it still saves. Some people have the setting to save the pictures that they took, even if it's no longer active as a 24-hour story. They could have used the physical device to look at the most recent things and just gotten quick context while they were there. And I don't know, it just seems like that would be something that you would do. The phone wasn't inaccessible to them. It was unlocked when they had it in their possession.
I apologize. 28 is the iPhone.
Okay, it could be in that phone wallet. see if the clerk's back there. Committee Exhibit 28. Okay.
Do you recognize that item, Detective Reese?
The envelope is sealed. May I open it?
Sure.
Yes, this is Jade Benning's cell phone.
All right, this time I'm going to ask that Exhibit 28 that was previously marked for ID be entered as Exhibit 28. Detective Reese, who did you receive that cell phone from?
I believe it was Miss Benning's mother, Bridgett Burks.
And can you describe when you obtain cell phones, having the passcode, is that useful?
It is very useful.
And did Ms. Burks provide you with the passcode to Ms. Benning's phone?
Yes.
Did she provide you with information related to Ms. Benning and kind of what had transpired from the time this happened until the time she met you?
Yes, she had.
And did she provide you multiple details about anything and everything that happened with that apartment and or her phone?
She provided me, you said everything with her
I
apartment.
mean, did she tell you that people have been over there?
Oh, yes. She'd explained that people had been by there.
And was she freely giving you as much information as she possibly could?
Absolutely.
And later, I guess in the investigation, did you receive photos from Ms. Lauren Weber?
Yes.
And I want to go back to those. Those are Exhibit 13. Do you recognize those, Detective Reese?
Yes.
And if you could just read out the date and time.
That's February 25th, 2023 at 11:29 p.m.
Your Honor, very briefly, I wanted to make sure that I qualified it before we went too far. I have no issue with the phone itself being entered, but not everything on it.
Like
So
the
if
data.
there is something which in the phone, I would like.
Well, we'll get there if they're planning on introducing something else.
I just wanted to
The phone
make sure.
itself, it was already made. Very good.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Reese, did you see this photograph kind of early on in the investigation?
Yes, fairly early on.
And do you recognize anything in that photograph?
Yes, I recognize the glass sitting there and the pieces of art on the counter and the painting supplies and accessories.
And this is the second photograph in Exhibit 16, in Exhibit 13 that was provided by Ms. Weber. And do you see the same two glasses from the other photos?
Yes.
And now I want to show you an image from Exhibit 29. This is after Ms. Benning's cell phone has been analyzed. Can you describe when you saw this photograph? Did anything stand out to you?
That photograph was actually brought to my attention by Miss Burks. She mentioned to me that this one was taken that night and mentioned something.
If you'll answer the questions, you'll be
Yes.
here till 3 o'clock if you don't.
Yes, sir. Yes, this photo was brought to my attention.
And maybe I should clarify, did Ms. Burke show you this photograph before you received the extraction?
No, I received the extraction. I just hadn't noted that particular photo.
Okay. And can you describe that cup? When you saw it in this photograph, did you associate it with anything at the crime scene?
Not initially.
But we just looked at photographs from CSI Terry. Can you describe, kind of after you looked at everything and talked about this, what do you see here now?
Yes. After some time, I realized that cup we didn't realize was even there. And then after time viewing this photo, noticed it to be in the background beside the sink there.
Can you describe, did you ask anyone to collect that cup
No, we did not the night of.
and why?
We did not realize it had any relevance to the investigation. It appeared as though it had been just washed and put aside to dry.
And can you describe, did you direct them to collect items from that apartment?
The CSI, yes.
And after that was done, what was your next step?
My next step was I wanted to try to find out what we had going on. So there's going to be a series of tests requested related to items seized from the apartment.
Can you describe at that point on the 27th, did you have any clear idea of exactly what was going on?
Not yet at that time.
And so you said that you were going to run some tests. Can you describe at what point did you receive information from Vanderbilt Hospital about any laboratory testing?
I was eventually told that there was a secondary urinalysis done that came back positive for cocaine.
And was that the information you received, or did you have lab work with values and things of that nature?
I didn't have any lab work. I was verbally told that it was an initial screening done, came back negative, and then I believe sometime on the 27th I was notified then that, okay, there was another screening that came back positive. I didn't know why that discrepancy was there.
And positive for what?
Cocaine.
And can you describe what are the next steps of your investigation?
I submitted a series of requests to test the glassware, the samples of some of the beverages, and eventually I have requested that the lab test the comforter that had been seized to test the vomit to determine if there was cocaine in the vomit.
And was that done kind of later on in the investigation when you had received some more laboratory results?
The comforter was done, I believe, later. I'm sorry, do you have the Form 282s?
Honestly, I feel like we've talked about laboratory testing. I'm sure it's documented in the exhibit. I will move on. Who was the next person that you interviewed? Or can you just describe your investigation? At that point, what are you doing?
Well, later in the day on the 27th, I went to Mr. Taylor's house to attempt to speak with him. And then after that, I was just trying to have lab requests done to determine what samples were there. Also, early on in the investigation, I was just doing research I was doing Google searches, trying to get some idea of what happened.
Prior to this
Basically us.
investigation, had you ever worked a poisoning investigation before?
No.
Oh boy.
And can you describe the specifics of this case? Had you ever had anything that dealt with oral ingestion of cocaine?
No.
And can you describe what, if any, investigation did you do related to those kind of facts of this case?
Well, in the first couple of days of the investigation, I did some internet research, just checking something that.
Okay, he's answered your question.
You said you did some internet research.
Yes.
Was there information available on the internet?
Yes, there was.
And can you describe, was it one site, or did you find multiple sites with relevant information?
There were multiple websites from universities, government websites, and recovery websites.
And did you do anything else other than internet searches?
I reached out to a detective that I knew that had experience working drug investigations.
And the investigation that you did on the internet and speaking with that detective, was it consistent or inconsistent with the facts of this case?
It was consistent with the facts of this case.
And can you describe kind of what interactions did you have with laboratory testing requests and kind of all of the lab results that you know that we have back from NMS labs as well as MNPD crime lab as well as CFSRE lab?
So there was the testing on the beverage samples and the drinkware from the apartment had all come back negative after being tested at our crime lab. I was I did a lot of coordination with the crime lab director during that time, and it was explained to me that it was not within their capability to test the comforter for what we were trying to do, and that it was going to be outsourced. And I was told that that would be outsourced, and I received results for that several months later. And then also in the shortly after the autopsy, I was advised of another sample collected at Vanderbilt that was being sent off for toxicology through the medical examiner's office.
Did you meet with Dr. Carney during this process?
Yes.
And can you describe, were you making every decision about lab work, or who all was involved in this case that was kind of requesting the different laboratory testing?
I was coordinating between a toxicologist with Vanderbilt, I was coordinating between Dr. Carney, and I was speaking with the director of the crime lab at the time, the acting director, Amanda Sweet.
And at some point, did a group of those people, along with myself and Deputy Moore, and you all get together to meet to kind of discuss what the evidence was in this case?
Yes, we did.
Is it fair to say that none of us didn't know anything about it, and we needed them to kind of educate us about it?
That's very accurate.
And can you describe, once you received the extraction from the cell phone, is that something that you would look through by yourself, or how does that work?
I usually would look through it in conjunction with one of our SISU detectives, which is the Surveillance and Investigative Support Unit. They do digital forensics.
And Detective Tom Miller is in that unit, correct?
That's correct.
Did you work with him and meet with him during the investigation process?
Yes, we work in the same building, so I would talk to him on a regular basis about this.
And again, Detective Reese, kind of at that early outset, you had the information from Nigel Jackson. Did you ever speak with Mr. Keyaunte Jones?
I did.
And was that an in-person interview at headquarters, or what type of interview?
I just spoke to him by phone.
Is it possible that he might not remember that specifically?
Speaking to me by phone?
Yes.
I suppose it's possible.
Did he provide you with information?
Yes.
And so, kind of in those early stages of the investigation, I guess, is it fair to say that you were unsure of the exact timeline compared to today, where Dr. Carney has given us a very definitive timeline?
Yes. Yeah, I was not sure of there was a lot to be discovered and found out and put in order.
And so can you describe what information, like what were you looking at within Ms. Benning's phone, kind of for purposes of your investigation?
I was trying to look for anything that seemed like it might have been relevant to the investigation, because you don't always know exactly what's going to be relevant sometimes until you find something.
Was it not
So-
his practice to collect
Were
it?
you specifically looking for cocaine?
Oh,
reference?
yes. I was looking for anything that I could find having to do with drugs, of any that I could think of.
And I guess, can you describe, did you find anything in her phone that indicated that she had ever used cocaine?
No.
Did you look, I guess, can you describe how much information was in her phone to look through?
It was a very, very large amount. Thousands and thousands and thousands of text messages, photos.
And can you describe, were there any references to narcotics at all in Ms. Benning's phone?
Yes.
And those references, can you describe what type of narcotics were referenced?
Marijuana, and on one or two, or a couple of occasions, a mushroom bar.
But absolutely nothing related to cocaine, correct?
Correct.
And can you describe, did you look at kind of the timeline of when Ms. Benning became pregnant?
Yes.
And can you describe, after she became pregnant, what, if any, references in her phone were to marijuana?
There continued to be references with with the contact that I ascertained to be her dealer, but they were always...
Would that be Dennie weed?
Yes. And they always appear to be her facilitating for other friends, coworkers, and things like that to get them marijuana.
And specifically, did Ms. Benning have a communication with Dennie Weed on February 25th of 2023?
Yes, she did.
And did you look back at that and locate a message that preceded her contact with him?
Yes, another person who I believe is one of her coworkers specifically asked her to reach out to him to get a half, which I ascertained to be a half ounce based on my knowledge of the lingo.
Did you speak to
Just
multiple
proud of that one.
friends and family of Miss Benning?
I did.
Did you find any evidence that she was using drugs or alcohol after the time she became pregnant?
No, I did not.
And can you describe what, if any, investigation did you do related to Miss Najee Jackson?
I reviewed her messages with Jade.
Were you, I guess, had you already decided what happened, or were you investigating to see what evidence was there?
I was trying to see what evidence was there to add that in.
Oh, did he just slip? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I reviewed her messages with Jade.
Were you, I guess, had you already decided what happened, or were you investigating to see what evidence was there?
I was trying to see what evidence was there to add that into my, factor into my findings.
And can you describe, I guess, the volume of communication between Miss Benning and Miss Jackson that you found?
They communicated on a very regular basis.
And were you looking at the content of their communications to determine what their relationship was?
Between Isaiah and Jade, yes. I mean, I was factoring that in. It was clear to me that they were close friends.
And can you describe what, if anything, was in Miss Benning's phone related to Miss Keyaunte Jones?
To Keyaunte, I believe he was only referenced with Nigeria when she was coming over. That's the only time I remember seeing his name pop up.
So it's fair to say that they did not have communications between each other.
Not that I found, no.
And can you describe what, if any, investigation did you do into Miss Benning's contact with Mr. Blaise Taylor?
Yes, I reviewed messages between them.
And can you describe, did you review all of them?
I believe I reviewed close to all of them. There were a lot.
And were you looking at the content of those messages to kind of develop a timeline of events of when things happened?
Yes.
And can you, were there specific things that stood out to you within that timeline?
Oh, yes.
And you have Miss Benning's phone. We saw that cell phone sitting on the island in that picture that we just looked at from Miss Benning's phone. Did you ever obtain a cell phone from Mr. Blaise Taylor?
No, I did not. Well, not during that time frame.
Did you obtain any devices during that time frame of the early investigation?
Not from Mr. Taylor, no.
And can you explain what you mean by that?
Well, I just didn't get a phone or anything from him during that time frame. There were some obtained later after his arrest in Utah.
Was there a tablet that the Titans team provided?
Oh, yes. Yeah, they provided that, I believe, sometime maybe in the summer of 23.
And we've already heard testimony on that. Can you describe, I guess we're kind of fast forwarding a little bit, but describe when did you obtain a cell phone related to Mr. Taylor? How did that happen?
There was one seized incident to his arrest in Utah that was held for me, and I flew out there to attempt to interview him and also get some items that were obtained during a search warrant by authorities in Utah, and I took possession of those and brought them back here.
And Dr. Carney's autopsy report was completed in August of 2023. Can you describe what's the time frame of when charges were sought in this case?
The case was presented to the grand jury on March 6th of 24, and I believe the capias was in the system as such that the U.S. Marshals could adopt it and go look for Mr. Taylor in Utah, I think by the 13th. Usually it's not uncommon for that to take about a week to get in there, and I believe he was arrested on the 14th of March of 24.
March 6th, which that date is significant in this case, but this is March 6th, 2024.
Correct.
And that there were not charges up until that moment, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Dr. Carney's autopsy report was completed in August.
I would have to refer to the actual report. I believe that's correct.
What the report says.
Yes, that's what I would defer to, is what the report says.
Can you describe the cell phone? Were there other items that were seized that belonged to Mr. Taylor?
I believe there was some laptops and iPads, a GPS tracker. I'd have to look at the inventory sheet, but it was several iPads and a few laptops and a GPS tracker, and there were a couple of USB flash drives.
And did you locate a cell phone that would have been the cell phone Mr. Taylor was actively using on February 25th of 2023?
No.
So what, if anything, in the investigation did you do attempting to find information about what Mr. Taylor might have been doing on a cell phone?
I wrote a search warrant to search his iCloud account.
And did you receive a return on that?
Yes.
And can you describe, did you review messages in that iCloud return?
Yes, I did.
And were there messages between Mr. Taylor and Ms. Benning?
Yes, there were.
And were you looking to kind of sync those up with the messages on Ms. Benning's phone?
Yes.
And as part of that, I guess, can you describe, as you're looking through information, are you continuing to meet with and kind of discuss things with Detective Tom Miller?
Yes.
And specifically, was there something that you were looking for related to that iCloud account?
Yes, I was trying to find, due to the volume of information on there, I was trying to look through keywords for things that may have been relevant to the investigation.
And that extraction of the iCloud, did it provide you with Google searches?
Yes.
And can you describe the number of Google searches?
There.
Movie approach.
Okay.
Here's something I would love to hear about. Do we have incriminating Google searches? I don't know. Also, thank you again, for Dread. Says, how is it a homicide if Emmy ruled it undetermined? Different, he just used breath spray? Oh, maybe he's got like dry mouth or something. It's like, I don't think anyone can smell your breath. Maybe it's a dry mouth. But just, it's different purposes. And I think the state's really embracing that here, that just because the Emmy can't conclude that the manner of death is a homicide doesn't mean that legally it can't be pursued as a homicide. I hear Letitia. Can't really understand anything. We found the coffer. Have we solved the crime? Oh, we just heard the word Google searches finally, Sheriff Chuck, but we also found out there's fentanyl on one of the same swatches of blanket that contains the vomit. And the witnesses, Dr. Midthun's immediate explanation within the same answer was, but we don't know if it was already on the blanket, and we've already had fentanyl on other samples from the blanket.
All right, what's your next question?
Oh, did this defense win?
Detective Reese, did you notate specific things within the messages where, obviously Detective Miller has already testified in this case. Did you have additional messages that you reviewed that kind of related to that timeline between Ms. Benning and Mr. Taylor?
Additional messages?
in addition to what Detective Miller already testified to?
There were several, I don't know exactly what he testified to, but I reviewed several messages related to their conversations.
I have a 4-page text message thread. It begins on January 8th, 2023 at 1:06:09 p.m. It goes to January 8th, 2023 at 2:10:25 p.m. I would ask that this be handed to the witness. Defense counsel's been provided a copy.
All right.
I just read the first one, and the very last one. Record 4/8. Oh, that one. Judge, I'm sorry, I gave this to them to review so that we could look at them ahead of time, but the pages have been mixed up. Can I have that back? So that I can fix it. Do you have the January messages? You gave them back to me. Okay, that makes more sense.
I've got to say, I love that all of that mess when the defense stepped in it by having the sender and recipient out of order. And then the very next day, the judge comments about how difficult it is to read the way those printouts are and is asking the state, do they have a better way to read this? And now we have the prosecutor like, oh my gosh, these messages that I just handed you out on these printouts that aren't stapled together, they're all out of order. Let me fix that. Maybe we need that stapler lady from the George Pino trial.
I had some bills. Yeah, just everything got put back in the wrong folder. Do you recognize
Oh my
those,
God, the
Detective
coffee.
Reese?
All right, he hasn't been given anything.
I'm sorry. I took it back. Judge, may I take a quick break just to make sure we're all looking at something? I did show these to them ahead of time. I showed them to Mr. Brand, but I feel like when everything was given back, they are mixed up, and
It's the defense's fault.
I would prefer that they be in order.
Okay.
Let's run that back. Everything was fine.
Judge, may I take a quick break just to make sure we're all looking at something? I did show these to them ahead of time. I showed them to Mr. Brand, but I feel like when everything was given back, they are mixed up, and I would prefer that they be in order.
Okay. How long do you need?
I feel like just 5 minutes, but I might need those back from them because, like I said, they're all mixed up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, your lunch is waiting for you, so just step down the hallway, you'll break for an hour.
Oh gosh. She's like, we just need 5 minutes. He said, take a lunch, take your hour. Let's jump past the jury and see if they have any housekeeping. But yeah, I think chat is right. I think this is the courtroom coffer. It makes sense why he's been there. He leaves this courtroom so quickly. All right, okay. Maybe they're not going to do anything interesting. Any whispering? There's a little whispering. No, okay. All right, so make sure I'm queued up that way in case anything exciting happens. They took a break about 15 minutes ago, so they'll have 45 minutes from this point forward on their lunch recess. So that's about our timing. Let me change the banner. There we go. Okay, and I never got around to it. I'm sorry. The only thing I've denoised, because I've been waiting for like a long lunch break where we ran out of time to skip, and I was like, cool, we'll rewatch the body cam. It'll be denoised. We can hear it better. The only thing I've gotten around to denoising was the 911 call. So we have that if you guys want to go through that. Sorry, I haven't gotten the other stuff done, but I will. I will. Hopefully before like deliberations and all of that. Let me pull that up. Lunch is chicken Alfredo. Maybe he's running to the bathroom. No, he's run out of there every single time. Like, court is in recess. Zoop. All right, so here is a somewhat better sounding 911 call. I guess that's a weird way to word it. The captions are not like perfect. They're whatever YouTube generated.
February 25, 2023, 21:38 and 58 seconds.
911, what is the location of your emergency?
I'm not sure if I'm down. Like I'm at a friend's house and I think she's having an allergic reaction.
Let's see, I just don't know if there's no way you can find her.
I don't know. It's an apartment complex.
Is there a mail with her? With the address?
I'm looking around. Just give me a second. I'm looking around. I don't know what's going on. I think she just give me 1 second.
Okay, are you on Donaldson tonight or are you on Lebanon?
Lebanon?
Yeah,
Lebanon. It's apartment 107.
What is it? Is it 1540 Lebanon Pike?
I don't know. It's not Burger King. I do know that. Let me look. I'm going to the front of the building to get it's a condo slash apartment. Yeah, put on to the name of I'm other than smart.
Okay, is there alcohol in the corner there, sir?
Is there a what?
Is there alcohol in the corner?
I'm not sure. I passed it. I'm running. The Ontario, 1522-1550 Lebanon Pike, the Ontario.
1522?
Yes. It's the Ontario, 1522-1550 Lebanon Pike.
So the Ontario 1522, she's in the apartment 107 and she's not in Oakville, is that correct?
I don't know. I think she's having a allergic reaction. We were eating cookies and painting, and then she said she wasn't feeling good. And I went back to the room to check on her.
No, and what's the case we disconnected while you're here up there? What's the callback number in case we disconnected?
This number right here.
Is it 855-773-5738?
Yes.
Okay, and how old is she?
23, 24.
Okay, is she awake right now?
Yes.
Okay, and you think she was having an allergic reaction to food?
I don't know. We had cookies and pasta. I don't know what she's done. If she's done anything today or anything, but everything was fine. And then I don't know what's happening. She got spit coming out of her mouth and she's shaking.
So you think it's possibly a reaction to not having food? Is that correct?
I think so. I don't know. I don't think she's allergic to anything. I don't know if she is or not.
It could be an allergic reaction. So are you next door? Next door answer?
Yes.
Okay. Does she appear to be breathing normally?
Yeah.
Okay, did you have any difficulty swallowing?
I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
Okay. Is she talking? No, I heard your question.
Yeah, she's a lady.
Okay, so can you just gently roll her onto her side right now?
Yeah, she's on the side.
Okay. Okay, yeah, because if she's having like vomit or anything else that's coming out right now, so you just keep her under her side right now. You can finger squeeze. You need out only what you can see of her base of smell. Okay. And you can wipe her mouth. Okay. Hello, sir. Hello?
Yeah, I'm in the top.
Oh,
I'm in the top.
okay. Can you is she able to answer if she's having difficulty swallowing or feeling any swelling in her lips or throat or face, anything like that?
No.
Does she look
I think one of my friends is on the way.
okay.
I don't know what to do.
Oh,
Is there anything else I should be doing?
okay. And then does she have an EpiPen?
Do you have an EpiPen? Do you have an EpiPen? I don't think so. I don't think so. She's not responding.
Okay, and what is it? So other than her just feeling kind of weak and passing out, does she have any other symptoms right now?
No, she's pretty relaxed. She's laying on the side.
Okay. Okay, does she appear to have any rash or hives anywhere on her body that you can see?
Not that I can see. And I don't see anything on her legs or on her arms, so she looks fine.
Okay. And does their condition look to be getting worse?
I don't think so. I don't really know how to tell.
Okay, no, it's just like because if she's having a bunch of reaction, a lot of times the rash, hives, it'll be redness, her mask is getting worse, or breathing out.
I don't know what's going on.
Okay. All right, so we already help on the way. So just
Okay.
So
So I just stay on the line, or what do I do?
So I'm just going to give you the instructions. But do you need me to stay on the line with you until the paramedics arrive, sir?
Well, is there anything else I have to be doing? I don't think just got I think there's nothing else.
Yeah, so
I don't know.
yeah, because so right now, because she's awake and we're grabbing, she's moving air freely. She's not struggling to breathe or wheezing or gasping or anything like that.
No, but looks like she's throwing up some.
Okay. Yeah, so you can go right for now.
Okay, I did. I'm looking around.
Okay. And then she's really moving air.
Is what?
Does it look like she's freely moving air?
Yeah, she's breathing, yeah.
Okay. So we're just gonna keep her on her left side right now. We're just trying to keep her super comfortable right there, okay?
Okay.
Alright, so just for right now, nothing for any ear frame. Just keep her in that comfortable position right now. Just have her medication there for the paramedics if she has any with her. Make sure you put some
I don't know if she has any medication, to be honest. I don't know.
no, it's good, sir. And then just be at the door to let the fireman in. And if you look around and see there's speak of mail, I just want to make sure, because the building that you're describing has two separate addresses. I want to make sure there's one separate.
I don't think she has any. I mean, she got a mailbox, but it's not like it's an apartment, so it's not. I think it's more of a PO box. I don't know if she keeps her mail. I don't even know if you're a few times. I'm not sure.
Are you in the, because it looks like based on what you're describing, are you in the main large building or the smaller one?
I would guess the main larger one. I mean, there's multiple floors, multiple stories.
Okay, because it looks like on the map I'm looking at, it looks like 1540 is for the large building, and 1522 or 1532 is the small ones that are right next to the street. You're the big one?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay, this is where.
Anything else I should be doing?
Okay. No, so it's, all I want you is to continue to monitor or bring in a local sponsor for any changes. So if anything else changes, call us back. So they're on the map at 1540, left on Vine, over in Hermitage. And she's in apartment 107, crossing the Spence Enclave Way, Spence Lane at the Ontario, okay? Yes, okay. All right, so if anything changes before you arrive, give us a call back. Should be arriving there as quickly as they can, okay? Okay. All right. I think I'm here. Okay, that's awesome. All right. Thank you so much. Okay, you're welcome. All right.
Alrighty. So there we go on that, you guys. Hopefully that was easier to hear. I remember when we were listening to it the first time, it was a bit more difficult to decipher which voice belonged to who, but I thought that made it easier to tell when somebody finished a question and then began an answer or response. So there's that. Let's go through the reactions. We have thinking allergic reaction actually sounds reasonable. Sounds worried and panicked. Chicago 1 says this was right after NJ left, so sus. And it's about, this would have been about an hour and a half after that, like that was a cute little interaction text. Play on Crime says a clear version says expresses a lot more than what was played in court. And maybe it's easier to listen to when you're sitting in the courtroom, right? Maybe it translates differently to how we're hearing it. Lady Di says sounds panicked. And again, I think it's viable. He could sound panicked if he didn't expect it to be this crazy. Like, what if you're intending to sneak a dose to somebody that you think it's just they're gonna pop a pill as if it's like popping a Tylenol and something will go wrong with the pregnancy, but you otherwise might not notice anything. Like maybe he intentionally did this and that's what he expected, and when it was going crazy, it was a genuine panic, but not because he didn't have a role in it, right? Or was it a genuine sounding panic? If you think it's a genuine sounding panic, is it because he literally had no clue how this would have happened at all, point blank period? Kitty Cat Nap says, at the end, when they said what Blaise said, is there anything else I can do? That's legit. Like, he's trying to help. And I think that would be consistent with when EMS arrives, he's in their way. Andrea Rose characterized it as like interfering, as if he didn't want them to like get to Jade. And defense had to ask this like bizarre set of questions, not just because, but to counteract the notion that he was trying to prevent care. And asking questions like, did he touch your arms? Did he try to move your hand away? No and no. Right? So this idea that he's asking what else can I do is consistent with the type of person who might be trying to, like, hey, are you breathing? Hey, do you need help lifting her? You're one person. Your partner's still in the ambulance. And we need to get her moved. All of that. EJF says, my guess, he called his dad. His dad said, are you guys doing any drugs? He said, no, we just ate dinner. Dad said, okay, maybe it's an allergic reaction. Call 911, son. And he did. Mel says, oh, wait, this is a response to Chicago, saying that was right after NJ left. And Mel says, right, because why would Jade need to call her friend to confront him if he did something to her? Look, I'm stuck on the timeline, guys. If I'm supposed to think it's damning that somebody calls dad first and immediately hangs up and then is calling 911 and goes to the hospital, they don't like avoid going to the hospital. The state is trying to say like, oh, he left the hospital, so it must have been a guilty conscience. If we're going to talk timelines, take the state's assessment and apply the exact same characterization to other persons of interest. So look at Najee. She's getting a call, and if we take it at face value, and I'm fine, I'll give you ideas if we take that call at face value. I'll give you ideas if you tell me we shouldn't take that call at face value. I can work with whatever theory you want me to work with. Take the call at face value. Everything Najee says she thinks she heard. If she's getting these phone calls from her friend saying that this man who's still present with me, because Najee says that she can hear both, and she's speaking to both of them on the call. So she's aware they are still in the same physical location. And her present sense impression, if we take her recollection of the call at face value, is that man who is in apartment with my friend has harmed her. She doesn't call 911. In fact, she testifies that she didn't call 911 because she trusted him to do it. That doesn't make sense to me for someone who claims they heard on a call a claim that somebody was being harmed. That seems to me like somebody, whether intentionally or not, maybe trying to, if we think that someone provided drugs and it was a bad hit and they were worried they would get in trouble for giving counterfeit drugs to somebody, or we think she couldn't actually hear what was going on in the moment and then filled in the gaps herself. I don't think she heard as detailed and specifically what she remembers hearing. She probably heard a lot of panic, and that panic could have been, I don't know what's going on, I don't know what's going on, I don't know what's going on. And by the time Jade was becoming unresponsive, we have very quickly, Blaise is going to call father and then call 911. 12 minutes after that call. Well, it's like 11 and change. Najee is not calling 911. Najee is calling Jade back. And I just don't think that that's consistent with somebody who had a present sense impression of what she thinks today, present day, she heard on that call. And there could be multiple explanations for why somebody might not have a correct recollection of what was heard in that heightened, panicked, hard to hear moment. And then we also have Keyaunte Jones saying, I couldn't hear. Like, I couldn't hear that. I was looped in for the end portion of the call or whatever. I couldn't hear what was going on. Which to me suggests that it may have been difficult for Najee to hear, and she might not have heard these things that she remembers clearly these days. So the next best thing that we have is, it seems like by the time she's at the hospital, she's saying, I have these theories that there was something more going on here. The detectives arrived at the hospital, 11:30, and began speaking to witnesses. But, I don't know. I need more specifics on that. I wish we had the body cam audio of them speaking to Lauren, who'd gone over to the apartment. Lunch break, they should be probably about 25 minutes. 25 minutes. So I don't know. I just can't imagine myself being in a position where if somebody was in a room where they were being harmed by somebody and I wanted somebody to call 911, and the only other person that would have known to call 911 was the person doing the harm. I just can't imagine relying on them to call 911. Especially with a 12-minute gap in between. And I wouldn't be dissecting that so much, except that's the state. The state is trying to lean on this. Well, he called his father first. He spoke to his dad before he called 911. That's so horrible. Well, if we're going to go into the fine details, I just think we got to do it in both ways. And I don't know, especially if law enforcement was already there, but I also can't, if I really thought that that's what I heard on that call, I can't imagine standing in the same room as Blaise at the hospital and not trying to fight him. Or not try to scream and cause a fuss. That wouldn't be on somebody's body cam. That wouldn't be on the hospital surveillance cameras. So I just think what people think they heard in that moment, now that they had time to process it and try to make it make sense, isn't actually what they heard. It's not a true recall. To me, it's bits and pieces. Desi says, to me, it's not surprising that Jade initially thought he did something. I mean, she didn't even know what was going on. And if he didn't want the baby, that makes sense. Doesn't mean he's guilty. Yep, I think, like, if that's what's said on the call, that's another explanation for we get this outcry. Najee genuinely heard this outcry. but here's an explanation for it, that doesn't mean we have a concrete answer. And I don't know about Tennessee, but in Florida, if I were to make a call like that on behalf of a friend, law enforcement would be dispatched. EMTs as well. First responders would also be dispatched for that type of call. But law enforcement would also be dispatched. And that would have just given us, I would hope, I would really, really hope, law enforcement at the scene before the friends come over, before anybody else goes into that scene. Right? So we could solve another problem here if that's what happened. Ella says my daughter would call me first if she needed medical advice. And maybe it was all happening so quickly, right? Like, maybe she's falling out of consciousness and not really speaking. And that's all happening in like 5 minutes. And that 30 seconds is dad going stupid, call 911. Like, so he's like, oh my God, let me call 911. Yeah, I don't know. Lori says EMS doesn't sound panicked because they can't afford. Yeah. I don't think EMS should get panicked. They're getting help and trying to reassure and guide. And one of the most like frustrating first response videos that I've watched is in the Courtney Clenny case. It drives me nuts. So law enforcement gets to the scene first, and the elevator in this Miami penthouse, like, it isn't working, and like nobody can get up the stairs, and the one security manager that is in charge of showing the responders where to go is like so excited to give a tour of the apartment and that there's like something criminal happening with an OnlyFans model, that he's like chatting it up instead of getting these people up the stairs. And all of these different, you have law enforcement showing up in different cars, you have the EMS showing up, and the law enforcement officers that get there, they handcuff Christian Obumseli, who's the deceased in that case. Handcuff him. He's still alive. He's bleeding. He was stabbed one time. Subclavian artery, I think, is what was punctured. But the knife seemingly was removed before law enforcement got out there. So he's losing blood from his shoulder. He's groaning in this body cam video. So he's conscious and trying to respond, but he's not giving like explicit words in response to the law enforcement officer's question. Law enforcement officer turns him over, pulls his arms back, and handcuffs him while he's bleeding from the shoulder. Now, I don't know that much about physics and anatomy, but my guess is that would probably be bad and cause more blood. That strain would cause more blood to exit. And he ultimately died from insanguination. So not good. Then EMS gets there, like with 2 minutes or less after. And the woman who's in charge of the EMS team, you always have a leader, very calm, very stern, but very like quick moving. Why is he handcuffed? Get those handcuffs off of him. And she shuts down all of the chaos that was at the scene. She's calling the shots. They get it in order. And I always think like maybe he could have lived if they got there first. And of course, Courtney Clenny had like a lengthy call with her mom. Maybe that was another issue. But yeah, like I'm always so proud for that EMS leader in that case and wish she was the first one to get there. Because her demeanor, her approach, her ability to control the scene sternly without like doing something that will make people panic around her. Because sometimes if you're too stern, people will be like, oh, you're yelling at me. I just think it was a great, great professional response. But she was not the first person that got there. So I think about that case all the time. So, and that's another case that hopefully we'll see if we ever get to trial. She has a status hearing on July 2nd coming up. So, Adventure Aaron says, I believe most dispatchers are trained to try to keep the caller calm so they can get answers that are audible rather than being unclear because of crying and screaming. Yeah, I don't think I'd be a good dispatcher. I'd be like, what? Plus, I can, the beauty of YouTube is I can press a rewind button if we don't hear something or ask you guys what was said. Sometimes I don't hear, especially words that sound similar. I'm quick to hear the wrong version. I would not, I really respect what good dispatchers can do. And kind of got to be traumatic to hear some of the stuff that must come in. Yeah, Nikki says scene was not secured for several days. So we have 28 hours is, I mean, depending on what your start time is, but the departure of the ambulance from the scene to when homicide starts showing up, the very early morning hours of the 27th, it's like 27, 28 hours. So, and I thought it was more before I heard testimony, because I was like, oh my God, they aren't doing anything for weeks. I can see why a family member would go in, and now it's just like, well, if you waited like 5 hours, we wouldn't be able to sit here and say, hey, the scene was contaminated. So, can't rewind it now. YSL Kell says, I don't think anything happened the way NJ said it happened. I think Jade was confronting NJ and the baby was never mentioned. Like the calling NJ, asking to speak to Key, all of that. Oh, yes, Kathy, good reminder. Okay. And I'm trying. I added a few more timestamps to this, you guys. I'm still working on it. You can see some stuff is kind of vague. And I have not gotten to what Kathy's about to talk about. The timestamps from the hospital. Not what's going on at the hospital. I got those orders in. But from my own notes, Najea's testimony, she says she thinks she left the hospital around 2 a.m. It was just very approximate. Which again, that goes back to what I was saying earlier. Like, the state is trying to say that Blaise had a guilty conscience because he didn't stay for weeks at Jade's bedside at the hospital. Well, I mean, if that's the type of lens we're going to look at things through, then I have to ask the same questions about everybody else. So Najea is leaving at 2 a.m. that day after Keyaunte Jones gets there. And remember, Keyaunte Jones doesn't speak with law enforcement, even though Najea already was aware that law enforcement would like to speak with him. Keyaunte had arrived. It was a wide time range. I have 12:45 to 1:30 a.m. So, and then Najea says she left around 2 a.m. I don't know, is that just hard to recall? Or is that widening the gap and it wasn't just I showed up, didn't say anything, and I just scooped you and we got up out of there? So, let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get that in, and I think the blink camera information is interesting. So the blink camera last had activity and went offline on February 22nd. And that could just be maybe it died and nobody turned it back on. But if it went offline on purpose, maybe it was Jade doing it, maybe it was someone who was visiting, but the state can't put forth this theory that Blaise went over, was hanging out like once a week, and all right, before I do this, I'm going to sneakily turn off that blink camera. Because Blaise was out of town on February 22nd. He physically was not present, if there ever could have been a theory that he turned off this blink camera. At best, he could have gotten there and said, oh, it doesn't look like that blink camera is operating on the 25th. The next activity that has come into testimony about the blink camera, and maybe Reese will tell us more about it, is February 26th, so the day after. At 7:08 p.m., blink application data records a motion detected event. And then at 7:11 p.m., 3 minutes later, blink application data recorded another motion detected event. And that's all I have as notes on the actual recording of data. But there is a testimony from one of the officers that they do not believe the blink camera was functioning when they got there. And remember, they got there a few hours after this visit from the group of friends around dusk. So, I don't know. Do with that what you will. Do with that what you will. I think those motion detections are someone turning the camera on, moving it from the bedroom to the kitchen, And then we just don't have any other logs noted in testimony. And I don't know why we haven't gotten that information. So I've been waiting for Reese to take the stand to hear more on that. And I will get that information. I think the Blink stuff is in here. Did I do the Blink stuff already? Nope, I've got to get the Blink information in here still. And I'll share a link. Let me get the share link. Just don't judge it right now. It's a work in progress for sure. But that link will stay the same, so as I update it and you look at it, you'll be able to see whatever. And I'll put a note here. Work in progress. Oh, that's really tiny. Monster. There we go. There we go. That way anyone visiting knows it's not polished. But hope that's helpful. I'm going to try to keep putting in any relevant timestamps. There's a lot of little timestamps in this, again, especially between the 25th and the 27th. I'll also add in the information we learned today about, and I have no reason to not take the former coworker at face value. I mean, when I notate it, I'll say that she's the source, but I showed up to work on Monday, wasn't there Tuesday morning, came into work later Tuesday afternoon. I'm going to add those in there as we heard them. Let's see. Alicia's like, why the throat clearing? Just to annoy us, just to give us something in the chat to talk about. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Malachi's like, I don't think he tried to drive her. I like that as a good, like, YouTube safe word. I think this is all on NJ. Granny Debbie says, that's crazy the scene was not secure for all that time. At least they went in, unlike Proctor. Oh my goodness. Who invited who over for dinner? So, remember we had Jade saying, asking if you're free. Let's see. Yeah, so Blaise arrives between 7 and 7:30 because he called right before that time period. And I'll get those specifics out to you guys. But what I'm doing with my notes before I put them in this, I'm trying to like re-listen to the testimony and make sure I heard things correctly before I just throw what I have for my notes into this document. But on the 25th, let's see. I have a different way we could do this maybe. Let me throw some notes into a quick sheet that I can share. Sheets. Just so we can have it on screen. But again, not all of these might be polished and re-listened to. Okay, so make this bigger. No, I don't want your help. Okay, so night of the 25th. So right around noon, 12:26, I have that Jade texted Blaise asking whether he'd be free around 7. That's ultimately the time he's going to come by. 4:05, Jade's phone stores a parking location artifact at Walmart. This had been when she was leaving work. And then between 4:30 and 6, there's a few texts exchanged between Jade and Blaise. At 4:38, she has a parking location artifact showing arrival at her residence. 6:02, that's when Jarius texts Jade. And I mean, I don't know if they were texting earlier, but that's the first one of relevance that came in through testimony, right? So these are pulled from testimony, not from the records. So I'm only learning there could be other activity I don't know about because it wasn't testified to. Jade sent, "Let me know whenever you're headed this way" to Blaise. And then Jade gets a pregnancy email, week 23, day 5. And then there's a cooking photo at 6:10. And then this is where she's having the Instagram conversation with her mom, where her mom makes the chicken spaghetti, and Bridget's talking about how are you going to make the Alfredo. Then at 6:26, Blaise texts Jade, "Okay," in response to the "let me know whenever you're headed this way." Then Jade gets another text from Jarius Porter, so they're talking about making this Alfredo and how she's wanted to make it for a while, but she doesn't mention that Blaise is coming over. She'll eventually mention that Najee is coming over. We've got Snapchat messages being sent, and I'll break those down in more detail if we have the specific timestamps when I upload this. And then we get the dinner setup photos right before 7. Then Blaise is like, "I'm on my way." 6:51. Jade reacts with a heart. Jade sends a message to Jarius. Jade answers an incoming call from Blaise at 6:59 that lasts 10 seconds. And then we get this Snapchat message that says, "I'm all ready." And then he just said expletive on the stand. And it wasn't on the screen, so I don't know what the expletive was. This was like the day that the cameraman stayed focused on the witness and didn't go show us the exhibits. So we just know "I'm already" expletive up from an unidentified Snapchat. I don't know how they didn't identify this, but okay. I think someone in the chat said maybe if you deleted your Snapchat account. I don't know. Then at 7:02, Najee texts Jade. That's 1 minute after this "I'm already effed up." Or I don't know, maybe it wasn't effed up. He said he wants some pasta. Keyaunte. Then Jade gets a text from Jarius. Then Jade answers a call from Najee, lasting approximately 1 minute. And at 7:20, Jade gets a text from Najee commenting that Blaise would probably like it. Jade receives a Snapchat message from a Braylon. Jade texts Najee, "LOL, I'm about to make the plate." So at this time, Blaise seems to already be at the apartment, but Najee hasn't arrived yet. And then says, "We're close." Najee is saying we're close. So that's why we think that the arrival time is sometime 7:30-ish. Jade replies, "I just had to have it." I should have put in that this is to Jarius. "I just had to have it," followed by emojis talking about the chicken Alfredo. Then Jade answers another incoming call from Najee, approximately 9 seconds. Likely consistent with someone being like, "I'm here, I'm coming up," which, I don't know. Maybe that's what they always do. Maybe it's because it's a new apartment. But that's not consistent to me with somebody who would be in and out of that apartment every day to know, hey, this is where her Blink camera always is. This is more consistent with a friend that you know, but not enough that they just, "I'm here," you know. Najee texted that it was sweet of Blaise. This is at 8:12. 8:03 and 8:12. So seems like this is why we have the 30-minute time frame for Najee and Keyaunte being at the apartment. We get this call answered, and then at 8:03 we have this text message. It's like, "Hey, that interaction was cute. Hope you have a good date night," consistent with somebody heading out. And then at 8:12, confirming that, Jade was letting Najee know that Blaise was saying, "Hey, come back. You guys want to hang out." So, and then we get all these photographs, right? So from 8:30, we have a photo of the dinner. And then Pinterest activity and the selfies they take together, that's all between 9:07 and like 9:29. 9:29 is when the last photo was taken and marked for deletion. And then the phone locks. Then Jade's making the call to Najee within like 50 seconds. And there we go. That's our timeline. That is our timeline. So, yes, Jade had recently moved into that apartment. Yes, yes. We're talking about Florida. Coming back, we're off topic here. Oh, Snapchat disappears forever, like when you delete an account, or do you mean like the messaging? Because you could still subpoena the messages, right? Yeah, like where do I park? That's a good one. Where do I park? Yeah, maybe they would have came faster if he said that she was pregnant. Okay, and then Sarah says, didn't Blaise help her move? And Win with Shell says, yes, she said that. Unless that's at a different... Oh, wait, never mind. I think it's in reply to this comment. Maybe. Nope. Yeah, I don't remember that specific testimony about helping to move. But I would assume that would have been probably Najea on the stand being asked about, like, what was your impression? What was Jade telling you? What were these conversations about in this text message? Yeah, Kimberly, I feel like that would have had to have come from Najea's testimony. Because it didn't seem like Miss Stephanie as much as she seems like a like an adopted mom, like your friend, your best friend's mom, your good friend's mom. They almost feel like a secondary mom, a secondary parent, secondary dad, depending on, you know. But it didn't seem like she had that much like day-to-day small talk conversation about these things. So I'm thinking it was Najea, but maybe it was Stephanie's. Maybe it was Lauren. Yeah, okay. So Kitty Cat says NJ said it quickly. Was it part of the and then she ditched me conversation? And Sarah says that sounds like boyfriendy behavior. I mean, I don't think either of them understood each other to be in an exclusive relationship because to me it seems like, and no judgment, it just seems, I think the relevance to me is that they aren't like monogamous. It's not like your household's falling apart, your life has been built around this person and you're losing the person you've spent every day with for the last year, 2 years, 10 years. I think that's why it's relevant because it goes to what we just heard the former coworker testify to. Is his reaction consistent for what the context of the relationship was? Or is there something off about it? And I think the state's trying to say it's girlfriend, boyfriend as if it's exclusive. The defense is trying to say absolutely not. And I think it's probably something in between where we're going to just like try to kick it, see what happens. And we're not going to agree to anything too concrete, but we're not going to like necessarily go our separate ways. That seems to me the clearest thing so far from what we have available. I don't think it's wanted nothing to do with her. I don't think it's I was pretending to be this super good boyfriend just to find a way to sneak in and do this either. Because I do think the state's theory is going to be he started planning this back in January. I'm trying to eavesdrop. I also hope, like, in several trials watching, like, people use partner differently. People use boyfriend, girlfriend differently. Like, I feel like in every trial, there should be, like, a pause, stop, elaborate, spell it out exactly what you mean when you say that, right? Whatever witness is using it as their characterization. Because the one witness might have used a different term than another witness, and we don't know how that witness defines those terms. So I think relationship status, situationship, formal, monogamous relationship, committed relationship, that should be the type of thing I hope in every single trial when it's relevant, we get into the nitty gritty and have people explaining what they mean. No, Florida man, we think the coffer's the witness. We think the coffer is the witness. Oh, goodness. So we are stuck probably the rest of the day with this witness. I don't think he'll be off the stand anytime soon. Yeah, it could be 5 months, 5 years. Everybody knows someone that's been together for like years and years, but they won't say it like that, right? I know a few situations like that, but they won't really say it that way. But it is, but it isn't. And like some states would even define it as like a legal marriage at that point in time. They have not called Apple yet. Nope. Nope. And a lot of the chat's saying Monday. Okay, maybe they're not ready to come back. What do you guys think of like the clean sink of dishes? Do you think that's bad for Blaise or good for Blaise? If you were the defendant. Mavka quickly says neutral. Neutral. Brooklyn says bad. Well, Tara, we heard the mention of Google searches, and then there was an objection in sidebar, and the question was, it seemed like they were just going to say there were like a lot of records in the data, right? The question didn't hint at a specific search or set of searches. It just seemed like it was going to be, this is voluminous data, and you look through all of those. But before we got any further, the defense objected and won at sidebar because the judge was like, all right, next question. And then the prosecutor moved into a different subject matter. So His Airness says, I don't know. Tyrion says, no issue. I wash as I cook. Well, and I don't know if you guys have ever used a tumbler. I don't know if this will really show well because the inside of it is dark instead of metal. But there's like these insulated rings. And I would have to imagine it's not simple to just rinse out. If there's something powdery being dumped into a drink, it kind of puffs up. You would think some of the residual would work its way up and be shaking around in there. I don't know. So I don't think if he was supposed to have used that tumbler that they didn't collect because they're like, we didn't think it was relevant. I'm not sure it would have been the easiest thing to completely clean. Maybe as a gentleman, he's like, let me be a gentleman and clean up after dinner. I'll wash that for you. Finish your drink. Well, we don't know how clean it was because they didn't test it. They didn't test it. Yeah, so they had like 45 minutes of time. Well, probably like 40. From when they take the picture of the final plate setting after Najee and Keyaunte leave, there's a picture of the plates. And then there's no activity on the phones until like 9:07. So from like 8:30 to 9:07. Because the picture of the plates was at 8:29. And 9:07, she's searching for painting inspiration on Pinterest, which suggests like early on in the painting, like you start off, but you need some extra inspiration. Yeah, Carol says they may have cleaned up so they have an area to paint. Hey, Robin. Oh yeah, but why mentions, chefs don't usually clean as they cook because they have dishwashers for that. Plus Jade was serving right out of the pan she cooked in. It was kind of like one pot because she took the picture with it all in the pot. And then even had the bowls and the plates made up all put away. TL says, Blaise ain't wash no dishes. Banjo, you too. You guys are on the same wavelength here. Banjo's like, a man doing dishes? Outrageous. Outrageous. Men in the chat. Jay sisters, especially when you're trying to impress a man. Extra clean, extra tidy. House was super clean. Closet not so much. But that's what I would do in a pinch. Because you don't expect people to go look at your closet. But we're going to keep the bathroom clean. We're going to make sure it's guest ready. Megs Ladon sticking up for the men. My husband cleans up.
After Detective Reese, it'll be Apple.
Okay, they're gonna call Apple today? Oh, we're gonna have a time today. Here we go, chat. Let's get through Reese.
After Detective Reese, it'll be Apple Dennie.
Okay. And what are you looking to?
I can do my quick offer of proof right now.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so we're outside the jury presence right now.
I said cross because I thought we were real close to finishing on direct, but go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd just like to make an offer of proof related to text messages messages that we received from the state yesterday. The first thing I'd like to introduce and I don't know if these get numbered as exhibits or just entered separately, like for the appellate record, but the first item I'd like to introduce or submit as an exhibit to this offer of proof is a text message that was provided to us. It was purported to be from Apple Denny's phone. It is undated. It has some communications. This was not provided to us in discovery or prior to yesterday, which was Friday, June 26th. I would like to submit this as an exhibit to this offer of proof.
Okay. Text message from Ms. Denning.
The second item I would like to submit as our offer of proof is a series of messages. Some of them may be versions of messages that we received yesterday as well from the state. They are important to be or identified as messages between Apple Denny and Mr. Taylor. They have dates on them that identify them as 6/20/2018. By our understanding, those are outside the scope of the search warrant for Mr. Taylor's iCloud. Obviously, we were not provided those previously, but they're also outside the scope of the search warrant for the iCloud. Some of them appear to be similar to that first text message. Some of them are additional to the first text message. And so that would be the second item that I would introduce as for our offer of proof.
What?
Okay. Anything else?
Yes, I would just like to proffer for the court, or for the record, that as it is my understanding based on the state statements that and the court's direction towards me, that if we were to cross-examine in certain ways, the door would be open and those items would be allowed to be introduced in this matter. My understanding of the restrictions on the testimony based on the 404 hearing, that they were very limited. Cross-examination would potentially have included the following information. It would include questions about bias, questions about subsequent postings on social media that included bias, One of those items include a post from April of this year, which I would introduce as Exhibit 3 to this offer of proof.
Wanting to get
This is
into
an offer of
that
proof.
or not?
Can I see what the offer?
I'm not going to anymore based on the court's instruction, but I'm introducing this as an offer of proof.
Okay, get the state, show it to the state. I don't know what you, I mean, I'm not ruling on whether that would come in or not.
Well, my understanding was the very clear direction from the court was I better not open the door, so I'm modifying my
For a lot of
cross-examination.
things. I mean, not just these, or, I'm not
For my
preventing you for offering anything.
Thank you, Your Honor. For my additional offer of proof, cross-examination would also have included, which were asked about previously at our 404B hearing, the calls that Miss Dennie had made to the police that were unsubstantiated against Mr. Taylor, essentially unsubstantiated prior allegations against Mr. Taylor. So I would like to submit for the fourth exhibit to our office for those that would have been part of our cross-examination.
Well, if you want to ask her, ask her.
Your
Let
Honor,
open the
based
door.
on the instructions yesterday, I don't want to risk opening any doors, and so
I
we are
just
not
said be
going to
careful to
limit.
not open the door. I don't know that you can do what you want to do.
My interpretation was,
Well, you were wrong in your interpretation. I'm not preventing you from asking this. If you want to ask her, ask her.
I guess I need some guidance then on what opens the door and what
What is
doesn't.
How do I know?
That's the problem. So I think,
It's not my problem.
I think what we're doing is I'm proffering that this was the
I'm not
material.
preventing you from introducing what you're trying to proffer.
So
The state says they're not getting into this, so if what you want to ask Ms. Denning opens the door to this, then that's the problem.
is that cross-examination of that material going to open the door?
How do I know?
Well, I'm proffering
Depends
that.
on her answer.
Okay, well, I'm proffering the material that I would be cross-examining around the subject matter.
Okay, and I'm telling you, I'm not preventing you from asking about that.
Okay, well, what I am proffering then for this offer of proof is that based on the information provided on day 5 of the trial and the instructions from the court, we are modifying and we are not asking those questions
That is
based on the
totally a
instructions.
decision you can make. I'm just telling you, I've had lawyers, I describe it, opening a door as large as a trailer truck. And that was just their fault.
Just so I
What you want to ask may not.
understand that the door is being opened to material.
I'm not saying the door's open to anything. I just said yesterday afternoon, late, be careful in what you ask Ms. Denning in terms of whether it opens the door. It may not. I have no clue.
Sure, and I'm making an offer of proof as to the subject and the very careful subject matter that I intended to cross-examine on.
Like I said, I can't sit here and prejudge. You may ask a question and she spout off something she's thinking she's answering, and that opens the door. And you'll say, well, I didn't mean for her to say that. I'm like, that's not my problem.
Well, it puts us in a very difficult position.
You're exactly right. That oftentimes happens.
There are 2 predicate issues to this difficult position. One of which is the material the state has provided us that they want to introduce as an opening the door issue was not provided in discovery, one piece. The second piece is based on a search warrant information outside the scope of the search warrant, which Your Honor did not rule on.
Well, the state's saying they're not getting outside of the search warrant.
Well, they now provided us with material outside the scope of the search warrant.
This text,
No, the other set.
Your Honor, I just provided that to show that the text I received from Ms. Benning yesterday, that it was validated because it was
Okay.
located in his iCloud.
with this text from Miss, when did you get this?
Yesterday, and that's when I gave it to him.
So,
Well,
I'm sorry.
So Miss Denning just on her own said, hey, here's something you might find interesting?
No, Your Honor, Your Honor's order said that we could not use it in our case in chief.
Not
However,
use what?
anything outside of the parameters of the time frame of the search
Right,
warrant.
but if this had been given in discovery, it would come from her phone, not the search warrant.
Correct, Your Honor. I ask her
Out.
yesterday if she had her text messages from 2018. Your Honor said that we could get into it in impeachment. So in preparation for trial, I was having exhibits made, and they opened the door. I had to know what was there and had to have an exhibit ready to go.
Impeachment for who?
Impeachment for if the defendant testified, if they cross-examined Ms. Dennie, there was information that Detective Reese already reviewed, but I had to go get it to create an exhibit.
If you forget the search warrant, this may have come in if it had been provided, because it's not as a result of the search warrant.
I understand, and I only prepared that information for purposes of if it became impeachment material during the trial. And in preparing the exhibits, that was one of the messages. I did not know about it. I asked her if she had that message still. And I didn't ask her for that message.
How'd you
I
ask
said,
if you didn't know about it?
Do you have messages from 2018? Do you have one on this date at this time? I didn't tell her what I was looking for. She pulled it up and she said she completely forgot about the message.
Yeah, well, that's correct
How did you know to ask her about it if you didn't know about it?
in the lab report. Do you plan on asking Ms. Denny, now, I can't put out everything in this order, but in your proffer when she testified was about panic over a second pregnancy with another woman, his discussions about looking online for possible materials that might abort the child like NyQuil. That's what you plan on getting into, right?
Correct, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Not for the offer of proof. Thank you.
Okay. And on that subject, hopefully, so we won't have to break.
So the message isn't even from Taylor. It's her telling somebody else. And this is not in front of the jury, so the jury didn't hear this bit. But am I getting the right impression of this?
I can't put out everything in this order, but in your proffer when she testified was about panic over a second pregnancy with another woman, his discussions about looking online for possible materials that might abort the child like NyQuil. That's what you plan on getting into, right?
Correct, Your Honor.
Unless that's from a pleading. Maybe he's reading from a pleading based on that wording. So that's not conclusive to what I was thinking.
Anything further?
Not for the offer of proof. Thank you.
Okay. And on that subject, hopefully, so we won't have to break again. And surely to goodness finish the state's case. Does the defense want, I know we had the discussion back in the 404B and the court probably, pretty sure mentioned, got into discussions about whether it was a crime or labeled as a wrongful act. Does the defense want the court to give the instruction to the jury that's in 42.10A, Tennessee Pattern Jury Instructions, about how to consider? Again, I don't know that it's a crime, but talking about giving people drinks to end pregnancies. Do you want that instruction?
Your Honor, I'd have to look at that instruction, but I will look at it promptly and get back.
Okay.
42.1, Section 08.
42.10A.
10A, I'm sorry.
All right, let the jury step in.
the 4-page document, which begins on January 8th of 2023 at 1:0609 p.m. The messages go through January 8th, 2023 at 2:10:25 p.m.
Shout out to Sheriff Chuck with the 5 gifted.
Take a look at those messages and let me know if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
And are those messages, I guess, can you say who those are messages in between?
Yes, these messages were extracted from Jade Benning's cell phone, and they're between the local user, which is her, that's her phone, and the contact she has saved as Blaise with the phone number we know to be his.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that 4 pages of text messages be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is 50. And if I may have permission to publish those to the jury.
Okay, all right, just mark those, she has those on the computer.
Detective Reese, can you describe the messages, if you can start with the beginning time and explain who they're from and what the content is?
So, beginning on January 8th at 1:06 p.m., Jade sends him a message talking about tagging along for an adventure. She was talking about a trip. Blaise replies, LOL, okay. And then she says, that's if you want, of course, LOL. Then he replies, gotta still have a job first, and second, you probably ain't doing much traveling for a while anymore. When next season rolls around, I don't think you'll be able to make impromptu trips on the weekends considering you'll have other responsibilities. Not trying to be negative or nothing, but just being, I'm sorry, I can't see, there's a little bar at the bottom. This is just being realistic. I mean, it would be,
Oh, yeah, you can't read that.
it would be great if you could, but it's unlikely.
And the second page, can you read these?
Continuing with Blaise, not trying to be negative. I'm sorry, that was the last one I read. Picking back up with Jay now at 1:25 p.m. LOL, okay, didn't mean to make it all serious, but yes, responsibilities will be different, but living life will still be happening as well, just living differently. And I understand the realistic thinking of it as well. It's a part of the big change. He replies, yeah, especially for you. She replies, of course, wasn't trying to go into a serious talk for us, sorry. He replies, but we don't gotta be super serious, I just didn't want to sell false dreams, because yeah, it would be great if you could come with on my work trips, but I just feel like it's not realistic from a financial or just a just feasible ability to randomly catch a flight and get away for the weekend.
And the third page.
He continues with, it's no big deal. I know you wasn't meaning it that way, but I just didn't want to be like, oh yeah, I'll bring you on the next one next year, knowing that it's probably a lie. She replies, totally understandable, babes. It's not like it can never happen because I'm having a baby, but being realistic, it wouldn't be able to be on the fly. Planning out things will always be an option. Life doesn't just stop because though. LOL, we're still going to have one just living different. He replies, I hear you, but you can't minimize how much things are going to change for you. You gotta be realistic that things are about to be hella different for you and will change drastically. Your day-to-day life is not going to be the same. Yeah, life goes on, but it's forever altered and changed in a drastic way. I'm not saying it's over or anything, but it worries me sometimes when you downplay it and act like it's no big deal. And I know you always want to be super optimistic and stuff, but I feel like you need to be honest with yourself about the situation and know what's down the road for you.
And the fourth page.
He continues, I just want to make sure you understand the gravity of the situation and you're preparing for those realities, that's all. She responds, I'm not trying to minimize things, and sometimes I can be super optimistic, but which can be scary. I'm sorry, I can be super optimistic about things which can be scary. But I do sit and process that there will be drastic life changes and prepare myself for the tough realities as much as I can that are to come. I'm not trying to make it seem like everything it's going to be all peaches and cream. I'm hearing and understanding everything you were saying. He liked, I'm not trying to minimize things, and sometimes I, sent by Jade previously. And then he asks, what time are you going to work? She responds, around 3.
And Detective Reese, as you described, did you review multiple messages that were happening during that time frame of January, February, that kind of 2 months where Mr. Taylor had reconnected with Ms. Benning?
Yes.
And I have another set of messages. They begin on February 4th, 2023 at 2:29:07 p.m. 9 pages goes to February 6th, 2023 at 7:09:36 p.m.
Okay. Do you need those or you have them?
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I recognize.
Detective Reese?
I'm sorry?
Did you recognize the messages?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, may I introduce those as the next number exhibit, Objection 51.
Okay.
And Detective Reese, if you can describe who the speaker is and go through these messages.
These are more messages from Jade's phone with her as the local user, and with Blaise, his saved contact with his known phone number. And they begin on February 4th, 2023 at 2:29 p.m. And would you like for me to read them?
Yes.
Okay. It begins with Jade saying, "Hey babes, hope you're having a good day so far. Just wanted to apologize again for my mom's doings last night. I've talked to her again and let it be known not to bring you or my situation up to anyone. I want you to know I got your back and defend your side to situations." He responds, "Hey, it's been good, very productive actually, but it's all good as long as we're on the same page moving forward. Everything is cool, but I appreciate it." She responds, "That is good, love to hear it, and 100% will be." He loved that comment from her. And then he says at 11:50 a.m., "Hey, hope you're having a good day." That's on February 5th, the next day. That's followed by a message from Jade saying, "Thank you, hope you are as well. Are you free in an hour?"
And page 2.
He responds, "I'm at work. What's up? Everything okay?" She says, "Yeep," which she does that frequently. It's obviously meant to be yes. All good. Was just going to come see you on my break. Says, "Oh, okay. What time is your break?" She says, "I'll go around 2:30 probably." "Oh, okay. I won't be done by then, unfortunately," Blaise responds.
And page 3.
She says, "Next Tuesday is Valentine's Day." She says, "LOL, I honestly don't really celebrate it. I just don't get it. FR, which is an abbreviation for real, LOL." She responds, "Yeah, I get that. I mean, it's honestly just another day to me, just showing extra love, LOL." He responds, "LOL, yeah, exactly. I never understood why people make it a big deal." And she responds, "Well, you still gonna be my Valentine," with the heart emoji. And it's a crying emoji.
And the next page, which I believe is 3.
Yes. At 2:27 on February 6th, Jade says, "That's good, making the day go by." And then she sends him a picture. He responds, "Yeah, I guess, LOL. Great spot." And then said, "Loved it." And then it says he loved an image, which means he loved the picture that she'd sent at 2:36. And she comments, "Our second little date night spot, LOL."
And page 4, can you describe what's shown here?
That is the photo that she sent to him, in the reference in the previous slide.
And were there previous messages that referenced they went there the second time they hung out?
Yes.
And the 5th page, can you describe what's shown here?
He responds with several laughing emojis to her referring to the date spot, and then she replies, "LOL, when you really liked me." Then he responds, "LOL, nah, when you really liked me. You always forget you was the one that chose to end it." She says, "Nah, I still really like you, LOL." Blaise responds, "The power was in your hands and you made the choice." LMAO, which means laugh my ass off.
And the next page, which I believe is 6.
She says, LMAO, no, it wasn't my choice to leave. You just didn't like what I said. I'd be showing you I still do, LOL. Says, Blaise says, I gave you 2 options and you made your choice. Don't try to rewrite the past, LOL. More laughing emojis. You ain't slick, LOL.
And the 7th page.
She says, oh, I'm not rewriting, LOL. We not going to even start this though, because we both go back and forth. He responds, because you don't want to admit what you did, it's cool though. She responded, you gave me a crazy ultimatum, LOL, and weren't really wanting to go my route either. We're here though and trying to build our relationship, LOL. And he says, LOL, I wanted to try a relationship because I thought you wanted that and liked me like I liked you.
And the next page.
LOL, true from Blaise. That's at 6:30 p.m. on February 6th. She replies, LOL, patiently waiting on our next date. He responds, you were supposed to make us breakfast, but was too tired. She responded, LMAO, I thought you didn't want it since you had to be at work early. He responded, uh-huh. She responds, well, this next Saturday morning, I'll make us breakfast. And we still need to plan an actual date night out with each other, LOL.
Never gone out together?
Detective
This is
Reese,
not
I want
boyfriend,
to
girlfriend.
kind of talk about the time frame of your investigation. You said that you had researched the facts of this case. Did something come up where you contacted someone in July of 2023 specifically related to this case and the facts of this case?
Yes, I contacted Apple Dennie.
And can you describe how did you come to know of Apple Dennie?
I believe it was maybe the day of or a couple of days after Jade's memorial service. Her mother told me that somebody at the, I got information that someone at the funeral service had a friend who had a previous relationship with Mr. Taylor that had a lot of, did not go very well. And
Jade Benning's mom suggests you might want to reach out to this person.
yes, that suggestion was made. And then I chose to wait until after all of the test results were back from the various lab tests before I moved forward with anything like that, because I wanted to know exactly, I wanted all the information.
And so you had the laboratory testing from that first blood at the hospital that Dr. Carney incorporated ultimately into the autopsy report by that point. Is
Yes.
that correct? And so when you contacted Ms. Dennie, was she somebody that was local here?
No, she was not. She was in Arkansas.
And when you spoke to her initially, I guess, how did you contact her? Was it in person?
I called her, talked to her on the phone, and interviewed her over the phone.
And did she provide you with specific information that you thought might be relevant to this case?
Yes, she did.
And that was July 25th of 2023, is that right?
I believe that's the correct date, yes.
And then, I guess, was there a follow-up meeting with Ms. Dennie?
Yes, we actually traveled to Arkansas and met with her and interviewed her in person.
And when you say we, who are you referring to?
Myself, yourself, ADA, Moore,
And
and Deputy District Attorney Moore, and Ms. Houston, the victim witness coordinator, traveled with us.
And the four of us went and we met with Ms. Dennie in person.
Correct.
And that was January of 2024.
Yes, it was.
Which again, you referenced Dr. Carney's autopsy report was completed August of 2023. When you spoke with Ms. Dennie the first time, did she provide a name of another person that was kind of part of the information that she had?
Yes, she did.
And did you recognize that name?
Yes, I did recognize that name, as it had come up in statements from some previous interviews I'd done on the first night of this investigation.
And what was that name?
Xavier Winford.
And during your review of the messages that are happening during January and February of 2023, can you describe how much contact Mr. Taylor had with Ms. Xavier Winford?
An extraordinary amount.
And did you review those messages kind of in tandem with his messages with Ms. Benning?
Yes, I did.
And I have another set of messages to hand you. It is 6 pages.
Okay. You want to step up?
Oh, we have no skip time. All right, we're finally getting into something that, we heard about Xavier Winford. We're still not hearing about a Des. Although there's hints. My read on some of those messages is like the conversation about like you made a decision or whatever. We're not going to rewrite history. You made your choice. To me, it seems like everybody was just talking to multiple people. All right, we're going to put a sidebar counter. We're at 2. How exactly did Mom and Apple, like, how did Mom know Apple's name to send to the detective to say, hey, you should talk to this person? Was she looking at, like, social media and saw it? Did Apple reach out to Mom?
Go ahead.
Detective Reese, do you recognize the messages that were handed to you?
Yes, I do.
I think defense lost that one.
What are those messages?
These messages are from Mr. Taylor's iCloud. The user account number in that second column from the right is his phone number. And the message sender column where there's a blank, we know that is from Mr. Taylor's number. The other number I identified as belonging to Xavier Winford.
And can you read out the date and time of the first message through the date and time of the last message?
Read all of them or just the beginning and end?
Just the beginning.
The first one on page 1 begins at 10:31 p.m. on February 24th, 2023. The last one ends at 10:50 p.m. on February 24th, 2023.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, I would ask that these be admitted as the next number exhibit. And I will ask Detective Reese to read these messages. The second page, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay.
The second page has the content of these that correspond to the times on the first page. If you can begin and explain who the speaker is and what the content is.
Okay. The text bubbles to the right that are aligned to the right are all from Mr. Taylor's number, and the ones aligned to the left are all from Ms. Winford's number. So it begins with Mr. Taylor saying, "So you should never doubt anything when it comes to us." She responds, "I'm doing my best." And he replies, "I know, I'm trying to reassure you." She says, "Thank you for doing that." He replies, "Of course."
And the third page.
And he continues, "I'll do anything to help you. That's what I'm here for." She says, "I trust that's true." Then he responds, "Good, do you trust us? Trust in us?"
And the fourth page.
She replies, "Yes." Then he replies, "Good, then you have nothing to worry about. Everything is going to work out." She replies, "I'm glad." He replies, "Good, me too."
And the fifth page.
He continues, "I love you and I need you to love me back and be in love with me." She replies, "I love you too and I will." And then he replies, "Good, I just want us to be us and be happy together." She replies, "Me too." He loved the comment, "Me too." And he continued, "We are going to be just fine. We just need to stick together." And then she replies, "We will stick together. Don't be walking off and stuff during conversation." Then he loved her reply of, "We will stick together."
Detective Reese, you said there was quite a bit of contact between Mr. Taylor and Ms. Winford in that January, February. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you describe, that is the night before February 25th of 2023?
That is
when
correct.
Those messages are occurring. After the investigation started, did you ever see Ms. Winford with Mr. Taylor?
In person?
Yes.
Not in person.
I guess, did you ever know her to continue to have contact with him after?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe how you knew that?
In addition to, well, the main reason was at the time of his arrest in Utah, I obtained that body camera footage, and they were actually together in Utah at the time of his arrest, about over a year after the incident, in a vehicle that was registered to her.
If I can have just one moment.
So do you think this is the motive, guys? That either maybe Xavier knew and didn't want to stay with him if he was going to have a baby mom, or that she didn't know and he didn't want her to find out?
Actually, I want to go back to one thing. That second set of messages where we had that conversation between Ms. Benning and Mr. Taylor, kind of about you made your choice and you decided to end the relationship.
Yes.
Did that connect to you to anything else that you viewed in those text messages?
Between,
Ms. Benning and Mr. Taylor.
yes, there was a previous conversation between them that, or I viewed some communication between Ms. Benning and Mr. Taylor, and also in conjunction with conversation Ms. Benning was having with Nigel Jackson.
And is that November 4th message she sent him where they did not end up messaging for about 6 to 8 weeks?
I believe it was November 6th.
November 6th.
Yes,
I
but
think
yes.
you're correcting me.
Yeah, the not having the abortion.
Thank you, Secretary.
That's it for... I'm surprised they don't have more. This is their last detective witness. We're going to have Apple, we're going to have Mom. And perhaps we're going to have, maybe they're keeping something in their pocket for a rebuttal case. I don't know. But that's it. Detective Reese didn't bring us like, oh, I have him going and picking up drugs.
Detective Reese, how are you today?
I'm fine.
Good. Want to speak with you a little bit this afternoon about a few things in regards to your investigation as the lead detective of this case. Tell us again when exactly you were initially contacted that there was a homicide investigation going on.
It was on the late evening of February 26th. Like I said, I don't know the exact time. I don't think I documented that, but I would estimate it was around 9 or 10 p.m.
And what were you told exactly?
My supervisor spoke to me by phone. He told me that there was a call that domestic violence had gone out on the previous night, in which there was a woman hospitalized at Vanderbilt, and Vanderbilt was reporting that they believed she was going to be brain dead, and that we were going to take over the investigation because she was not expected to recover. And
What did you do after that?
I basically headed towards our headquarters, and we had determined that we were having Miss Jackson and Miss Burks have them come down to headquarters to be interviewed by myself. And I went to headquarters and met with them, coordinated with one of my teammates while he began drafting a search warrant for Miss Benning's apartment.
And Ms. Jackson and Ms. Burks, I think you stated before that it was very important, or to you, it was better served to meet them in person downtown in your environment, if you will, so that you can have better resources.
Correct, yes. So I could access my computer and that sort of thing, and we could do a video.
Like I told you before, you can answer a question yes or no. That would be wonderful.
Yes, sir.
You need to explain it.
Yes, sir.
And
Is that the judge making sure we don't have issues with an answer opening a door?
what did you need your computer for?
I didn't need it for anything in particular at that moment. It was just availability.
In case you needed to research something, look something up, things of that nature.
Correct.
When Ms. Burks came to you and started speaking with you, did you learn about, I guess, the medical episode that her daughter had in regards to what Ms. Jackson told her?
Yes.
And she explained to you everything in regards to Mr. Taylor and what she knew of their relationship, correct?
I would say yes, I believe so.
But she didn't know much, right?
I'd say she knew a decent amount.
Okay. Well, did she represent to you, I believe, at that time, did you learn at that moment, did you have the impression that it was Mr. Taylor who abruptly ended that relationship? Were you given that information?
I wouldn't say that they necessarily attributed him to ending the relationship. It was that he demanded she get an abortion and she refused to, and thus the relationship ended. But I don't remember her specifically attributing it to him ending it.
Did you bring your offense report with you to review today?
It should be in the case file.
Peach.
Would you need that in order to better refresh your memory as to what you...
He's answered your question. What's your next question?
Well, isn't it true, Detective Reese, that you reported, that you were told that it was Mr. Taylor who abruptly ended the relationship?
That's possible. I just don't remember specifically being told that as I sit here speaking. But that may have been what, I just don't remember it that way.
But it was certainly what you put in your report, wasn't it?
If I can refer to my report, I might be able to confirm that.
Oh. Did you not bring a copy with you today?
I did not bring the copy of the case file up here on the stand because it's ordinarily in court.
Let me see if I have it. And I would draw your attention to page 4, the first paragraph. You can read it to yourself and let me know when you're done.
Okay, yes, yep, you are correct. That is what I put there. You said, just didn't remember it.
That's okay. But that's not exactly how it went, was it?
It's hard to really tell from the context of the text message because it's evident that they met and talked in person. They would text and then they would talk in person, so it's not very clear.
Well, isn't it true that the text message that Ms. Benning sent Mr. Taylor on the 6th, it was Ms. Benning who said, I think it's best that we end this because we're basically at an impasse.
Oh yes, that is roughly what she said.
That's vastly different than Mr. Taylor abruptly ending the relationship because Ms. Benning didn't want to get an abortion. Correct?
In essence.
And
In essence.
after
Look at him.
after that message from Ms. Benning, There was no evidence of Mr. Taylor continuously reaching out to Ms. Benning, trying to force her in any way to have an abortion, was there?
No, there wasn't.
And so, after learning or sitting and speaking with Ms. Burks, you also learned that there was some contamination of the crime scene. Did you learn that?
I wouldn't call it contamination.
You would
No
not?
one will.
No.
Can I draw your attention to your offense report again, sir?
Referring to my supplement,
Yes.
what page?
If you learned that there was fentanyl found on the comforter, would you call that contamination? How did that get there? Because now we're in a pickle. Because there's no contamination, but there is
If you
contamination when it
could-
comes to the comforter fentanyl.
If you could look at page 3, I believe it is. Didn't, in fact, Ms. Weber went into the scene and removed items? I'm sorry, go to page 5, I apologize. In the bottom of page 4, top of page 5.
Well, I know Miss Weber went there the night that Jade was hospitalized, and I was told she retrieved Jade's keys and locked the apartment to prevent anybody from re-entering, I believe.
And I believe you learned that she walked all about the apartment as well, didn't you?
Yes?
And you believe that she took, or I believe it's reported that she took some belongings out of there as well.
As I recall, I thought she just got Jade's keys and locked the apartment.
Well, that's what she told you, right?
That's what I was aware of, I believe.
You have
Is it
not
that?
said it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I thought he was looking.
No,
That's
he
what she
said that's what he believed.
Okay. And so, then you also learned that even after that, that there was another set of individuals who went into that apartment, correct?
Correct. That was the following day on the 26th.
Correct.
In the,
By that time, everyone knew the allegations Ms. Jackson were claiming against Mr. Taylor, right?
I didn't know them at that time, but I would say her friend and family group did.
Exactly. And were you aware that Officer Fish had given Ms. Burks and Ms. Browning strict instructions that no one should go in and out of that apartment?
Objection, Your
Where
Honor.
is that in the proof?
It's in Officer Fish body-worn camera. I'm asking if he knows that.
I'm not aware of that specifically.
You're
Why,
not-
again, do you put in your questions information that's not in the proof?
I asked him if he was aware that Officer Fish.
Objection, Your Honor, to counsel testifying and questions.
I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you. And
Disregard that part of the question.
when Ms. Franklin and the 3 individuals, including Ms. Jackson, went into Ms. Benning's apartment, they removed significant evidence out of the scene, did they not?
That's correct.
And they shared with you that they also moved a camera, a blink camera. Did they share that with you?
Yes, I believe Isaiah mentioned that.
And she informed you that she only moved that because Ms. Burks asked her to. Do you remember that?
That sounds familiar, yes.
And that's pretty crucial stuff to remove evidence out of a scene, isn't it?
If the scene was still contained by police, I would say yes, that would be a big deal, but the scene had been released by police at that time.
What?
Well, isn't it true that the police didn't go in until after they went into the apartment?
That's correct.
So it wasn't released yet, was it?
The Domestic Violence Division, when they'd finished their investigation the previous night, at that point, there was no one holding the apartment.
Well, if they were told by officers not to go in there, would that be considered a release?
I'm not aware if they were or not.
And would you consider the fact that civilians, someone who makes the statement that we were angry and we wanted answers, and they go in and remove evidence and manipulate things inside of a crime scene, you wouldn't consider that to be contamination?
Well, that's not the word I would use necessarily in this situation, because they took the time to video the apartment, there were photographs made during some of the entries, and they used rubber gloves to collect something that we would have collected eventually once we got involved.
Did they
Can I
video
draw
the
your
movement of the
attention
camera?
to page 3 of your report in the second paragraph? Last sentence. Second to the last sentence.
She said page 3.
I'm on page 3, which, I'm sorry, you said, which paragraph again?
Second paragraph, second to the last sentence.
They are performing additional tests.
Page 3, second paragraph, second to the last sentence. Ms. Weber and her friend contaminated the scene. You see that?
Natalie was
I'm on
correct.
page 3.
Okay, it's on my page 3. I'm sorry.
Just call
Okay.
it contaminated.
I see now the way the paragraphs are arranged. It didn't look like it was a separate paragraph. Yes, I see that. I didn't write that. That's about somebody else.
It was a police officer you thought worthy to include in your report, though, correct?
Well, it's not my determination of worthiness. It's just that that's the documentation. I asked for documentation that they did on whatever they did prior to my getting involved, and then I included that in my report under the heading Initial Investigation by the MNPD Domestic Violence Division. And then I preface in here that this italicized entry is the summary completed by Detective James Smith and subsequent update by Domestic Violence Division Sergeant Cucci.
And here for a little while, in regards to the scene as we're discussing it, for a while you believed that there was a missing cup, didn't you?
I did, yes, for a little while.
And in fact, you believed that it was Mr. Taylor who had removed.
And this was in the media. That's why there's all these talking points out there. People went into this case thinking that Blaise Taylor removed evidence from the scene. They weren't even considering that it could have been the friends in there that were moving things around. So the impression got out there in the early days, before a jury was ever selected. High-profile story, beautiful young girl loses her life, potentially at the hands of another, and an unborn baby, to add to the mix, add to the horrificness of it. And the story goes out there that something's taken out of the scene that would have been incriminating evidence, suggesting it was, in fact, something involving criminality. We get that detail out there, and then we're wrong. What really happened is these investigators didn't collect anything. They thought things weren't relevant. That should have been highly relevant. I don't see how it wasn't.
Move that cup out of the scene, didn't you?
And I'll rewind it because I messed up her question.
Here for a little while, in regards to the scene as we're discussing it, for a while you believed that there was a missing cup, didn't you?
I did, yes, for a little while.
And in fact, you believed that it was Mr. Taylor who had removed that cup out of the scene, didn't you?
That was my suspicion. I knew there was a cup missing. or I thought there was a cup missing.
And you arbitrarily assigned that misdeed to Mr. Taylor, didn't you?
I never said he removed a cup from the scene that I can think of. I just said that I believe there had been some cleanup because there was a cup that was unaccounted for.
And who did you believe did the cleanup throughout your report?
Specifically of that cup, I don't know.
You didn't think that it was Mr. Taylor who did the cleanup?
Like I said, I don't know. I can say that the cup is in a picture that was on Jade's phone prior to her falling ill. And then later, when we get there, it is over by the sink, sitting next to the wall, the backsplash.
Certainly sitting by the sink inaccessible for you to remove tape text, correct?
Yes, at that time, if we had known.
And so there was nothing stopping you from knowing, because when you went in to execute the search warrant, the cup was right there the entire time, wasn't it?
There was something to stop me from knowing it was relevant because we didn't get in her phone that night. So I was looking at the glasses that were on the island because glasses were mentioned in the interviews and looked at those as those were relevant. I wasn't inclined to seize all her drinkware.
Well, wasn't there allegations that Ms. Benning was poisoned as a result of something she was drinking?
Yes.
Would it not have been important to grab every cup, every glass that you saw that was out if we were in search for exactly what happened there that night?
So in retrospect, I absolutely wish I would have done that, but just that night, I did not, because we thought those were the glasses that were in use.
And then it's safe to say none of those glasses or those cups that you left there were tested, were they?
The ones that were left there, no.
And Mr. Taylor did not therefore remove anything from that apartment based on your knowledge.
I'm not aware of him removing anything other than his personal belongings.
Now, as you were learning about the incident, you learned that there was another gentleman who was present that evening with Mr. Taylor, with Mr. Benning, and with Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
And that individual not only was present in the house that night, he was also present on this phone call that Ms. Jackson says these allegations were made against Mr. Taylor. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And when you learned about this incident, did you, and that person is Keyaunte Jones, right?
And to correct what I just said, he was not present on the phone call where she made the allegations. He was present on a return phone call made by Ms. Jackson with him merged into the call.
Within minutes of that call, correct?
Yes, it was a few minutes after.
He was the only other person besides Ms. Jackson that would have heard Ms. Benning in her distressed state. Would you agree with that?
By that point, she was already believed to be unconscious, so he wouldn't have heard anything.
Well, he didn't tell you that he heard her mumbling a little bit but couldn't make out words, but he could hear her trying to talk?
I can't recall exactly.
You don't want to recall.
And knowing that he was present there that night, knowing that he was the only other person on the phone with her, did you bring him downtown to talk to him like you thought it was important to talk to Ms. Burks and Ms. Jackson?
Not at that time at night. They were there available, ready to go, and I was going to have to follow up with him later. I also didn't even learn about him until that interview.
Which was the 26th?
It was probably 1 o'clock in the morning or so. It was getting close to 1 o'clock before I was even aware of Keyaunte Jones.
1 o'clock on the 27th?
Yes.
So
It was during the interview with Nigeria, I believe, that I learned a little about that.
not even 48 hours after the incident?
Yes, that's correct.
And so after you learned about him, why didn't you bring him downtown so that you can talk to the only other witness to witness Ms. Benning's distressed state? and the person who was inside of the apartment that night?
Because I was going to talk to him at a later time.
And how did you talk to him at a later time?
I've interviewed him over the phone.
It wasn't important to bring him down?
I've interviewed people over the phone all the time. I try to bring people down sometimes, and sometimes I'll talk to them over the phone. Sometimes I'll talk to them in the field.
Did you do any research on Mr. Jones to see if he had any criminal history, to see anything nefarious about him?
Objection, Your Honor.
Let the lawyers
Sidebar. Oh boy. Oh boy. Wouldn't you want to see his demeanor? You're looking at everybody else's demeanor when you want to put them on as a suspect, but you don't care about a witness's demeanor, a key witness, how they're remembering things. Make sure they're not looking at anything else or texting while they're on the phone with you. You have them in person, you can see if they're referencing something. Not an important enough witness? Someone who was present with Jade that night was not important enough to you to speak with in person? Maybe not at the station, but... Also, shout out to Lady Di, very generous with the 5 gifted. Let's get some W's for Lady Di. Maybe it's Lady D. I say it right, right? Oh. Okay, wait, they're not done. Stop trying to read lips. See? This is why, you know, being able to observe things in person. You can glean more. You can glean them. He's reviewing the report. Should he be looking through this right now? He's getting into it. Yeah, Erin's like, why doesn't she want to state the grounds for her objection? She wants to make her argument every other time. Yeah, like objection, the chain of custody's been established. Yep, there you go. I think Bench Jammin' might have a viable answer for Erin's question. So remember, Keyaunte Jones was asked about having a prior record relating to a theft of some kind. And he was like, I don't recall that. I don't know about that. Something saying like it wasn't a yes or no answer. It was that he didn't know. But he's like, I'm not aware of that. Reading what you guys are saying. Can he hear them? Probably not. I think that's why they play the machine, the white noise machine. Have like a little bit of bloop time. There we go.
Go ahead.
What all did you do in regards to Keyaunte Jones besides talking to him on the phone?
I just interviewed him over the phone.
Now, after you met with Ms. Burks, you met with Ms. Jackson. Is that right?
Said, move
Yes.
on.
And she explained to you the context and things of their relationship, Mr. Taylor and Ms. Benning, correct?
Yes, she did.
And there was some information that she had given you that wasn't quite consistent with what was going on between them. Would you agree?
You'd have to specify what you're talking about there. I'm not sure.
Well, didn't she also state to you that Mr. Taylor abruptly ended the relationship because Ms. Benning had gotten pregnant?
I can't remember specifically that was the wording she used. It was definitely the impression that I got from the interview.
And that wasn't completely accurate, was it?
Well, it was framed in the situation that he'd given her an ultimatum between getting rid of the baby or the relationship, and that was my understanding of the reason she said, well, I'm not getting rid of the baby.
And he gave her the freedom to make her own choice, didn't he?
At that time, yes.
That is very different than abruptly leaving someone because they're pregnant, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, during the search of the apartment, by the time that you and the other officers are conducting the search, you are under the impression that there is, in fact, a potential poisoning, aren't you?
Yes, at the time we're searching.
And therefore, drugs were at issue, were they not?
Yes, they would have been.
Would it have been important to look into all of the drawers and boxes and anything where drugs can potentially be hidden?
Sure.
That didn't happen, did it?
I don't know. I didn't search the entire apartment myself. My entire team was involved in searching, so I feel like we did a fairly thorough search. But I don't know specifically what every single item, every container was open.
We have zero testimony about the boxes being opened. Zero testimony about the bedroom dresser drawers being opened. We actually have testimony where the defense asked, I don't think it was Terry. I think it was the detective that testified after Terry. What's this green thing on the nightstand? I don't know. We didn't look at that.
Because there were several of us conducting the search.
You'll agree with me that every box was not looked into.
I can't say yes or no to that because I didn't personally search everything in the apartment.
Well, you didn't do that, did you?
I didn't search everything in the apartment?
Yes.
No, I personally did not. My team, we conducted the search.
You were the lead detective though, right?
Correct.
You were running the show.
Correct.
You didn't instruct those officers who were there to find drugs to look in any place where drugs could be stored.
Well, everybody knew that's what we were looking for, any evidence of poisoning. So everybody's operating under that assumption.
Poisoning by drugs.
So if you didn't look into every drawer, every box, every container, would that have been an oversight that could have potentially led to more evidence?
Potentially, but also potentially not.
There was also, if I may, Your Honor. There was also talk about a pink liquid that Ms. Benning was drinking, correct?
Yes.
And there was talk about Ms. Benning stating that her drink tasted funny, right?
Yes.
And that is what made those cups so important to taste, correct?
Yes.
This lemonade and fruit punch that was placed on the corner there, do you see that?
Yes.
That was something that you gathered and tested as well, correct?
Our CSI, he took the samples of those liquids and tested them, yes.
because there were no other drinks that matched the description that Ms. Jackson had given you in that apartment. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of any others.
And you did in fact test those drinks.
That the crime lab did, yes.
And it turned out that there was nothing in there that would be the equivalent of cocaine or anything else that could poison someone, correct?
That's correct.
And outside of that, there was no other evidence present that would, within that apartment, that would lend you to believe that Mr. Taylor poisoned Ms. Benning with anything.
At the time of that search on that night, there was no evidence found in the apartment, correct?
Now, you stated earlier that this investigation was pretty much driven by the search of any type of drug or poison that could have caused Ms. Benning's death, correct?
Yes.
There was a time, was it not, that you learned that Ms. Benning was involved with drugs?
I did learn, I believe, it may have been that night that she would smoke marijuana from, I believe her mother may have told me that, or one of her friends, or if not that night, it was in the following day.
And in fact...
What? What?
Now, you stated earlier that this investigation was pretty much driven by the search of any type of drug or poison that could have caused Ms. Benning's death, correct?
Yes.
There was a time, was it not, that you learned that Ms. Benning was involved with drugs?
I did learn, I believe, it may have been that night that she would smoke marijuana from, I believe her mother may have told me that, or one of her friends, or if not that night, it was in the following day.
Okay, is he saying that he learned that night? Okay, maybe he's not saying that she smoked that night. But still, we have Danny Weed in the phone.
And in fact,
the state needs to clear that up. The state needs to clarify.
She had met with or was in contact with her drug dealer that day, correct?
That day?
Yeah, what Matt Hawk said.
I would have to refer back to the messages that we looked at earlier. I'm not sure that it was that day or the day before.
Did you not find evidence that around 9:37 a.m. that she reached out to her drug dealer and asked, my coworker needs half?
Well, operating on the assumption that it was that day on the 25th, yes. Yes.
And there was no notation as to what the half was for, was it?
Well, it was to the weed man.
Well, you also learned through other text messages that she stated, I was able to get mushrooms from the guy who sold me weed.
A mushroom bar, yes.
So he didn't just sell weed, did he?
He sold, from what I could tell from the text messages, he would sell mushroom bars and marijuana.
Now, because this is a drug investigation, surely you reached out to that individual, didn't you?
To Danny?
Yes.
No.
Why not?
I was pursuing the death aspect of the investigation, not the drug investigation against that guy.
You were looking at Blaise.
Would you agree with me that these days, the drug dealers now are masking the drugs they're selling with fentanyl and other things?
That is something that happens, yes.
And so, if Ms. Benning had come in contact with her drug dealer the very day that she suffered an overdose and or poisoning from drugs, you didn't feel that it was important to contact that individual and talk to him?
Well, the context of those text messages, it appeared that he was out of town and declined to service her coworker. I thought. I'd have to refer to them, but I thought I'd have to refer back to the messages, but I got the impression that he said I'm out of town or something to that effect. Or I'll have to hit him back up later or something like that. If you have the messages, I can review them.
We're gonna review it, but didn't we also have a
He
request
never
to talk to Des?
refused to talk to her. He just said, I'll pick you up or get back with you when I'm free.
If that's what the messages said, it was something to that effect. I don't think they ever met looking at the messages, though.
Well, you learned that she went to Walmart that day, correct?
Yes.
And there was nothing that you saw by receipts or bags or anything that she actually went inside of Walmart and purchased anything that day. You didn't see anything like that, did you?
I just saw a text message she sent shortly after that saying I picked up stuff to make chicken Alfredo. And that was the only place she stopped after leaving work.
But did you search through that to see whether or not that was in fact true?
Did I go to Walmart to verify she went to Walmart? No.
Well, did you just look to see maybe in her records whether or not there was something purchased at Walmart?
No, I went with her text message saying she went to get stuff to make chicken Alfredo.
Did you talk to Dennie just to see, hey, did you meet up with this young lady this day to eliminate that possibility?
No, I didn't follow up with Dennie.
When we follow a financial crime, we follow the money, don't we?
I've never worked those sort of investigations, but I'm familiar with the phrase.
Yeah, what
And
about
so
drug
if
crimes?
we're investigating a drug case, we should follow the drugs, shouldn't we?
I guess so.
When, additionally that night, did you ascertain or look inside Miss Benning's phone?
That night, no.
At some point, did you do that?
Yes.
Did you uncover certain evidence that would be relevant to the investigation in and of itself?
Yes.
And one of the things that you were looking for was Miss Benning's interaction with drugs, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And in fact, there was interaction with drugs, wasn't it?
Yes.
However, in your offense report, you state that you didn't see any significant evidence of drug dealing or anything of the sort with Miss Benning.
I believe I was trying to preface that with it being after she became pregnant. So, and also another thing to note is I was reviewing her phone ongoing for over a year.
Okay, so you're saying you wrote this before you found out that information?
Certain portions of this are written before that, but I did find, I did look through some of the
Danny was-
conversations, but it was an ongoing thing for over a year.
You didn't see it on the
Did
25th?
you go back to amend your report so that it could accurately reflect the evidence in this case as it is?
I spoke with the DA's office, updating them as it went along, but I don't know that I'm not sure if I added anything in there specifically about that. I have to read through the whole thing. But the big thing was that it didn't appear to me that she was using drugs after she became pregnant.
Well, after she became pregnant, she was still dealing with drugs, wasn't she?
She was,
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, he's about to answer, he can go ahead.
she was facilitating for friends and coworkers who would contact her and ask if she could contact her weed man because they wanted to buy some, and then she would subsequently message him and say, hey, my coworker wants some. And that was a thing that would happen repeatedly.
Is it your testimony that she never stated, I need X amount, or I need this, and my coworker needs that, and maybe John needs this?
I don't think she necessarily, every time she contacted him, specified it was for a coworker, but it was pretty consistent that there was a coworker asking her for something, and then she would contact him.
Well, you'll agree with me that when it was for a coworker, you saw my coworker needs. When it was for an individual that she would put a name to, she would say John needs. And in addition to that, there would be times that she would say, I want, or I need. Isn't that true?
I'd have to look at actually review the messages you're speaking about.
Jim? That's what I would want to know, Amber.
Now, at some point, you also talked to Mr. Taylor, didn't you?
Yes, very briefly.
And when you talked to Mr. Taylor, there were several things that you had learned from other people and that you learned from him, correct?
I didn't. When I spoke to him, I don't think I really learned anything from him. It was a very brief conversation.
Did you learn through your investigation that this was a date night planned by Ms. Benning?
Yes, I knew that.
And that turned out to be true, correct?
Yes, that was correct.
Did you learn through your investigation that there was food that was eaten between them that day, chicken Alfredo and I think it was rolls and cookies? Did you learn that?
Yes.
Did you learn through your investigation that Ms. Benning had once infused her food with drugs or THC?
Yes.
Then did you have that food tested to ensure that there was nothing there?
I asked about getting the food tested, and I was told that the lab wouldn't do that when we were doing the search warrant.
Through your investigation, did you learn that Mr. Taylor had called 911?
Yes.
And did you learn that although Ms. Jackson and Mr. Jones had heard the distress, heard the dire straits that Ms. Benning was in, yet it was only Mr. Taylor that called 911? Did you learn that?
Yes.
Did you learn through your investigation that Mr. Taylor had given a rendition that Ms. Benning had vomited?
Yes.
And did you learn that that was in fact true, that she did in fact vomit?
Yes.
Did you learn through your investigation that Mr. Taylor, immediately upon going back to work, informed the Titans that he had come in contact with law enforcement?
It was. I understood that he.
Oh no! It did that refresh thing. Where were we? We weren't that far behind. Oh god, we have pictures. Alright, so we were like right here. The distress. YouTube gets me once a day with these.
Throughout your entire investigation, did you ever learn that Mr. Taylor himself...
Alright, so that's still too far ahead.
that although Ms. Jackson and Mr. Jones had heard the distress, heard the dire straits that Ms. Benning was in, yet it was only Mr. Taylor that called 911. Did you learn that?
Yes.
Did you learn through your investigation that Mr. Taylor had given a rendition that Ms. Benning had vomited?
Yes.
And did you learn that that was in fact true, that she did in fact vomit?
Yes.
Did you learn through your investigation that Mr. Taylor, immediately upon going back to work, informed the Titans that he had come in contact with law enforcement?
It was. I understood that he notified him that on the day of the 26th.
And he did that, you learned, because that was what was required of him.
Yes.
And when you talked with the Titans employees, because you talked to several of them, didn't you?
Yes, several months later.
And you learned that none of them, or at least I should say all of them, stated that Mr. Taylor did not drink and or did drugs, or they had no evidence of that, because you asked that question, didn't you?
Yes.
And all of them gave you the answer of he was not involved with drugs and or drinking.
Correct, yeah.
And in fact, throughout your entire investigation, did you ever learn that Mr. Taylor himself, while he was dating Ms. Benning, well, I'll rephrase that. Let's go to the night in question. did you learn that within 60 seconds of the distress phone call to Ms. Jackson, that Ms. Benning was taking selfies of her and Mr. Taylor?
Yes, they were. I don't know about the exact time frame. I know it was very close, within minutes, just before it happened.
Within 60 seconds, correct?
I'd have to look at the timestamps, but like I said, I concede that it was very close in time.
And do you remember, these were some of the photographs that were there?
Yes, I believe there was about a dozen taken.
Correct, that's one. That's another, correct?
Mm-hmm.
That's another. That was another. That was another. And so you learn that all of these selfies were taken by Miss Dennie of she and Blaise on their date night.
Correct.
At some point in your investigation, you had spoken with a Dr. Brucolari. Do you remember that?
Boy.
Yes.
And do you remember who Dr. Brucolari is?
Yes. She was the. Yes, I remember.
She's the doctor toxicologist from Vanderbilt, correct?
Yes.
And that's where Miss Benning was being treated.
Correct.
And at some point, Dr. Brucolari told you that she would, or at least you wanted her to, let me find the language, follow up with you in regards to possible liquid cocaine or anything of the sort. Do you remember that?
I don't remember specifying. I'd have to check. I don't remember specifying about liquid cocaine with her. I was just asking for her guidance about what testing should be done.
Okay. And she told you that at some point that she would contact you once she got any evidence pertaining to that, correct?
Did I document that?
Yeah.
Did I document that?
You did.
Could you tell me where that is?
Page 7 at the
So,
bottom.
sure.
And I'm maybe off the page, but let me find it.
Yes, and to answer your question, on February 28th, I did put in here, I continued coordinating between the medical examiner's office and Dr. Brucolari with regards to special testing requests to be done in the event of death.
Correct. And at some point, did Dr. Brucolari get back with you?
We had an ongoing dialogue for several days during this time frame, and it was, like, as I said, I was consulting with Dr. Carney and Dr. Brucolari. Let's see. So there was continued communication with us.
And at some point, did she get back with you as she promised? Because she was the toxicologist on this case that you were consulting, was she not?
Yes, we definitely spoke again after that.
And did she share with you that she had no explanation in regards to the cocaethylene that was present in Miss Benning's blood?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's your objection?
There's no cocaethylene in her blood.
Okay, you're asking what someone told him?
I'm asking, as a result of his investigation, did he learn
Or
that?
is he relying on what someone told him?
Yes, and his,
I'll sustain the objection.
It's not, but if it's not offered for the, That wasn't the right objection from the state. They should have said that it's a hearsay objection and that it's being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. And then the defense would be like, well, it's to look at what he did next. But for whatever reason, the judge is sustaining it without the state making a proper argument. And I think the defense would have fought and argued that it's not being offered for the truth of the matter.
Someone told him,
Yes, and
I'll sustain objection.
who did you consult with in regards to the drugs in Miss Benning's body?
After the point that she physically passed away, I primarily consulted with Dr. Carney.
And so you did not consult with the toxicologist that actually was involved in the case from the ongoing at Vanderbilt any further?
As I said before, I talked with her again after that, but at the point that Miss Benning did physically pass away, it was essentially Dr. Carney was my primary point of contact, because she too, from us talking, was going to be in contact with the toxicology and the various labs, because I don't know how to interpret the lab results the way a physician does, a forensic pathologist.
Well, and that same forensic pathologist that you're speaking about did not rule this case a homicide, did she?
No, she ruled it undetermined.
Was there any surveillance that was recovered as a result of this case?
There were a few limited clips right outside of Miss Benning's door.
Did you have access to the entire video?
I was given access, but I was not aware that I was given access until the video was gone.
Until what?
Until the video had already been overwritten.
Why is this every case that we cover? Why? Why? You were already investigating this as a homicide within 24 hours. Is this the same camera we saw on like the breezeway on the ceiling that the friends were aware of was there? And this guy and his team, his two different units that go in through this apartment, to this apartment complex, do not pay attention to the presence of cameras they could have used? Oh my God. It's almost like they didn't want to see what wouldn't be on there.
Was recovered as a result of this
I'm annoyed.
case?
There were a few limited clips right outside of Miss Benning's door.
Did you have access to the entire video?
I was given access, but I was not aware that I was given access until the video was gone.
Until what?
Until the video had already been overwritten.
Well, you were able to see some things at some point, weren't you?
Yes. While we were executing the search warrant, my supervisor had an email that he showed me that showed a clip of Nigeria and Keyaunte arriving, another clip of them leaving, and I believe there was a couple of still shots of Blaise arriving and coming out of the apartment, and that was all I saw at that time. And that was on a long email chain that I didn't know about at that time, the full extent. I did not read all the way down that to the bottom of that email chain. I found out about it much, much later that the property manager had actually given me access to their camera systems. But by the time I found out about that, it had already been overwritten. So I wish I'd pulled that video, the full video, but I did not.
If there was an actual video of that night, of Mr. Taylor coming and going, of Najee Jackson and Keyaunte coming and going, of those women who went in there and removed evidence out of the scene, that would have been some crucial evidence for this case, would it not?
Just the videos of people coming and going from her apartment?
Yes.
Well, it was consistent with what I had already been told, so I already knew they were coming and going.
Well, it could have been Dennie coming and going too, couldn't it?
I have no reason to think that.
Because you didn't even interview him.
But in a homicide investigation, You didn't secure to ensure that any surveillance was in fact captured.
No, I did not.
You were also told that the women who went in there and removed crucial evidence was told to do so by Ms. Franklin's son, who's a police officer.
I wasn't clear on who the relative was, but I was told a law enforcement officer out of state had advised to do that.
Did you check to see if there was in fact a law enforcement officer who instructed 4 women to go into a crime scene and remove evidence without the assistance of the police?
I did not follow up with that police officer, no.
Would you have thought that that would have been important to find out who instructed them to do that? Because it somewhat contaminated your scene, didn't it?
It was my position at the time that that comforter should have been recovered earlier in the night by police with our department, and I didn't feel that their actions were inappropriate given that some other investigators with our department didn't go seize that comforter earlier in the night.
Well, let me ask you this. If Mr. Taylor would have gone in there and removed evidence out of the scene, would you feel the same way?
Oh, no, not at all.
He's honest.
Have you learned throughout the course of your investigation the timing of the medical incident? And what I mean by that is, have you tried to line up whether or not what Mr. Taylor has said in regards to the calling of 911, when Nigeria called him, when EMS arrived? Did you do the work to see whether or not Mr. Taylor's rendition of the facts lined up with the truth?
I did check to see, I did document and check to see when 911 was called, and I did check and verify when the call was placed to Ms. Jackson, as well as the call Mr. Taylor placed to his father prior to calling 911, and then subsequent calls after that between with Ms. Jackson calling back to Ms. Benning's phone, and then several more calls later into the night up to the point that she was at the hospital.
And in fact, those calls to 911, the calls to his dad, the calls from Ms. Jackson, all of those lined up exactly the way Mr. Taylor said they did, didn't it?
Yeah, that's correct.
When Mr. Taylor arrived at the hospital behind the ambulance, did you learn that any police officer that wanted to speak with him, he spoke with them?
I'm aware that some officers spoke with him. I'm not sure if any were turned away, but yes, I'm aware some spoke with him. It appeared that he was speaking to anybody that came to him from everybody that I'm aware of talking to him.
And did you learn that there was nothing inconsistent about what he said to any of them?
That's correct.
Did you learn that he stayed there the entire time until he was told to leave?
Yes.
And that it was only because he was told to leave that he left?
I don't know what his reasoning for leaving was. I just know that he was told to leave.
Did he leave before that?
In your investigation, you had just testified about Mr. Taylor talking to another woman.
Yes.
Here we go.
Mr. Taylor was not the only person in this relationship that was talking to someone else romantically, was he?
There was definitely several references to prior incidents with her seeing other men.
In fact, it was instances where Ms. Benning was dating Mr. Taylor and someone else at the same time.
I'm sorry?
when you looked through Ms. Benning's phone, did you see that she too was dating someone else at the same time that she was dating Mr. Taylor?
I didn't get the impression that she was necessarily dating anyone else. I know she had guy friends that she would talk to and an ex-boyfriend that she was still close to who lived out of state. And I'm aware she went and visited California with a friend and met up with a guy out there, but I don't know that they were in a dating relationship.
Certainly you saw and read text messages that would suggest that she was romantically interested in other people.
Objection, Your Honor. The state submits there's not a basis for this question.
Your Honor, the state may
Without
be heard.
adding all of your adjectives, rephrase your question.
Ms. Benning, well, let me say this. Mr. Taylor was not the only one in this relationship who was seeing other people.
I don't know that Miss Benning was dating anybody else romantically, for certain, no.
Did you see any romantic text messages or pictures being sent?
Objection, Your Honor. This has been asked and answered.
No, it hasn't.
I don't see that. Do you know of any?
I didn't remember seeing any that I specifically think that made me think, okay, she's dating this person also. I definitely saw some like friendly text messages with an ex and things like that, but I didn't get the impression there was a current relationship going.
Semantics. Yeah, right.
I'm not going to disrespect.
Excuse me?
No. You had to give a declaration.
What did she say? I'm not done, or?
I'm not going to disrespect.
Excuse me?
No. You had to give a declaration in this case, did you not, at some point?
What are you talking about?
A statement that you had to write in reference to this case. An affidavit.
Oh, search warrants and things of that nature?
Yes.
Yes, I've written affidavits for search warrants.
And
Yeah, maybe I'm not going to disrespect her.
I'm objecting to the relevance if she's following up with a question about that.
it was the basis, your affidavits were the basis of being able to retrieve devices of Mr. Taylor's, were they not?
But I'm objecting to any questions about that.
What's your objection?
My objection is that it's not relevant.
I don't know.
The devices that were seized from Mr. Taylor.
What is your question?
You seized devices from Mr. Taylor.
He's answered that.
You seized 11 devices.
That's already been testified to. You were wanting to ask something about an affidavit.
Yes, in regards to the affidavit that you put information about Mr. Taylor in these affidavits, didn't you?
Yes.
And some of the things that you put in your affidavits weren't in fact true, were they?
I would say everything should be true to the best of my knowledge at the time that I wrote it. Now, if there's something that I found out that differs later, but at the time that I drafted those, everything should have been true to the best of my knowledge.
Well,
Objection, Your Honor, to the relevance.
I don't know. It'd be relevant if he's lied. Are you saying he's lied in an affidavit?
yes, Your Honor.
All right, well, ask him about it.
Did you ever say in any affidavit, sir,
Objection, Your Honor, it needs to be specific. Any
Well, I can ask
affidavit.
you-
I think she's going to show us here in a minute and show the witness.
thank you.
More water.
What affidavit? Dave, what are you referencing?
I'm referencing the second declaration of Detective Reese.
Second declaration. What date of the search warrant? So the state can see what you're talking about.
This is the declaration filed by Mr. Detective Reese on March 6th of 2023.
All right, and what is your question?
Thank you. You sure? In your declaration,
All right.
Put an alrighty in the chat. And yeah, I bet you the state's gonna be like, this is what he believed at the time. I don't know, they got 11 of his devices. They're getting loud. Yeah, Bittersweets, we'll play that as the outro song today, for sure. Right, what is a trial in this court like without cameras? Like, is he toning it down because there's cameras? How did they not talk to Dennie? Dennie Weed. And who was the, like, 3 unknown Snapchat messages about the being expletive right now? Oh, Megan's got to go to a cookout, but be present. Put an earbud in and hide the earbud. No one will know. Oh, let me pause this before they bring the sound back, because it's really loud. All right, we were like there.
So you're not referencing a search warrant from 3/6/23. What are you referencing?
Declaration, Your Honor.
It's an affidavit.
An affidavit of Detective Reese.
Okay, so what is your question about?
You stated in this affidavit that Mr. Taylor was pressured by his parents to re-engage with Miss Benning. That's what you put in your affidavit in your second declaration.
Can I see the document you're talking about?
Get that, Mr. Evans.
Seeing is believing.
At the top of the page, you've got the right page. The court chief Reese. Let me see.
The judge is going to put an end to this page discrepancy right now.
Very top sentence is what she's asking you about. job's good.
I know, sir, I was reading the previous. Yes. So,
Reading the previous. He said,
yes,
I know. I was
this
reading
says
something else.
Jackson, which is Najee Jackson, believed the following end of their relationship. Following the end of the relationship, Taylor was pressured by his parents to resume his relationship with Benning.
So you got that information from Ms. Jackson?
Yes, as you can tell by the
She's asking
sentence.
you, was that a lie?
No, I mean, I think now I don't believe that was the case, but the information given at that time, that was what was believed to be accurate.
He said
Yes.
it's not.
So was Nigeria just mistaken, or was Nigeria misrepresenting and misleading? I think that's the heart of what the defense wants to ask about. Not necessarily, maybe.
Was that a lie?
No, I mean, I think now I don't believe that was the case, but the information given at that time, that was what was believed to be accurate.
He said
Yes.
it's not.
Thank you. Additionally, it was stated on page 2 of that declaration. If you go to paragraph 8, line 3,
Page 2.
I know, I was just trying to see what this document is. It doesn't look familiar to me.
You not know what it is?
is that your signature on the last page?
It is. I'm just looking to see what the document was, so I'm aware. So, okay. So page 2.
Paragraph 8, second sentence, starting with during the interview.
Okay.
Now, you represent here that Ms. Benning invited Ms. Jackson and her guy friend over to eat. That wasn't true, was it?
So my sentence says, during the interview, Jackson said she went to Benning's residence with a male friend after Benning invited them to eat dinner with her and Taylor. And I know from her text messages, Najee
Invited
referenced
them.
wanting to get a plate, and Jade was inviting to her. I don't know if she said, I don't know the exact verbiage she used, but she was receptive to them coming to get a plate.
But it was actually Ms. Jackson who asked Ms. Benning if she could come get a plate and if Keyaunte could get a plate too, correct?
I don't remember the exact wording, but it seemed to be a mutual friendly invitation, sort of, you know, you're welcome to come by sort of thing to me when I read it.
Now, going back to the relationships that you said that you don't remember in terms of
Oh, we're going back?
romantic relationships with other people in the
Objection, Your
manner
Honor, to counsel trying to testify by asking a
What
question.
is your question?
Can I refresh your memory in regards to whether or not Ms. Benning was in a romantic relationship with other men around the time that she was dating Mr. Taylor?
He's still reading.
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
You want to show him something?
Yes.
Do it.
Please do.
That's the permission she wanted.
Your Honor, I'm objecting to the question asked by counsel. The text messages she submitted are not during the time frame of this incident. We are talking about January, February 2023. This is well before that.
It's not well before that. It's actually November, starting on November the 4th, around the time.
Go ahead. What is your
And
question?
then here's another one, please, that goes to
Don't say it.
225 of 20.
What is your question? Please, please.
wasn't Ms. Benning involved with other men?
Having looked at that, does that change with Mr. Benning from your perspective involved with other men?
I don't know who these messages are between. I don't know the other person on this. On this particular chain here.
So then you're stating then that you have no knowledge, although you've gone through Ms. Benning's phone, of her dating other men besides Mr. Taylor around the time that she was dating Mr. Taylor. Is that your testimony?
Let's see. So looking at this, this text thread begins about a week after it appeared that their relationship was coming to an end, or around the same time their relationship was coming to an end. But yeah, they're definitely flirtatious in nature, I would agree.
They're a little bit more than flirtatious in nature, would you agree?
I would say they're flirtatious.
When Mr. Taylor relocated to Utah, he didn't just up and leave and go to Utah, did he?
No, it was several months after this, I believe. I don't know the exact date he moved, but I know he got a new job out there.
And in fact, before he even left to go to Utah, he reached out to you through his attorney, did he not?
Wow.
I don't recall ever being contacted by his attorney.
You don't recall Ms. Brittle contacting you, letting you know and asking if it was okay and to leave the phone number of Mr. Taylor so that if you needed him, you could contact him?
I don't recall that. I recall calling her at one point and ask her a question.
Did you call her in regards to Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
And did she answer your questions?
Oh, I just was asking I was asking something about whether they were still representing him because he was no longer employed with the Titans, and she said yes. And I think I asked her something about their defense investigator.
And in fact, you learned that Ms. Jackson was worried because that investigator was reaching out to her.
Sustain the objection.
Well, isn't it true that when you arrested Mr. Taylor, he reminded you, hey, I reached out to you and told you, you could have just called me and I would have turned myself in. You remember that conversation?
I didn't arrest him. Are you referring to when I attempted to speak to him?
When you attempted to speak to him in Utah before he was extradited back here.
I just remember him saying, when I read him his rights, him saying, I'll just have my lawyer sort it out. I don't remember the full everything that was said. It was very brief, just a few moments.
And so it's your testimony that you have no recollection of him informing you before he left through his attorney that, is it okay for me to go to Utah and this is where I'll be?
I definitely do not remember anybody asking if it was okay for him to go to Utah, because I learned of that through Jade Benning's family. I don't recall anybody ever telling me from his camp that he was going to Utah.
And finally, Detective Reese, throughout your entire investigation in regards to this case, you have yet to learn one thing that is inconsistent with Mr. Taylor and what he has shared as his rendition of the events, have you?
No, the totality of the investigation is contradictory to his story.
I'm not speaking of your impression, I'm speaking of what Mr. Taylor has said and done. There has been nothing inconsistent with that.
You mean the statements he has made?
Correct.
Correct, he maintained the same story.
Thank you.
You may redirect.
Messages that were just handed to you that was inferred that Ms. Benning was dating someone else, these all precede January of 2023, is that correct?
Yes, they do.
And it is during the time when she is not even seeing Mr. Taylor, is that correct?
The timestamp on the first page they sent me is on September 30th. And then there's a few more messages throughout October. And then there's one on November 3rd, 4th.
Again, she didn't ask you for the dates. She just asked, was it during the time frame they were?
It was not during the time frame that Mr. Taylor reconnected with Ms. Benning at
Correct.
the beginning of
Is that
2023.
correct?
Correct, yes.
And your investigation, did it uncover any evidence that Ms. Benning was trying to self-harm herself or her unborn baby?
No,
Did it reveal the opposite?
yes.
And specifically, what you're looking for in the apartment, were you expecting to find a bottle of poison sitting out on the counter?
No,
Your investigation, did it reveal that Ms. Benning wanted to be in a relationship with Mr. Taylor?
yes.
And when she asked you if Mr. Taylor had said anything inconsistent, you reviewed the body-worn camera footage and his statements to the officers and Detective Smith at the hospital, is that correct?
Yes,
And specifically, you told them that she threw up, I
Objection.
called my dad, and
Testifying and reading the witness.
Will that be rule of objection?
I called 911, correct?
that's correct.
And you had information to the contrary, isn't that correct?
Objection, she's leading the witness. This is not
Okay, I don't, you want to rephrase your question about what you're needing?
Did Mr. Taylor tell you any of the statements that Nigella Jackson told you that she heard Jade Benning say to Mr. Taylor on that call, that 6-minute and 9-second call?
No, when I spoke to him, he omitted that until I specifically asked about it.
Did he omit it not only to you, but to every officer that spoke to him?
Yes, every body camera footage that I reviewed, he omitted that.
So that was not consistent in any way, shape, or form.
That's correct. So the statement he volunteered.
That's where you get into 15 other questions.
And the 911 call specifically contradicted that, because on the 911 call, he said that Ms. Benning was throwing up at the end of the call. When everything else he said before is she threw up, I called my dad, I called
She's
911.
testifying
Okay,
and
hang
reading.
on. What is your question, if you can narrow it down a little bit?
My question is, you had information to the contrary, correct?
Yes, well, I'm sorry. Could you rephrase that? I'm
Asking
sorry.
your question.
Detective Reese, on the 911 call, he said that's when she threw up, correct?
Yes, I remember hearing him say she threw up on the 911 call.
And he told the officers, all 3 of them at the hospital, she threw up, I called my dad, then I called 911.
That's correct.
And Your Honor, if I can show Detective Reese.
How is that a lie? If you were trying to say, like, he's clearly also on this 911 call saying that he doesn't even know if she's breathing, and he's like, go check, and then he's like, yeah, she is. So, common sense would tell you he's reciting to this person on 911, she's throwing up, I don't know what's going on. Not meaning in this very second that I'm saying these words to you, she's presently heaving. This is not, if this is what the state has to argue, this is not a strong case. It just is not a strong case. It hinges on the emotions of the jury.
A portion of exhibit with Tom Miller. It is exhibit 29. This is that 6-minute
Oh,
and
you got it up? Okay.
6-minute, 9-second call that Miss Benning calls Nigella Jackson. It ends at 9:35:36, and the 911 call is placed at 9:38:58.
Correct.
The next page in this exhibit, can you describe what is shown here?
On that line number 427, that was a phone call placed from Mr. Taylor's phone to a number that I determined belonged to his father for a duration of about 30 seconds.
And can you point to the line item and read out the last 4 digits of the phone number that Mr. Taylor's phone called?
6766.
And can you read out the specific time that that call was placed?
9:38, which is 21:38.
9:38 and 13 seconds, is that correct?
Oh, yes, correct, in the 13
Can you
seconds.
circle it, and can you please explain the next column that has the UTC time?
Yes.
And so
So-
we have, the 911 call is at the exact time of 9:38:58, correct?
Yes, that's the one right below it. And the explanation for the UTC time, phone records, many of the records kept by social media companies, most of the electronic digital records we get from companies, all the time is kept in UTC because UTC does not change, and it's universal coordinated time. When we're in our winter months, our time here locally is 6 hours behind UTC.
Okay, but it is 9:38:58 when 911 is called, and Mr. Taylor calls his dad at 9:38:13, correct?
Correct.
And the call with Miss Jackson ends at 9:35:36, correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry, can we take that part down?
Detective Reese, you were asked about different types of drugs in your conversations with the toxicologist. Did you specifically speak with the toxicologist, in this case, as well as Dr. Kari, about liquid cocaine?
Yes, we talked about.
And did they provide you with information about that?
I did receive some, I guess you could say Dr. Carney kind of educated me on cocaine toxicity.
Did you talk to Dr. Brocaleri and the other crime lab people about liquid cocaine and its connection to the evidence in this case?
About the, yes, I talked, yes.
And did you speak to them as well as research whether or not liquid cocaine was a lethal substance?
I did research about it.
And what did your investigation reveal about if you put liquid cocaine in someone's drink?
That it is highly dangerous.
And when you say dangerous, what do you mean?
Can cause severe medical consequences. It listed off various things, but it seemed anything from serious medical problems to death.
And her questioning included asking you about an affidavit. That affidavit was from March 6th of 2023. Is that correct? Just the date of the affidavit.
Yes.
And that was very early on in the investigation, wasn't it, Detective Reese?
Yes. That
Have
was
you
very-
done multiple follow-up interviews since then and obtained additional information?
Yes.
And all of the information that you have obtained and all of the interviews you have done with Ms. Jackson, have you been able to corroborate every piece of the information she provided that night?
Yes.
And
What?
additionally, have you been able to corroborate Ms. Dennie and the information that she provided?
Yes.
And you were contacted by a defense investigator before Mr. Taylor moved away from Nashville, Tennessee. Is that correct?
I don't recall being contacted by a defense investigator.
Okay, but you said that there was an attorney that contacted you before, while he was here, before he went to Utah.
No, I said I contacted his attorney.
You
That-
contacted his attorney
Yes.
about his defense investigator.
Yes, it was, I believe the reason for my calling was because of Nigeria expressing concern over a defense investigator showing up at her house or calling her or something to that effect. That had been brought to my attention.
And was
And-
that close in time to this incident?
I don't remember exactly when that was.
What
So
was it in
it was,
somewhere between March and June of 2023, or was it a year later?
I believe that was more into the summer months, or maybe around June or July.
June or July of 2023, you knew that he had a defense investigator and an attorney.
I definitely knew by then, yes.
Thank you, Detective Reese.
Oh,
Recross and then Apple.
talk on redirect
What is
about
your question?
the timing.
What is
Ms.
your question?
Jackson called
What
Ms.
is your question? It starts with a question.
Did Ms. Jackson receive the phone call from Ms. Benning at 9:29?
Yes, that was the timestamp on there.
And didn't she say that it lasted about 6 minutes and over?
I believe so.
And that would take us to around 9:35, 9:36, right?
Correct.
He said a redirect. It ended at 9:35:36.
And he called 911 at 9, he called his father at 9:38 and 13 seconds, as Ms. Norman had stated, correct?
Yes,
That call with his father lasted about 30 seconds.
that's correct.
That would take us to 9:38 and 43 seconds.
You hear the prosecution saying, like, why are we? Listen to the
And he
prosecution.
called 911 at he called his father at 9:38 and 13 seconds, as Ms. Norman had stated, correct?
Yes,
That call with his father lasted about 30 seconds.
that's correct.
That would take us to 9:38
Why are they
and
rehashing
43
this?
seconds.
Correct.
And within 15 seconds, accounting for dialing the number and the phone ringing, he was on the call with 911 at 9:38 and 58 seconds.
Yes, that's correct.
And he was on the call with 911 for 6 minutes and 9 seconds, correct?
That sounds about right. Correct.
Objection, that is actually incorrect. It's 8 minutes and 55 seconds.
I'm sorry, even better. 8 minutes and 55 seconds. So that takes us to when Ms. Jackson says she calls back at 9:47 and Mr. Taylor answered the phone.
I would have to look back at the record to verify the time on that.
And if they were on the phone for 2 minutes, and before Mr. Taylor gets off the phone with Ms. Jackson, he says he hears sirens, that would take us roughly around 9:49, wouldn't it?
If it's a 2-minute phone call at 9:47, that would go to about 9:49.
Are you aware that EMS arrived at the apartment at 9:48?
Yes,
And wouldn't that be consistent with Mr. Taylor telling Ms. Jackson, I think I hear EMS?
did he? I don't believe he told Miss Jackson. I thought it was the 911 operator.
He told him that as well, didn't he?
Was he on the phone with her at the same time?
A
I mean,
second
I don't believe so. I'm not sure, but I do know he said that while to the 911 operator.
Correct. And so that would be consistent with what he heard also.
Yes, that's consistent with him hearing sirens at the time of their arrival.
And in regards to the quote-unquote liquid cocaine, you have not found in all the devices or anything that you looked for on February 25th of the 11 devices that you saw that Mr. Taylor had in his possession on February 25th of 2023, any connection with Mr. Taylor and liquid cocaine or any drugs on that day, do you?
I didn't search any of his devices. I searched the iCloud.
This is iCloud connecting to his devices?
Yes,
And you didn't see anything, did you?
not in the iCloud, no.
Thank you.
Guess what time it is?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You can step back. Who's the witness?
Apple Denny.
Appleton.
All right.
All these.
You can place it.
Apple Denny. This is the second to last witness. We're going to jump till she gets on the stand. This is the second to last witness the state says they're going to call. That is it for an investigation presentation. We just have Apple Denny and Jade's mom left on the state's witness list. So let's see what we work with. We're going to say that this is sponsored here by Debbie, who sent a 10 over saying, found you through Bob and Allie. Defense Diaries, love them. And I'm so glad I did. You do a fantastic job. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And shout out to Defense Diaries, guys. If you're looking for a channel to watch and you like it here, you'll probably also like it over there if you don't already know them. So big thank you to Debbie. And let's go. Let's go. Dun dun dun. This is the state's bombshell.
Do
you swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Ms. Dennie. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Apple Dennie,
And can you spell your last name for the court reporter?
Dennie.
And Ms. Dennie, how do you know Blaise Taylor?
We dated when I was an undergrad at Arkansas State.
And how old were you when you started dating him?
18.
And can you describe how long did you date him?
A couple years through 2018. It was breakups, get back together, breakups, get back together, so the timeline gets a little foggy.
Which, for reference, you said that y'all began dating when you were 18. How old are you now?
28.
And what year were you in school?
I started fall of 2016, fall of 2016, and I met him in November of that year.
And what year was he in school?
I believe he was a senior.
Do you remember how old he was?
No.
But he was a couple years older than you,
Yes.
is that fair?
Yes.
And did you continue to date into the beginning of that next year, early 2017?
Yes.
And at some point in your relationship, did you ever become pregnant?
Yes.
And about when did that happen?
January of 2017.
And when that happened, did you talk to Mr. Taylor about it?
Yes.
And can you describe kind of what were your feelings when you learned that you were pregnant?
I was really scared and confused. I knew I wasn't ready to have a kid.
Was that your reaction kind of from the beginning, and did it stay that way?
Yes, I immediately, that wasn't something that I thought I wanted for myself.
Was that something that you felt like you could talk to your parents about at the time?
No.
And so from the time that you found out, what did you ultimately end up doing?
I had an abortion.
And was there any point in which you changed your mind about that?
No.
And Mr. Taylor, did he accompany you to the appointments for that?
Yes.
And was there one appointment or was there more than one?
There was 2.
And did he go to both of those appointments with you?
Yes.
And can you describe at that first appointment what information was provided to you about the options?
There were 2 different types of abortions that I could have. One was the procedure, and
Your Honor has already ruled. Your Honor.
and the other was taking a pill at the center and then taking one when you got home, and that would induce the abortion.
And did you discuss those 2 options with Mr. Taylor during that time that you were going through this?
Yes.
And which option did you ultimately choose?
I had the procedure at the facility.
And did he accompany you to that visit?
Yes.
And at any point, did you meet his parents?
Yes.
Did y'all continue to date after that?
Mm-hmm.
And you said that you broke up, but then you would get back together.
Yes.
And when you broke up, was there anyone in particular that he might have dated while you were broken up?
Yes.
And who was that?
Her name was Xavier.
And what was her last name?
Winford.
Did you know Miss Winford?
Yes, and not like personally, but I knew her through him, and we had a few interactions.
And can you describe what was your understanding of his relationship with her?
Someone that he dated before he met me, or didn't date. He said they were never together, that he would never bring her home to his parents, and that she was crazy, and that I needed to block her, and it was kind of that situation.
Oh boy, here we go.
And at some point, did he come to you and talk to you about something that happened with her?
Yes.
And what was it that he came to tell you about?
That he got her pregnant.
And what was the time frame that this occurred?
This was the summer of 2017.
And what was his demeanor like when he came to you to tell you about this?
Very erratic. He was upset, didn't want to have a baby with her. That's what he was telling me, that this was something that he couldn't do.
Was that a different reaction than he had when you told him you were pregnant, but you did not want to keep the baby?
Yes, it was flipped. Like how I was panicked the first time around, and he was freaking out when it was her.
And when you say he was freaking out, how did he act when he was panicked?
Really erratic, and but then he would say he could control the situation. It went on for a few days of us talking about it, but that night he was trying to figure out if there was something that he could do. He was Googling things, so he was looking stuff up to figure out how she, if there was something he could do to make her have an abortion, and asked me if I could get the abortion pills and he could make her take them or put it in her drink.
Or
And so you talked to him over a period of a couple of days, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was he telling you? I mean, he's telling you that he's trying to figure out something that he can give her.
Yeah.
Was she wanting to have an abortion based on what he said?
No, he said she would go back and forth, and he would tell her, well, I'm not gonna be a part of the child's life, thinking that would convince her to not have it, because that's ultimately what he said she wanted. And then they would just go back and forth about it, and then someday he would say, I think she's gonna do it, and I think she's not gonna do it, but she didn't want to.
And you said that he was telling her he would be a part of the child's life. Was he also saying not part of her life?
Yeah, he wouldn't have anything to do with her if she went forward with it.
Kind of like an ultimatum.
Yeah.
And he asked you if you could get the abortion pill for him so that he could make her take it and put it in her drink. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, she says acknowledging what the Lord said. Go ahead.
Did you do that?
Did I get the bill?
Yes. Was that even, not saying that you would agree to do that, but is that even possible?
No.
And did you explain that to him?
Yes.
And you said that it went over a couple of days. Did he talk about anything else that he might be able to get to put in her drink?
Objection.
Okay, I don't know what objection is, she's just asking, did he?
Yes.
And the things that he was mentioning, how did he get the information?
He said he was looking stuff up on his phone. I couldn't see what he was looking up, but he had his phone in his hand.
And I guess what, if anything, else did you discuss with him about Miss Winford and Miss Winford getting an abortion?
He had asked me to make the appointment and said that he thinks that he could convince her by the time the appointment came to get the abortion.
And what would be the reason that he would need you to call to make the appointment?
Because she wouldn't call herself, but he wanted to go ahead and get an appointment set
Is there a waiting time?
for, sorry,
Was there going to be a delay from the time you called to when the appointment would actually be scheduled?
can you rephrase that, sorry?
You said that he wanted you to schedule the appointment
Yeah.
because he thought he could convince her to do it and didn't want her to change her mind.
Yeah,
I'm asking if there was going to be like a time period.
yes, and he didn't want, like, they were booked, so he didn't want her to finally decide to and then not be able to get it.
And did you agree and call and schedule that appointment?
Yes,
And did you pretend to be her?
yes.
And do you know if she went to the appointment that you scheduled?
Yes, I assume it was that appointment.
And you said you assume, I guess, do you know what ultimately happened with that pregnancy?
Yes, that she had an abortion, that's what I was told.
And do you know, did Mr. Taylor continue to see Ms. Winford after that time frame? That would have been summer of 2017.
Yes,
And do you have any knowledge if he's continued to see her since then?
yes, I've assumed so.
Objection, no basis for that. She's personal.
She, I strike that as if she just thinks so.
Do you have any knowledge about that?
I saw a post of her at a game,
Objection.
and I was,
Okay, hang on just a second. Do you care to be heard?
Judge, I'm just asking if she has personal knowledge of the two of them being together.
When it was, something was taken or when it was posted, and she doesn't know that.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Did you know Jade Benning prior to February 25th of 2023?
I knew of her. We had had some message exchanges on social media. Like, she told me happy birthday, vice versa.
And what was the connection between you and Jade Benning?
She was in a similar area. Like, the Little Rock area is pretty small, so like a lot of my friends grew up with her. So we kind of just would see each other on social media and connected that way, but I never met her in person.
So she was kind of the social media connected friend of other friends.
Yes.
Did you both participate in the same athletic sport?
I think I was told she cheered, but I never like met her through that. But I think we might have both been cheerleaders at some point.
Okay. So you knew of her but didn't actually know her and you had never met her?
Yeah.
How did you hear about what ultimately happened to Jade Benning?
Two of my friends had said that they needed to talk to me and called me and told me about what happened.
And when you say they told you about what happened, about what was the timing of this? From when the incident happened,
Mhm.
Ms. Benning passed away, was it before she passed away?
Yes, she was still in the hospital at this point.
And so that would have been kind of right after this incident.
Yes.
When you say they told you what happened, what kind of information did you get?
I don't remember like verbatim, but they told me that they thought that, or were told that he might have poisoned her or something of the sort, but they like didn't have details, and that she was in the hospital and they were like keeping her on life support, I think, until her birthday. Yeah.
And when you heard that, what did you do?
Like immediately after the phone call, or
Or I guess kind of connected to Ms.
Uh-huh.
Benning and this case and how you ended up here today?
well, like I talked to them, they knew about the situation with Xavier in the past, and I want to say maybe a few days later, my friend Ariane had reached back out to me and asked if like I wanted to connect with Miss Bridgett, and I said, yes, that's fine. I'm open to helping in any way that I can. And then Miss Bridgett reached out to me, and then from there was Detective Reese and so on and so forth.
And did you talk to Detective Reese and provide him with the information that you just testified about?
Yes.
And then did you also meet with Detective Reese, and myself, and Deputy Moore, and Ms. Houston
Yes.
in Arkansas?
Mm-hmm.
And did you provide us with that information as well?
Yes.
I can have just one moment. And I'm sorry, Ms. Dennie, I feel like you said that they told you about Jade.
Mm-hmm.
When they told you about Jade, what was your understanding of whether, like, what her condition was?
That she was pregnant, and you mean like her physical state, that, or just the fact that she was pregnant?
The information that you got from the friends was that she was pregnant, and
Yes.
there was
And
suspicion.
something happened to her, and they were thinking that it was Blaise, and that she was in the hospital after that.
And do you see Mr. Taylor in the courtroom?
Yes.
And could you point him out and identify him?
Right there.
Thank you, Ms. Dennie.
All right, questions you have to the
Cross.
Yeah, you can turn that top.
If Detective Reese left anything in there, there's water.
Miss Dennie, I want to make sure that I'm understanding got this right. So you never put anything in anyone's drink, right?
No.
You never went and got an abortion pill on behalf of Mr. Taylor.
No.
You never got any kind of other substance from Mr. Taylor.
No.
You never got any cocaine.
No.
You got fentanyl.
No.
You guys never slipped anything in anybody's drink.
No.
You never saw Mr. Taylor do that either, right?
No.
So what we kind of described is like just a conversation, right?
Yes.
Conversation while Mr. Taylor was, as you described him, like erratic.
Yes.
He was panicked, I think was the word you used, and maybe that was my word, I'm sorry, but was panicked a right word?
Yeah.
And while he's erratic, panicked, you guys are having this conversation,
Mm-hmm.
and he's talking about this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But it wasn't something that you ever actually acted on.
No.
It wasn't something that he ever actually acted on?
No.
Okay. And just so I got the time right, so we're talking, you started school in 2016?
The fall of 2016, yes.
Fall of 2016. And you met Blaise, Mr. Taylor, and start dating maybe the middle of that first year of your school?
We met in November, yeah. Things evolved from there.
Okay, so you met at the beginning of the year, is that right?
We met in November of the fall of 2016,
Okay.
and then continued on from there.
And your kind of pregnancy situation, which I know is difficult to talk about, that happened more like the middle of the year, is that right?
That was in January of 2017.
Which would still be your freshman year of college.
Yes.
Right? And you're still just 18, 19 years old?
Yes.
Just very young, right?
Yes.
And that's a very difficult thing for someone who's that young to deal with, isn't it?
Yes.
And during that situation, at least initially, Mr. Taylor was maybe on board with keeping the baby, wasn't he?
Yes.
And in fact, ultimately it was your choice, right?
Yes.
And you made the choice, and Mr. Taylor was supportive of that choice, wasn't he?
Yes.
He went with you to the appointments, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he did whatever needed to be done, right?
Yes.
And then, whatever happens with your relationship, this thing with Miss Winford comes up, is that right?
Yes.
And he has a reaction to it, is that fair?
Yes.
And it was a pretty extreme reaction, right?
Yes.
I mean, and at that age, are you still 18 or are you 19 by that time?
I'm 19.
19, he's maybe 20?
No, he might have been 21. I think he's a couple years older than me, but I don't remember how old he is.
Okay, so maybe he's 21, right? You're both still in college, right? Is he playing sports in college at that time?
Yes.
You're a cheerleader,
Yes.
right? So you guys are both busy with your lives in college,
Yes.
right? And this pregnancy was a scary thing for him, right?
Mine or
Xavier's.
yes.
And he confided in you in a way that he was really terrified, right?
Yes.
So that conversation, the words that I wrote down is the conversation you had where he's asking you about getting an abortion pill, where that night, was there something we could do? So that was the first night that he finds out about it, right?
It might have been the first night. I'm not 100% sure if it was that very first night or the second night. But I know it was shortly after, like, this was unfolding and he found out.
Sure, really a quick, immediate reaction right after he finds out, right?
Yes.
And so he's talking about these kind of crazy things like, can you go get an abortion pill, right?
Yes.
And this says something else crazy like, is there something we can put in her drink, right?
Yes.
That's what you're saying. And then that was kind of the end of it. Like, you have a couple crazy conversations and there's no more, right?
That I remember, yeah.
Okay. And certainly this, I mean, you're here 10 years later talking about it, you might have, if you had done something, if someone had acted on it, if it had been a big deal, this would have been kind of seared into your brain, right?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Okay. You're doing your best here to give us your recollection, right?
Yes.
You guys were so young at that time, right?
It wasn't significant
Yes.
That was at
contemporaneously.
least 6-7 years before 2023.
Mm-hmm.
Long. Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Ms. Dennie, you described kind of the conversations with Mr. Taylor, that this happened over at least a 2, maybe 3-day period. Is that right?
I think so. Mm-hmm.
And he was saying like, oh, this is a crazy thought. This conversation continued over those couple of days. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And is it correct to say that you were trying to talk him out of it?
Yes.
He was very adamant of trying to find something to do it.
Yes.
Objection to leading.
Any other questions?
No.
Okay. Thank you. You can step down and be excused. Who's next witness?
Like state's gonna rest today.
Next is Bridgett Burks.
Bridgett Burks.
We're gonna do 2 polls on Apple's testimony. First is, would you, and then we'll do a jury poll, what you think the jury will do after.
Good afternoon, Ms. Burks.
Good afternoon.
Will you please state your full name for the record?
Bridgett Benning Burks.
And Ms. Burks, are you the mother of Jade Tristan Benning? And can you describe, when was Jade Benning born?
Jade was born on March 6, 1998.
Do me a favor, just pull that base of that mic over there where you're situated.
Okay.
Ms. Burks, did Ms. Benning have any siblings?
She had one.
And who is that?
Well, actually, let me correct that. She had 2 stepbrothers, and then she had 1 half-sister.
Was she your only daughter?
She was my only child.
And when you had Jade, where were you living?
Little Rock, Arkansas.
And is that where you lived when she grew up?
Yes.
And can you describe your relationship with your daughter, especially as she's growing up in high school and college, and kind of that time before she moved to Nashville?
It was my life. Everything I did was for her. From cheer competitions, high school cheer, supporting her through her culinary, and even supporting her move to Nashville.
Did you want her to move to Nashville?
No,
And can you describe how often would you and Jade communicate?
we text a whole lot. This generation likes to text versus talk, but pretty much every day.
And can you describe your relationship with Jade? Obviously, every mother-daughter relationship is very different. Did she tell you things and confide in you about what was going on in her life?
Those things. There's always things that a child's not gonna.
Was she fairly forthcoming and
Yes.
kind of included you in details about friends and if she was dating someone and things like that?
Yes.
And can you describe when she moved to Nashville? Where did she start living initially? Like what time frame was that when she moved here?
She actually left Arkansas about the last week of 2021 because she was starting January 1st, 2022 at her new job.
And can you describe, was she excited to start as a chef?
Very excited.
Did you come and visit her here in Nashville?
Yes.
And what, if anything, do you know about Miss Nigella Jackson?
She's my second child. She's my adopted daughter.
Is it fair to say that her and Jade have been friends almost their entire lives?
Yes.
And were you aware of how close they were when they were both living here in Nashville?
Yes.
And kind of preface question, did your daughter have any allergies?
None.
No, any allergies of any kind?
No.
That time frame, which you know now when she met Blaise Taylor, did she tell you about him in that time frame of August of 2022?
Yes.
And can you describe how much information did she give you?
Not a lot.
And can you describe when did you find out that your daughter Jade was expecting a baby?
I believe it was November 3rd or 4th when she, I'm not exactly sure the exact date, but it was right after she found out.
So within 24 hours of that first ultrasound that Miss Jackson and her went to. And can you describe how did she tell you?
She called me, I was at work, said, I need you to call me on your lunch. I said, okay. Then I took my lunch, went outside, I called her, she said, hold on, I gotta send you a picture I need you to look at. So while I'm on the phone with her, she sends the picture of the pregnancy test.
And what was your reaction?
Shock. I said, wow, is this yours? And she said, yep. I said, I guess we're having a baby.
And can you describe what was your daughter's reaction?
was delayed. I asked her. We are having the baby, and she confirmed yes.
Was she, I guess, kind of have that attitude of yes, she was going to fairly quickly after finding out?
Yes. Immediately, abortion was not an option for her.
And did you and her discuss that?
Yes.
What, if anything, did she tell you about the father of the baby when she told you she was pregnant?
When she told me, she had not told him yet.
And did you guys discuss kind of that process of her telling him?
Very vaguely, because she was working, and I mean, she just said she was going to tell him.
And did she contact you and let you know what happened?
I texted her because I work days, she worked nights, and asked how did it go, and she said not good.
And did you continue to communicate with her about kind of what was going on with her pregnancy, as well as if she was having any contact with him?
Yes. When she told me that he did not want the baby, then that's when I quit communicating.
And when you say she told you he did not want the baby, what did she say?
That he wanted her to have an abortion.
Did he kind of give her, I guess, did she feel like she had some choice, or was that a definitive?
If she had the baby, he wanted nothing to do with the baby. He didn't want it to have his name. He didn't want the child to ever know who he was. Is what she told me.
And after that was, I guess, his decision, what did Jade do? Did that change her mind at all about having her baby?
No, because myself, my husband, her father, her stepmother, her family and friends all made it very clear that that baby and her would be very loved and taken care of regardless.
And did you and her dad both support her in having the baby regardless if Mr. Taylor was going to claim the baby or be involved?
100%.
And did your daughter Jade, did she send you pregnancy updates along the way? And specifically kind of in that January, February time when she started showing more, was she sending you pictures and updates about what was going on?
Yes. Videos.
And I have a video on a thumb drive as well as a set of photographs. I can, defense counsel is familiar with these.
What is it you need?
Oh, I'm sorry. If I can have, if the witness can be handed a set of 9 photographs, and I have a video that I'll put on a thumb drive, and I have it all ready to submit.
Okay. You need these back, or you have them?
No, I have them here.
Okay, switch it to their,
I have it.
okay.
Ms. Sparks, there's a video that's one of the videos that Jade sent you. Did she send it to you by text message?
Yes. In the video, she's saying 19 weeks.
Did Jade sends you videos and pictures like that often. And when I say often, I mean almost at least every week, if not multiple times a week.
Yes.
And can you describe what all was she doing to prepare to have the baby in that kind of January, February, those last few weeks?
We spent a lot of time texting, looking at Facebook Marketplace, making purchases. She would make purchases here in Nashville, and I was doing the same in Little Rock.
And were you and her together both preparing for a nursery for her baby girl?
Yes.
And I just handed you some photographs. I'm going to ask that the video and the thumb drive be made an exhibit.
All right.
Lead us to-
51.
And then the photographs can be 54.
All right, 53, 54.
And Ms. Burks, you were here when Detective Miller showed that she sent you a series of 9 photographs. Are these the photographs that she sent you on February 6th of 2023?
Yes, they are.
And this is the first image, this second image. Did you recognize where she was in this picture?
In her kitchen.
And specifically, there is a camera to the left of the stove. Were you familiar with that camera?
Yes, I purchased it for her.
And were you aware, is that where she typically kept that camera?
Yes.
And this next image is 3. Is that another picture that she took that day?
Correct.
And the next image is number 4. And then this photograph is number 5. Can you describe what's in it?
Her with the ultrasound.
And had she just found out that she was having a baby girl?
Yes.
And this next picture, do you recognize that picture specifically?
Yes.
And was that a picture that she kind of kept? And this next photograph, can you describe what's in that one?
She's holding ultrasound and some Ben and Jerry's half-baked ice cream.
And she was about halfway through her
Correct.
pregnancy. And then this last photograph,
Just holding the Ben and Jerry's half-baked ice cream.
and then this last one is kind of a collage pic that she sent you of multiple things. Is that right?
Correct.
That time frame right then when she was sending you those photographs, she had just had the appointment about the gender, and was there something going on with her pregnancy where she was going to have some more appointments that week?
Yes. When they did the ultrasound, they spotted something on the heart, and so they wanted to do some testing to make sure the baby did not have any kind of Down syndrome or anything else wrong with it.
When you talked to your daughter about that, was she upset about it, or was that a huge concern for her?
Of course she was nervous, but stayed very positive. We
And-
both were positive.
And did she find out soon after that everything was fine?
Yes.
Those pictures that she took, which she took a lot of pictures that day in the kitchen, I guess, were you aware of her social media? Did you guys communicate on social media sometimes?
Yes.
With Instagram and other platforms?
Yes.
Did she post any of those pregnancy photos to her social media?
No.
And do you know why?
Because she told me that Blaise did not want anyone to know. So she kept everything private.
And can you describe you still live in Arkansas, is that right? Were you allowed to tell all of your friends about Jade's pregnancy?
No.
And I guess you described that she's very happy about the pregnancy, is that right? Is there anything about you not being allowed to tell people that means she was not happy about it?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
I said, can you explain, like, why would she not let you tell people?
Because, as we all know, Blaise went to A-State. Little Rock being the size it is, a lot of people went to A-State, and there was a lot of mutual people.
Your Honor, maybe
But do you have an objection?
yes, I'm objecting with respect, relating as to why she thinks
Okay.
Blaise didn't want to.
She's answered in terms of why she wanted it private previously. What's your next question?
Was there something that was about to happen kind of in the, I guess, week or two following February 25th of 2023 that was going to change that status of you not telling people?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was her 25th birthday, and she planned on making it public.
And can you describe, did she have parties planned?
Yes, we had 2 different baby showers planned.
Did you discuss with her how that was going to work? Like, did people know that she was pregnant?
No.
But there was a very distinct plan that she was finally going to tell everybody.
Right. Surprise.
And that week that it happened, did you talk to your daughter that week?
Mm-hmm.
And even specifically on February 25th of 2023, did you message with Jade that night?
Yes.
And that previously introduced exhibit that Detective Tom Miller put in, did you recognize that post?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's her Alfredo sauce.
And is that a post that Jade made to Instagram to her story that night of February 25th,
Yes.
2023? And you've seen all of the photos that she took of the date night. Did she post any of those?
No.
And then this next image, it was Instagram, but it didn't technically say who posted it. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And can you describe what that is?
That is the chicken spaghetti I made that night.
And did you know what she was making, or did she know what you were making?
No, neither one.
And those messages that Detective Miller put on the screen between you and Jade, is that the last time that you talked to her?
Yes.
Can you describe how you found out?
I received a phone call from Letitia Jackson.
And can you describe how Miss Jackson sounded on that phone call?
She was crying. She was frantic. Just said something's happening and I'm on my way. I can't get to her fast enough.
And did Miss Jackson tell you what she heard Jade say?
Yes.
And what did you do when she called?
My husband and I were out. We went straight home, packed a bag, and headed to Nashville.
And what time did you get here?
Approximately 3:30 in the morning.
And when you arrived, who was at the hospital?
Her stepmom stayed by her side until I could get here.
And was Miss Jackson still there?
No,
Were any of her other friends there?
no.
Was this,
She was in ICU and was not allowed to have visitors at the time.
Did you at any point see Mr. Taylor there?
Yes, when we arrived. He was in the parking garage because he'd been asked to leave once they moved her to ICU.
Had you ever seen him before?
Never. That was the first night I ever spoke to him.
And did he speak to you?
Yes.
And did he tell you what happened to Jade?
That he thought she had an allergic reaction.
Did he tell you anything about what Jade said on that 6-minute and 9-second call?
No. That was not mentioned.
And after that moment, did you see him again?
No.
Can you describe that time frame of being at the hospital? Who was there and kind of what was going on?
For the first few days, only her parents were allowed in the room. And then once we determined,
Which Ms. Burks, I'm gonna get to that part. But before that, when you first got there, were there still police there at the hospital?
no,
Was anyone there to interview you and tell you about a criminal investigation?
no.
How did that make you feel?
At that point, I just wanted to get to my job.
At some point when you're at the hospital, I guess, can you describe what's going on as far as any police activity that first day?
I did not see a police officer during the day. Before I arrived, her stepmother was the one in contact with, I guess it was the detective.
And I guess at some point, did you get your daughter's phone?
Yes.
And when was that?
Once I got there, her stepmother gave me her phone and her keys.
And when you got her phone, what did you do with it?
Put it in my purse at first.
At some point, did you look at her phone?
Yes.
And did you have your daughter's passcode?
Yes.
That kind of shows how close you guys are. So you had her passcode to get in her phone.
We had the same passcode.
And when you got in her phone, what, if anything, did you do?
I went directly to her Blink camera.
And that's that camera that we saw that should have been to the left of the stove.
Correct.
I guess kind of based off of everything you know, did she have a current subscription?
No.
Do you have Blink cameras?
Yes.
Are you familiar with how they work?
Yes.
If you don't have a subscription, can you still see a live feed?
Yes.
And can you describe when you looked in her phone, what was it an image of?
Her balcony with her blinds open, looking out the back, her window onto her balcony in her bedroom.
Can you describe, did that seem normal or what did you think when you saw
I
that?
immediately went into a panic asking why her camera had been moved because I knew my child had her camera in her kitchen facing her door.
And at that point, did you know whether or not Mr. Taylor had access to that apartment? Whether or not he had a key?
I knew he did not have a key
Okay.
because she only had one key.
And what was your involvement, if any, in people going over to the apartment?
As soon as I got off the phone with Miss Jackson and I realized that they were headed to the hospital, I immediately called her friend Lauren and said, I don't know what's going on. I need you to go straight to Jay's apartment and lock it up. It does not need to be left unlocked. I said, I need you to get her apartment key and take it to Andrea at the hospital. And that's what she did.
And you know that friends, Ms. Franklin, they went back to the apartment. Was that something that you directed them to do?
After discussing the whole camera situation and not knowing, the detective called her stepmother, Andrea Brown. She asked, could we go to the apartment? And we were told yes.
And was that the detective that was there the first night or Detective Reese?
The one that was there the first night.
Okay. So your impression is that you all had permission, nobody else was coming?
I would never have gone into that apartment if we'd have been told not to.
And Ms. Burks, at some point Detective Reese showed up and things started moving in the investigation phase. But can you describe what was happening at the hospital?
That child just laid there on life support. When we got there, she was having seizure-like activity. They were pumping her with medications, but ultimately we were told her brain had herniated, and there was nothing they could do.
And Ms. Burks, what do you do for work?
I work at the VA hospital, Veterans Hospital, in the emergency room.
And while you are not a medical professional, does your job make you very familiar with these medical conditions?
I've been there 26 years. I'm very familiar with all the medical terminology.
When the doctors were telling you about Jade's condition, what did that mean to you?
That there was nothing that could be done to bring my baby back.
And what did they tell you about Jade's unborn baby?
The length of time that she went without oxygen and the baby went without oxygen. And she's in that condition, therefore, the baby wouldn't have been viable.
And did you even consult with a doctor at your hospital about what they were saying?
I did.
And based on everything that the doctors were telling you about whether her baby could survive, what decision did you all have to make?
Make her DNR.
And then,
To ultimately decide when we wanted to take her off of life support.
and when did that happen?
On her 25th birthday.
Thank you, Ms. Burks. I don't have anything else.
Questions?
Rough to cross.
Ms. Burks, I know this has been very difficult. You've been here all week, longer than a week, so I just have a few questions for you, okay? I think you mentioned this, I want to make sure I understood it. Before the 25th or the 26th, you never met Mr. Taylor, right?
Correct.
And you never talked to him on the phone?
Correct.
Your daughter, Jade, had maybe mentioned to him that was kind of the extent of your contact with Mr. Taylor?
Correct. He was around her one time, and I said to him, I said hi.
Like a video call or a phone call or something?
I don't remember if it was a video call. I just remember one time she was around him, and I said, tell him I said hi. But I'd never personally spoken with him.
So your comment that her not wanting to post things publicly was because of Blaise never told you that, right?
No, I never spoke with him.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understood. That was from Jade, right?
Correct.
And I know you and your daughter were very close, right?
Very close.
And I know you've heard a lot of things during this trial. Is it possible there were any little parts of her life that you didn't know about?
Most kids have parts of their life that they don't tell their parent about.
Okay, that's fair. I appreciate that. Before you, actually, I'm sorry. Before you got, so, let me get this right. The party that you were going to have on the 25th birthday, where she was going to have a baby shower and all that stuff.
We weren't having a baby shower on her birthday. We were having a birthday dinner.
Oh, was the baby shower around then?
The baby shower was going to be in April.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were having like a joint birthday party baby shower.
No.
Do you know if Blaise was invited to that?
No, it was here in Little Rock.
Okay. So far as you know, he maybe didn't even know about that, right?
I'm not sure if he knew or not.
Okay. So you don't have any information that Mr. Taylor was even aware that Jade was going to go public about her pregnancy on her 25th birthday?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Thank you. I know when you got here, there was a lot going on. And when did you get Jade's phone?
As soon as I got to the hospital.
So like 3:34 in the morning?
Yes.
And you got that from Ajay?
No, I got that from her stepmother.
From her stepmother, okay. Thank you. I apologize, I didn't realize. And when you opened her phone and looked in it, when was that?
I don't know the exact time.
And so you could see in the Blink application, and there was a live feed, but no, like, you couldn't scroll backwards, right?
Correct.
And so you can't see in that Blink application when the camera was moved?
No, you cannot. It's a live feed.
And so you don't have any information about when that camera was moved?
No, I do not.
When was the last time you saw it in Jade's kitchen?
Possibly in those photos. She didn't call me a lot from her kitchen.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you, no further questions.
You need to redirect.
All right, so the point the defense was trying to make there, guys, is we don't have the surveillance footage conveniently that would have shown people going in and out. We just have the word of the witnesses. We have Lauren saying she went with her friend Natalie, and it's unclear she either went all around the house or just went and got the keys and left. And the friends, the group that went with Miss Stephanie, hadn't gone there yet. When this phone is unlocked, there's an unlock record that we heard about when the detective was on the stand for 6:44 a.m. on February 26th. That means And I think because of the slip in the defense attorney's question, Nigea was saying, all right, Keyaunte Jones may have been at the hospital 12:30 to 1:45. Nigea's like, I think we left around 2. There is still a window of time I feel like the defense wants the jury to be aware of, that individuals could have been coming and going into this apartment even after this phone was turned over and someone would have been able to look at the blink camera. I still don't know what's going on with the blink camera movement though, because we had that testimony that the blink camera went offline on February 22nd. And now I'm wondering if that just means when the subscription canceled or something.
Ms. Briggs, I just wanted to clarify, Jade was planning a birthday party in Little Rock. She had a dinner, y'all had reservations, she picked out the place. She was planning this party because you're planning a baby shower and people are gonna know she's pregnant before you can send out baby shower invites.
That is correct.
So that was kind of a big thing for her, and y'all were talking about it a lot.
Correct.
It was something that was definitely going to be happening.
Correct.
Jade was planning multiple other things at the same time. Specifically, she had a catering event that was coming up, and she was messaging you with menus and things about that, and she was really excited about it.
It was one of my friend's weddings,
When was that wedding supposed to be?
March 3rd. I was supposed to be bridesmaid. And obviously I didn't get to go.
Thank you, Ms. Briggs.
Any other questions?
Mr. Taylor wasn't involved in any of the plans with you and Jade, was he?
No.
Thank you.
We can still-
State gonna rest. Yep, here we go, I think.
Any further proof from the state?
No, Your Honor, the state rests.
Let's do the poll.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to recess for the day. Please remember what I've said about not discussing the case, forming any opinions about it, looking things up, going by location, reading whatever about cases in the news. Just do that for me, please. Leave your notes up here in the jury deliberation room. That room will be locked. Tomorrow, I seen if you were listening. Good. On Monday morning, be here back downstairs in the jury assembly room, 4-9, 8:45, 8:50. When you're here as a group, we'll bring you up and resume the trial. So thank you again for your patience. If you'll step out with the court officer. Okay, you can have a seat. And as far as you know, Mr. Graham, Ms. Hollins, you plan on calling these 10 witnesses?
Some of them, probably not all 10, I would expect.
Okay, and do you plan on recalling Dr. Krakowski?
No,
Okay. Anything else before we recess till Monday?
Your Honor, counsel, Dr. Bricolari has an on-call schedule, and they were asking if she is still under subpoena. The state is not intending to call her.
Do you know that yet, Mr. Brand?
If, I'll talk with Ms. Bowman if, I don't know, I know she needs to know as soon as possible. I don't know if there's any way we can like talk and get to you like to first thing tomorrow
Okay.
morning.
I
with,
mean,
like,
if
any
you
witnesses.
can, that'd be good, or, I mean, I'm obviously not controlling what order of witnesses you call, but would you know that first thing Monday?
I think we would probably know, I mean, by, we can maybe call them first, probably.
Right, that's what I was asking.
Yes.
So I guess,
She has a on-call schedule where she has to change the nights because she's one of 2 toxicologists that can cover the on-call. So this whole time she's been moving it around based off of when she
okay, I guess tell her what I'm gathering, that if she's needed at all, it'd be first thing Monday, but she may get an update that she's not needed.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll be in recess until Monday.
Judge is out of there, out the door. Guys, we had our first Saturday chat together. And sadly ended on like a sad story, sad witness, endearing witness. So I hope that's not like triggering anybody, making people think of sad times. Hope everyone's doing well. That's also the end of the state's case in chief. Defense says they have a list of 10 witnesses, but they don't think they're going to call all 10. They're also, it seems like they're going to release Kartalski. So they're not going to recall him. They wanted him to stay under subpoena just in case they recalled him. But yeah, so I don't know. This is end of the proof being presented by the state. There's a poll. And again, it's a different question than how you would vote. It's a different question than necessarily how you think the jury will vote. I would like for there to be alignment, but sometimes it's not the same question. The question is, do you think the state has proven their burden? Have they met their burden to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt? So participate in that poll if you're hanging out. Drop in the chat strongest part of the state's case, weakest part of the state's case. Give me one of each. For me, I really hate to say it, but I think the strongest part of the state's case is just this overall top level idea of who else would have done this? And the idea that why would somebody do this to their child? And I don't really know how to make that a more tangible reason. It's not like a specific granular thing, but just the overall idea of I can't picture Jade doing something to harm her baby. Oh, did I not put the poll up? I see someone saying they can't see it. Okay, I see people voting. So if you can't see the poll, sometimes like chat function on YouTube just gets funny. Minimize it, pop it back up, and see if that makes it pop up. I don't know what YouTube does sometimes. Well, then let's see what you guys are saying. Some food for thought. And Granny's like, no proof presented. Yeah, and let me know if you still don't see the poll. We are not going back ever says they made their case with the dentist friend. Patty B says main thing missing. How did he get the cocaine? Jason thinks they'll find guilty on sympathy. Mavka says strongest is that he was there, like present. Jackie says, I don't understand how this got out of a grand jury. I mean, you know the saying about grand juries. Yeah, Megalodon says the weakest part is not connecting Blaise to any drugs, drug dealers, etc. And I also, on the same token, I really think it's not good that the state, even though the witness they had on today, when they had Reese on today, he's like, oh, we saw the stuff about Danny, but we concluded it was just her procuring things for her friends. Like, it's fine. But the other detective said all the detectives were getting together and looking through this stuff together. And he didn't have any knowledge of this Danny guy. So it almost came off to me like Reese was like, okay, when I get in there, I'm going to have to talk about Danny Weed and fix that up. Like, which one is it? But then they didn't think anything of it. Bittersweet says this was an unfortunate OD. I'm going to be honest. I don't think that the states eliminated this as an option. I don't think that those lab results where we're seeing that this was such a high level that it wouldn't be consistent with what you would expect, even with like an accidental overdose, something that was like a counterfeit Adderall pill that had something in it that it shouldn't have had in it, or it was cross-contaminated when it was being produced. I really don't think that we have, and we had witnesses testify. The defense got the testimony they needed to be able to argue in closing that the state cannot tell you. You heard these witnesses agree from these labs that they cannot tell you the amount of the dosage. And they're going to argue that the readings, the blood readings, aren't reliable for a number of reasons. So even that, I think, is wishy-washy. But I really do think we'll see a conviction here because of the emotion stuff, because we have an ex-girlfriend coming in and saying he wanted to put something in somebody's drink at another point in time. I think the jury's going to sit there and go, why would somebody lie about that? Why would somebody lie about that? And I do not think that my feeling that that's what could happen aligns with the same question. I do not think the state has met their burden. And I think it's really disappointing that, oops, we missed an email where we could have the surveillance. We didn't collect the cups from the scenes. And then when there's fentanyl on a comforter, where this is the first time we ever want to say that there could have been contamination, because any other time the word contamination was mentioned, every witness was like, oh, don't call it contamination. Is that what it says in your report? I don't know. You'd have to show me. Oh, okay, I did put it in the report. Why are we so happy to embrace contamination when it comes to the presence of fentanyl in the two different areas of the blanket? One under a patch with the vomit, and one that's supposed to be a control sample where they didn't believe there was any stains. Why is that the only time we're okay with embracing contamination? It just doesn't seem like detectives are willing. The reviewer that they hired to review all of the reports from the toxicology labs cared to actually review everything. They only wanted to see it one way. And I know that there might be this feeling, well, so what? This guy obviously did it. If you're feeling like, so what? This guy obviously did it. Unmarry yourself from this case. Like, just go big picture. Is this acceptable? Is this an acceptable approach to proving a case and trying to get justice for somebody? And to me, I'm just not there. And I really hope that this office gets scrutiny for it. I feel like they're going to get a lot of fanfare. I think if they get this conviction, they're going to get all the accolades in the world. Everybody's going to be so happy about them. And it's just going to just be forgotten that if it weren't for emotion, there might not end up being a conviction. Excuse me. So I don't know. I don't think there's a compelling reason for these detectives to do a better job next time. So I don't know. Yeah, beyond a reasonable doubt, the defendant has strong swimmers. Let that be a lesson. Anne's wondering, does Blaise take the stand? We could do a quick, since we have a poll running. Put a 1 in the chat if you think he'll take, this prediction's on if he will, not if you think he should. Put a 1 if you think he will take the stand. Put a 2 if you think he will not take the stand. Freedom Ring says, state didn't tell us what Blaise, I don't know what's up the days before Jade's death. Where did he go? Who did he talk to? Who did he meet? What did he buy? Any big cash withdrawals from the bank? So the limited amount that I'm familiar with in my notes is that he was out of town the week leading up to this on a work trip, and he came back on that Thursday. This happened on Friday the 25th, and he came home on the 24th. So that's all I know. He was out of town. Out of town. Kathy says, I can see that NJ and the ex-girlfriend were lying. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that people panic and realize if there's an accidental overdose that happens, it's really not unheard of for someone to panic and want to distance themselves if they could have had any involvement in procuring the same drugs, bringing that drug over. DB, so we were approaching the 5-month mark. I shouldn't say we. That's weird wording. I word things weird. That was my weird wording. But the date of conception was September 12th, I think. Let me see. Or was that the missed period? Let me look. Okay, the 12th was the last day of the period, and then they think September 26th was the approximate conception date. So there we go. There we go. Check the notes for an assist there. All right, in the poll we have 2 for a lot of 2s. A lot of 2s. Am I going to see any 1s? All right, we have a 3. Shout out to Sunshine. We have a 3. Wow. Okay, we have a 1. All right, shout out to Covered Jewel. Don't change your vote just because I'm highlighting the outliers. I'm just appreciating the outliers. Especially, putting something in the chat. It's a public vote, Let's see. There we go. And then we got Devin and we got Lori in here with some 1s. All right, we're gonna do another poll. This one's different. We're gonna use the letter A and the letter B. Put A if you were Blaise, if this was your case. Everything else is the same, but you were in his shoes. Put A if you would take the stand. Well, this is a hard question because the poll won't have the same answers. Don't vote yet. If you were innocent, would you take the stand? Put A if you would take the stand. Put B if you would not take the stand. If you were innocent and in this exact situation, would you take the stand? Sorry I made that all messy. It's just for fun. There's no science behind these casual chat polls. It's just to see what people are thinking. Yeah, ACB, I think it's like, you're not the first person I've seen say this. Like, don't get unalived in Nashville because they're not going to investigate. They're not going to ask questions. And again, I'm like scared. I feel like all of these cases that we cover, is it just what I put my eyeballs on and we get together and we watch here? It just happens to be these hot mess cases, or is it super normative? Michelle says, why would he tell his girlfriend about the other girl he got pregnant? It's not logical. It could be the type of thing where it's like, I don't really want to be serious with you. Type of thing that's meant to push someone away and not, I want to be with you so badly. I need to get rid of this other person. This other person's crazy. But people interpret things how they interpret them. So I think there could be a possibility for why that might happen, but it might not be with the intent of, I need you to help me take care of this. Let's see. Oh, and okay, sorry, this is a continuation. So the first part was Apple's testimony to me was so prejudicial. 7 years prior to this, her hearsay that he asked about an abortion pill, that sounds like prejudicial propensity evidence, not clear and convincing evidence. It came in and there was warnings, and the defense asked for clarity this morning, and the judge was just kind of like, I gave you my warning yesterday, not to open the door. So I think that's why we had such a limited, and by limited, I think short in time, short in lines of questioning when it came to Apple. Gossip Rumor says, are they even sure Blaise was the daddy? I have not heard a single thing about a paternity test, except for when they got together at the park, Blaise wanted a paternity test. And that's the thing. if there was a paternity test and we knew paternity and we knew that he found out he was in fact the father, that would help the state's case. If there was a paternity test and it wasn't, or if it's just an unknown, I guess the unknown could be argued either way. Like, I don't want to take that chance. So if there's this public baby shower coming up where this announcement is going to be made to the world that Blaise Taylor, the guy that works for the Titans, is having my child, we could argue that that's motive. But if there had been a paternity test and the results were negative, I mean, I don't. You know what? This is a question that this is such a loaded question. I don't know if you meant it this way. We're not going back ever says, were her and Blaise dating? Chat, what would your definition be? Based on anything in the record. How would you describe, and it can be more than one word, it can be a sentence, it can be a if this, then that. How would you describe or label or whatever Blaise and Jade's relationship? Because that whole, to me, the whole back and forth about was there any other romantic text messages? I would have asked those questions in slightly different ways, gotten more granular with my semantics to try to elicit the answers I wanted. Because we did hear the defense say in opening, wasn't Jade sending nude pictures to 3 different men right around Christmas time? Seemed like she didn't want to go there today. But that detective was like, romantic? No. But maybe romantic's not the right word to use for that type of picture sending. All right, so in lots of answers here. Hold on, I have a C. Who voted C? Explain what C means, Lady Di. All right, so the question, if you were innocent, would you take the stand? And A would be the answer. There's already more variation. The other poll was like largely 2s. But here I see quite a bit more A. So we have A, B, B, A, B, B. It's like 50-50. A, B, a lot more Bs. No. Now we're leaning with the A's. Now we're back to the B's. They come in waves. Ionis says double A. B, A. I mean, I'm not really doing the math in my head. I've got a wave of B's. In this case, B. All right, the B's are leaning more towards B's. Maybe it's like 40-60 split if I were to count this. 40 A's, 60 B's. Maybe a little higher for the B's. All right, and Don Bond says A. We're going to count his vote 5 times. My goodness. We have a resounding no from Sunshine saying, no, it's always not recommended to take the stand. That would be crazy. That would be crazy. So it's just, thank you guys for participating in that because it's fun to see, generally speaking, what do you think in this case or what would you do personally to see the different answers. I don't know if Xavier's on the witness list, but the way I can imagine, I won't speak for the whole chat, everybody's different, but I can imagine a lot of the chat like running to their phone, to their TV, to their computer, wherever they're watching, if they hear Xavier's being called to the stand. That would be the witness to run for. So, oh my goodness. Freedom Ring says, in my opinion, the strongest evidence is Jade's alleged question or command, what's in your pocket? Let me see your pockets, which must have been directed to Blaise, not Nigeria. Yep, so if we take that call at face value and everything that's remembered is an accurate recollection and a truthful recollection, then NJ's explanation of, well, I couldn't hear what was going on, so I tried to text like, hey, did you mean to call me? Something to that effect. She worded it as, are you talking to me? Which the defense said perhaps she was calling you to figure out maybe what you had done, if you knew anything about it. But if you take that full call and Also, take at face value the what's in your pocket. How could that be talking to Najee Jackson? Because they're not physically there in person. All right, so now we're getting to the description of the languages. Friends with benefits, not dating. I think that's the beginning of the answers. Okay. Friends with benefits, hooking up, situationship, situation. These answers are coming in back to back, like 2 at a time saying situationship, 2 at a time saying friends with benefits, 2 at a time saying booty calls, bed buddies, friends with benefits, friends with benefits. Michelle with the multiple choice saying they were talking, situationship, sleeping together, open relationship. And going back to my point earlier, like it's not so much about putting a pin and a single label on the relationship. It's making sure that when you're asking questions of a witness and a witness is testifying in front of the jury, that you have a more expanded understanding in front of the jury of what that person, that witness means when they say a certain word or a certain phrase. Because a lot of these phrases, they are subjective. So when the defense attorney is asking about romantic, is the investigator thinking romantic means the same thing? Or is he going to use it to his advantage to answer a certain way? Romantic to me would not be, like a thirst trap to me would not be what I would call romantic messages. I would call it a thirst trap. Just saying. So, and maybe the detective was thinking the same thing. Well, technically, no, I would not call this romantic. So, loving this from the chat. Aaron Hack, thanks for being a member 4 months. Aaron Hack says, gotta run. Thanks again, Kat. Thank you for hanging out with us. Thanks for being a member 4 months. Also, I saw this. I think we have a duplicate Sheriff Chuck here. Because I see that's the same picture I remember from long ago. So I do believe this is the Sheriff Chuck. But a new member, thank you if it's you becoming a member again. And if this is like a fake imposter Sheriff Chuck going to come back and get you. But shout out to Sheriff Chuck. And the party emojis can work both ways. We've also got Aaron Hack. Oh, thank you. Before she leaves, Aaron Hack also gifted 10 memberships. So make sure if you guys just turned green, probably came from Aaron. So make sure you're saying thank you to Aaron. Thank you so much, Aaron. Thank you, Aaron. Smashing and grabbing. Smashing. Smashing reminds me of Nigel Thornberry. Oh my goodness. Oh wait, let me go back and see. Okay, something about the 911 call. Let me get the first question. If I can find the rest of the context. Okay, I'm scrolling a bit and I don't see another post from you. So sorry, I don't know what you're saying I asked, but I just don't see the question. My bad. Yeah, and you guys share in the comments. Do you think NJ is a reliable witness? And we need another way to vote on this that won't get messy. You want to do? I guess we got past the 1s and 2s. So do you guys want to do on a scale of 1 to 10? Yeah, let's do a scale of 1 to 10. If you think NJ is a reliable witness, there might be an old 1 or 2 that trickles in from the old poll, but we'll have to take that as it comes. Yeah, Freedom Ring also says Jade was questioning everyone, all 3 of them. So, and that actually kind of makes it make sense. Like, what if the call started with, let's press Najee and ask her about this? And then Najee on the phone was like, what are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about. And then the conversation turned. I can picture that playing out. Yeah, a you up is a great example of that would not be a romantic message. Yeah, Gossip Rumor says accidental baby daddy. I mean, seems to reflect the record. EJF says Chuck is a dog. All right, okay, now I'm getting to the ratings. So we have a lot of people were doing yes and nopes first, but then we switched to the numbers. So for numbers, I see a 10, a 1, a 3. How do you have a -0? 50-50 on that one. 0, 2, a -10, 7, 6-ish. I'd be here. I'd probably be a 6. It reminds me of the either gaps in recall or potentially sprinkling a little bit of truth. Right? I think either of those possibilities for somebody not having like a like statement or recall that makes sense or something that's inconsistent at some point could be explained by the way the mind works, could be explained by, well, we know some parts are true and we got to work everything else around it. So I would personally be at a 6. I'm not saying that's why Gina reached her 6. Ben's at a 1. We have a -10, a 3. 3, 6, or 7. You just wanted to say 6, 7. No, I'm just kidding. We got a 3, 2, 60% sometimes. It works all the time. Yep, so defense case in chief is going to start first thing Monday, you guys. And then we got some no's also. We do have some no's coming in, not reliable. Yep, and that is true. So bench jamming, remember this instruction that they're going to give on witness credibility. You can choose. It's the jurors get to choose. You get to weigh the credibility of the witnesses. You can believe some, none, or all of what a witness says. And again, each individual juror will make their own assessment. So Freedom Ring says we can believe all the witnesses and still acquit, even NJ. And that's the thing, like Jade could have genuinely be saying what she said on that call and could still be an issue with believing that the state has met its burden, proving the case beyond a reasonable doubt with some of these other things, these other gaps. Yep, court is done for the day, Debbie. We are, yeah, they rolled out of here. There wasn't anything. But you know how the judge goes, Debbie. The judge is out. He's like, court is in recess. Out the door. So, whew. And then also, hold on. Let me check here. Let me give a big thank you. I want to make sure I don't say anything crazy. Okay, this is from Blackbird. Okay. Thank you, Blackbird, for the Cash App. Super generous. Thank you for the 50 on the Cash App. Says the best on these LawTube streets. Hashtag Blackbird. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm always scared. I'm like, how am I going to thank people on Cash App? Because I don't want to read out somebody's name. So thank you for putting that hashtag there. Thank you. And thank you for your generosity. Susanna says, did he know she was a user? Do you guys think that Blaise had knowledge that this, like, because that's another thing that I'd want to wrap my head around. And maybe Apple's testimony can help make sense of that. Like, well, maybe not, because with Apple and Xavier, it would only have been an abortion pill. And I don't know, you're younger, maybe you're not thinking things through. But the idea that, was he intending for this to look like an accidental overdose initiated by Jade? Like, all right, I'm going to come up with this plan where I'm going to have her ingest these drugs, and it's just going to look like she was doing drugs during her pregnancy. Would that be something that he would think would be a viable plan? For it not to come back and look like, oh, well, she never did cocaine, so... And I really think a problem with this is the state is distancing itself from this fentanyl. I really feel like if they embraced the presence of fentanyl and explained, hey, sometimes it might not come up in the initial reads, especially after Narcan's administered, or if they get there right away, it could look a certain way. I feel like it would have been better for the state to embrace the fentanyl on the comforter. But because they are not embracing it, it's like, well, how else did it get there? If you're not claiming that it was part of what was ingested that night, like, I just don't get why we had that approach. And the only thing I can think of is they didn't see it in the labs and had already gone gung-ho with the theory And when the defense brought in their person to analyze and really go through these reports, they were like, hello? And that's why we had this testimony that 10 days ago, 10 days before trial, we're asking you to reevaluate these things. So it's just bizarre to me that we have this whole nothing's contaminated except that comforter, because we don't want the fentanyl to be attributed to something that happened on February 25th. And I just think it would help them. It would make more sense if someone's trying to make someone have this overdose that they go and obtain something that has, like, oh no, this fentanyl epidemic. It would just seem like the more innocent ploy. They're not going to question me. They're going to just think that this is what's happening all the time now. So I just don't get it. I just don't get it. And I think it's just something that they couldn't walk back on once they gung-hoed into one theory. Yes, it's the state backing away from the fent is what I mean. Like, why the state wouldn't want to just say that that was part of everything going on. So yeah, and I think, Kathy, I think this does come into like proving a negative, right? There's not any evidence that Jade went completely sober once pregnant, but I do think, something that's crossing my mind is you become pregnant, you probably would want to put the image out there. Not speaking on Jade personally, but if you're going to continue doing something that people will shame you for or criticize you for based on your current circumstances. Like, hey, I know you're on a medication right now where you're not supposed to be drinking. If you know that about me, am I going to like send you a picture of me drinking a beer? Right? Just to try to make it an example that doesn't relate to pregnancy. But there's things that even though you might normally have talked about in text messages with people, you might change the way you're doing it because you don't want that shame, you don't want that judgment, you don't want someone going through your phone and seeing like, oh, you're over here partying with NJ, but here we are trying to have a baby. I'm going back to the pregnancy example, but that's what I mean. Like, you could still change your outwards expressions of your behavior without necessarily stopping a behavior, right? But at the same time, that's like an absence of evidence, and the state, I think, appropriately is using that as part of their case. Although I don't think they looked at these Dennie whatever text messages with any care. To me, it's clear that they already concluded, the investigators concluded, she stopped using anything illicit. This was criminal. Somebody else poisoned her. So I don't think they thoroughly vetted any messages that might have been about these things. And the select few text messages that we were able to see on screen or hear discussed before the detective brought the records into evidence, they were typos. Like smoke versus spoke with a P. So unless you're really going through them, if you're just searching for the word smoke, a message where something is spelled spoke will not come up in search results. So unless you're actually really looking, are you going to find this stuff? And then we find out that they didn't pay attention to messages that were on the day of. So again, that's just me circling back to my gripe about this whole investigation, which you guys know me by now. Even if you just started watching today, you probably heard me complain about it like 5 times. But yeah. Let's see. Ray Lale says, if the cocaethylene was below established value range, you listed and state that you don't leave it out. Either this lady is a liar or is playing stupid for the state. Okay, I think you're early on. So see you in the future, Ray Lale. We did ultimately get the defense can argue in closing that two witnesses, have said that cocaethylene and fentanyl could possibly have been present in the early stages before the hospital administered fentanyl, and also the testimony that it's unlikely for the cocaethylene that Vanderbilt Hospital gave alcohol to Miss Benning. And the state's going to have to counter that if they choose to. I think it'd be kind of stupid for them to highlight in closing. I think I would skip it. It could have been from the vanilla extract in the cookies. I don't know if I would go back to that. We're not going to focus on the cookies. Let's see. Let's see. Ooh La La says, what if someone else came to her house that night? Could be someone other than Blaise during that call. Do we know if Blaise knew of Jade's call to NJ? The call def happened, but was it secret? Well, if we were to think that that was unknown, then Nigella would also have to be lying about what she was saying and who she was talking to, especially for the second call. Because the first call, it's like they're supposedly still hearing both voices. But then by the second call, we're not really having coherent words and maybe just noises or nothing at all from Jade. And then the conversation is Blaise, right? So Blaise needs to be aware of that. Otherwise, what NJ would be saying isn't truthful. So if you're operating under the premise that what if Nigella is not telling the truth at all? I mean, those could have been calls with just Jade, but then we also know that within minutes, EMS is showing up, right? It's not like these calls were many moons earlier. Yes, the state rested. So defense will start up first thing on Monday. Why did Blaise call Dad? I don't think that that's that weird. I really don't, especially since it was 30 seconds. Like, I think that's what are you doing? Hang up and call 911. Okay, oh my God. And then you hang up and you call 911. So I don't know why he called Blaise. I mean, his dad. But I think I would feel different if he was like on that phone call for like a long time and not doing something. But on the flip side, I guess you could also argue, like, if you don't, I don't know, was there a reality? I mean, he must have been aware that people would see he was texting to come over that night. So, because I was going to say, like, why would you call someone that would be able to say that you were with somebody that night? You didn't just dip out of there and hide and pretend you weren't there, but that'd be stupid to do with phone records these days. But I would say, why did he... In opening, the defense said that he told his parents about it, right? So I don't know what testimony we're going to get about that. But if he tells his parents, he ultimately decides to tell his parents about it. That's kind of an unusual thing to do if you're planning to undo something. Is it like some 4D chess where I'm going to tell my parents, that way I can later argue that why would I commit this crime if I told my parents about it? Why don't I just keep it a big secret? But I also think the telling the parents thing is going to be something that the defense needs to put forth in their defense case in chief to push back on what we really saw the state going heavy at today with the, this baby showers coming up. It was going to be this big public reveal, and he didn't want a soul to know. And he was the reason that she wasn't talking about him or the baby on social media, blah, 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 blah. Right? So the defense it's their position that he told his parents, at least. We heard that in openings. So if they put that forth, they're going to be pushing back on something that I think right now, based on what's in evidence so far, is a strong argument for the state. So, and then maybe calling Dad, because maybe Dad is familiar with like sports reactions, running out to the field when a player's injured, or it's just, that's someone I trust when something's wrong. So it's just the person I'd call first. There are definitely things I'd call my mom for first. If I saw someone like foaming at the mouth, probably call 911. So, but at the same time, maybe he called his dad because she wasn't like completely unresponsive. Maybe she was breathing, but then started to like come back too. And he was like, okay, maybe this is fine. Maybe she just got sick. And then whatever he saw was really just involuntary movement. And then he's like, oh my God, let me call 911. There's really no way for me to tell. But all we know is it was 30 seconds. Then he called 911. And I really do feel like scrutinizing someone not calling 911 until a 30-second phone call with somebody else, then it takes me back to my question of, well, the friend who claims her friend was being harmed not only didn't call 911 at all, but didn't call back for almost 12 minutes. Didn't call Jade's phone back for almost 12 minutes. Martha says, by the way, set a timer and brush your teeth for 30 seconds. Yes, I don't know. There's just like that 30 seconds. It's a 30-second call, but I think there's a lot of food for thought there. Okay, so Law Kong says the father would have basic life-saving training. Yeah, and His Airness says any adult would know to call 911 in a medical emergency. What if he didn't know it was a medical emergency? I don't know. Yeah, and do you guys think, so the selfies, right? We have this like one selfie that's deleted that's a kissy face, but we didn't delete the picture where they were like, there was one picture where like it was like the sides of their faces like leaned back. They weren't like exactly kissing, but they were like this to each other, about to kiss. It was like almost there, but not quite. And that's not the one that he wanted deleted. He wanted the one with the kissy face deleted, and my gut feeling on that is, you know, a lot of men might not want a picture of them making like a duck face kissy lips out there. But the other one wasn't deleted. Was that just because this is right when she starts to get sick? Or was it like, oh, that one's, delete that one. And in the moment of her deleting that picture, that's when she starts to feel sick. So if that's what went down, is that consistent with somebody who's afraid of somebody finding out that I'm the father of Jade's baby, to be taking multiple pictures with them? If you're afraid of her exposing you and tying you to the baby on public, would you be taking a photo with her? Like a kissing photo? Is that consistent with the state's position? I don't know. That's true. Maybe she didn't like the pic of herself. That could be. That one's tough for me though, because I think she's very photogenic. I think she's, you know, some people can take pictures from any angle, and I think she's that type of person. So, but that doesn't mean that that's how she viewed herself. She totally could have not wanted that picture. She could have been like, oh, you look stupid in this one. I want to delete it. So, but yeah, that didn't really cross my mind because I just thought she looked normal, fine in all of them. He just says he looked happy to me in those pictures. Well, can people put on a fake happy? But I agree. He did not look consistent with someone who was like reluctant. But, you know, maybe you do want those pictures to look good, because then you can later say, no, why would I do this? Look how happy I am, you know? Yep, Judy's like, maybe it wasn't because he was trying to kill her. Maybe he just wanted her to go into premature labor, lose the baby. Factualizes. It was a great picture, in my opinion. I think all the pictures are good. Sorry. Is it, I don't know if it's Latoria says, I want to know if he was in a relationship with someone else and hiding her, like lying. So I think that's where the Xavier Winford text comes into play from the 24th. And I would imagine the state's going to read through all those text messages in closing. But it was something to the effect, I mean, maybe we could just re-listen to it quickly. That was towards the end of Reese's. What did Reese say that? Where's the end of direct, which, well, actually my timestamps are for my own stream. I don't know if they'll align with the Law and Crime stream. We'll use my notes. I didn't catch all of them. He was reading these too fast, which I wish he slowed down on that. But it was like something to the effect of like, you know, you should never doubt anything when it comes to us. And then Xavier Winford's like, I'm doing my best, like as in not to doubt. Blaise is like, I know, I'm trying to reassure you. Thank you for doing that. And then, of course, I'll do anything to help. Good. Do you trust us? Winford, Xavier says yes. I use W for the initial, so I'm going to keep calling her Winford. Good. Then you have nothing to worry about. Everything's going to work out. I'm glad. Good. Me too. I love you and I need you to love me back. Good. I just want us to be us and be happy together. Me too. We will stick together. So that was the gist. That please do not take that as verbatim. That was me clickety clacking while listening. But there will be a timestamp. 5 hours and 8 minutes into the stream, there'll be a timestamp if you want to go re-listen to Reese read those in full. So, yeah, Mathhawk says cringe. But that was the day before. That was the day before. So this all could have been. We don't have any of the context right before it. Is this because they both knew Blaise was going to do something? Is this because Blaise knew he was going to do something but wasn't telling Xavier Winford what it was? Is this just because I'm going to go have a serious conversation with this woman who's pregnant, apparently with my child, and I'm going to say, look, I know all these big things are coming up, but I don't want to be at these baby showers. I don't want to have anything to do with it. And I know we've been trying to talk for the last 2 months, but I'm not feeling it like that. And babe, I'm going to go have that conversation. I'm going to handle it. Could those things be consistent with any of those options or options beyond what I'm thinking of? You know? So, and I'm sure the prosecutor is going to like read that entire text message exchange that Reese read in closing. So, yeah, and I don't know. The way, even though I'm sitting here watching, right, we'll be watching together, the way that if they say they're going to call Xavier Winford, the way I would just in my own head feel like I'm running back to my desk, even if I was sitting right here when they call her, I really think that that's going to be the next big thing. It'd be bigger to me than him taking the stand. Erica Lee says, why would he hire an investigator of his own if he's guilty? I mean, I still think that there's, like, privilege there. Like, I don't think that hiring an investigator necessarily puts you at risk of exposing yourself because they're still under agreements. So in a way, in theory, it should only help. Should only help. But there's been, did you guys watch the Travis Rudolph case? That private investigator, in my mind, I don't know what the jury was thinking, but I think without that private investigator, Travis Rudolph may have been convicted, but that private investigator went and found the handgun that the Rudolphs both insisted that the individuals in the car, one was ultimately shot and killed, they said that he was pointing a firearm through the windshield of the car at Travis Rudolph's brother when Travis Rudolph made the decision to fire the fatal shot. And the prosecution, their theory was, it's a lie. It's a BS excuse. There was no weapon. We didn't recover anything. They didn't tell us they had a firearm, the other individuals in the car. We didn't find a firearm on the victim's person, the deceased person. And the investigator found it thrown out of the window on the side of the road on the route that they would have driven when they were trying to take their friend to the hospital. And it was the private investigator that went and found the firearm. And that goes a long way to if the defendant in a self-defense case story is, I shot somebody because they pointed a firearm at the person standing next to me, and I was afraid that they were about to get shot, which is lethal, and I used proportionate force back to protect this other person. Being able to show that there was a firearm is a game changer. Is a game changer. So, and you know, again, going back to what people can afford. You know, can a case be made on an investigator? And even though a court might allow for some funds if somebody's indigent for them to get an investigator, is it the same? You know? So, don't all teams hire investigators? I don't think all, especially depending on the case. But I think there's some cases where maybe private investigators should have been hired and just weren't for whatever reason, and others where private investigator didn't have the resources to get done what maybe could have been done. And some cases you just can't save, even with all the resource hours, labor, brains. Sometimes the facts are just that bad. So, the I love you and want you to, I love you and need you to say you love me. Oh, I don't know if it was I love you and I need you to say you love me back, or if it's I love you and I need you to love me back. I don't know how it was actually worded, because I think the way I notated it from opening statements is different than what I notated from the text messages today, but something to that effect. That came from Blaise to Xavier Winford. So, yeah, so we've got Get Nationized saying, it's so hard when I read someone's name for the first time, especially with everything low caps. I'm like, Get Nationized. So, pardon me for butchering everybody's names. If this jury convicts him, I'll be shocked. I have so many questions. I'm not trying to, like, any prediction I offer about a jury, I don't really have a solid prediction. I just think that emotional evidence, propensity evidence, like we had from Apple, is very, very compelling. And there's rules of evidence for a reason. The judge made the decision to allow that here. Even if questions are unanswered, I feel like I can picture a jury saying, well, that's all we need. Who else would have done it? And why did he try to do this in the past? But I also have many, many questions. I have many, many questions. And I don't know what I would do in deliberations, but I wouldn't feel comfortable saying that it had to have been this guy. I don't think I would have an abiding conviction of guilt against Blaise Taylor. And who knows, maybe his case in chief will be the deal sealer for the state. Maybe his case in chief will solve some of these questions in his favor. Oh, absolutely. Adelson Hater says this will not be a case that the defense wins. It will be a case the state lost. I agree. I agree. Hey, take it to trial. I always see people in here when they're saying hey to somebody else or someone else is saying hey to them. Good to see you. If you guys don't know, Take It to Trial covers trials. If you couldn't tell by the name, it seems silly to say. But Take It to Trial, and I want to emphasize, a trial is a constitutional right that we all have. So whether somebody is guilty of sin and there isn't a single fact that looks good for them, and the state can prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt in like 5 words or less, doesn't matter. That person still has a right to take it to trial. So there's never such a thing as he's guilty. There shouldn't even be a trial. He has a right. Any defendant, he, she, whatever, has a right to take it to trial. So not only a great channel to watch different trials, if you like watching trials beyond this one, great commentary, great chat, but also a great right that we have here in this country. Let's see. Dina says the detective lost him when he said he Googled. He was just trying to be like us. Was just trying to be like us out here. Also, big thank you, Tracy. Tracy here becoming green. Thank you so much, Tracy. Also joining the crew, joining the gang, we have Rowena Meyer. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hope you guys enjoy the channel emojis. Use them away. And Ayana here says, did Jade take Adderall? Did NJ give the Adderall to that day? If so, I think it was laced with coke or fent. Jade, maybe that Blaise gave her something. Maybe thought Blaise gave her something once it took effect, hence the pockets comment. Maybe. Yeah. And I mean, if you take something that you think look, I've had a long day at work. I'm about to have this date, and I just want to make sure I stay awake because it's, it's approaching 10 o'clock, and I'm used to getting up early. I'm in the restaurant life. It's long work. Maybe I just want like something that'll pick me up real quick, and then there's something wrong with it. You might react a certain way because you've never had that happen before. The problem with the way these labs were done, and the scene being contaminated, is now we have this fentanyl on the blanket. So to me, the state, they fought for like 2 days to show that there was no fentanyl in play until the hospital administered it. And then we get this, not just the control sample from the blanket, but then a sample from where the vomit stains were with a presence of fentanyl. And again, to me, that wouldn't be a problem if the state just was arguing all along that whatever Blaise tried to force her to drink and consume with intent to cause an abortion or to kill, either option, was like a concoction of different things. But the state has wanted to distance themselves from this so hard, so much. So based on their theory and what they're presenting, then I'm like, well, why was there fentanyl here? And just because the fentanyl could have gotten there in ways that weren't Jade herself, if you believe that someone else that entered the scene put it there, that's a contamination problem. And the lab was adamant it didn't come from the lab, but the lab claiming 100% it couldn't have come from the lab draws the integrity of the witness testifying to those results into question, if you ask me. How do you know it wasn't your lab? How do you know it wasn't your lab? And honestly, you have the biggest motive to say it wasn't your lab, which makes you lose credibility to me. But if I'm not supposed to consider that it could have been the lab, how'd that fent get there? And to me, that whole exchange put this possibility back into play. Whereas if it had worked out that the state was successfully able to say that there was no possibility that fentanyl or cocaethylene were present, that fentanyl was never present in the samples until it was administered at the hospital, which I think has been pushed back on successfully by the defense, because they can now argue that there was presence of fentanyl before the hospital administered it, and now they've got this blanket. I think the defense successfully got this possibility on the table. Now, do you think it's a reasonable possibility? I kind of do. I cannot tell you what I think happened beyond a reasonable doubt. I can't do it. And if you give me too long, I'm going to complain about this lab work. And yes, we will end with that song. Good point. Let's do that. Let's queue up. I think this is just going to end up becoming the channel song, even though it was really for the Christopher Wolfenbarger case. But the can't rule it out song, the reasonable doubt song. And let's see. Any last? Do I have a poll running still that needs to? Yes, let's get the final numbers on this poll. I almost forgot about this poll because we did so many like brainstorms in the chat. So has the state met their burden and proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt? We have a no at a resounding 80%. Yes on some counts, 11%, and yes on all counts, 9%. Poll complete, 396 votes. This is the exact thing. I think it should be a message. Gripe in public about the quality of this investigation, because otherwise nothing will change. Nothing will change. A better investigation could have gotten a stronger case put forth. A better investigation could have actually cleared this defendant. And the same could be said of any case. But a better investigation is always a better pathway to finding the truth. It's a better pathway when someone does something heinous, that they can be convicted, and that the conviction will stick. Or that they'll be convicted at the first trial, and the jury won't be unsure and say, you know what, I don't know. I feel like he did it, but I don't know for sure. And I really think it maybe could have also been this. and then you get a hung jury. State wants to retry after it's declared a mistrial, and then the whole family has to go through it again. A good investigation can solve all of the issues all of the things that cause disagreements in the chat. Like, how do you think he's guilty? How do you think he's innocent? How do you think the state's met their burden? A better investigation could solve all of this, like, problem. So, there we go, you guys. That's where we're going to wrap it up. We're going to wrap it up with the reasonable doubt. No court on Sunday. We will not be back tomorrow for this trial. We will be back Monday. We'll do... Wait, me? That's not to me. Okay, that's not to me. Okay. Okay, yep, take it to trial says she was so damn confusing, not sure if the jury got that part about the Fetty Wap. Is that a word for fed? Ah, it sounds similar. Oh my goodness. So there we go, you guys. If you're looking for something to check out, go check out Take It to Trial. Got plenty of other trials as well as her takes on this trial that she's been streaming as well. Hope you guys have a great rest of your Saturday, if it's still Saturday where you are. Have a great Sunday. See you on Monday. And here is the outro song that I love that a few of you are now requesting.
Objection! You're ruining my case. State keeps spinning stories all over the place. From songs to letters, they got no trace. Objection, you're ruining my case. Can't rule it out, rule it out. That's reasonable doubt, doubt. State says anything goes, spinning theories around. Can't rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. Letters on the table. Custody fights in July.